and welcome back to the LCK. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and we have more games today, as we seem to have them every single day. But today should be a fun one. DRX up against Nongshim to start us off. How are you feeling about this one, Chronicler?
Very important day. I think that the first series is one that might even hold more importance, even though the second one is going to tell us a lot more, as Hanwha vs KT is going to happen later. But for both DRX and Nongshim, neither team has been able to grab a win. For one of these teams, it's worse, obviously for DRX, but they've also faced much stronger teams. So they are really looking to get a decisive victory here, but maybe they're still kind of off sync, and in that case, Nongshim can swoop in.
Yeah, it's really the question. There has been a lot of questions raised about DRX, but as you mentioned, they went up against really strong teams, and I think they just haven't had a chance to prove themselves. It's still early here in spring, so need to give them a little bit of time. I would imagine that this, in their minds, should be their moment to bounce back, especially because Nongshim, with the full Challengers roster from last year coming in and replacing the older roster, they should be seen as one of the developmental, one of the weaker teams here in the league. So DRX will be looking for the big win tonight, although Nongshim would like a first win of their own as well.
As 2 loss streak DRX taking on 3 loss streak Nongshim, and the teams that DRX went 0-4 against are very important. DK and Genji, both these teams are at the very least top 3 within the LCK right now, look very much a cut above the rest, versus Nongshim, a team of spicy teamwork that I personally love, but they also are a Challengers roster, so the overall level of play definitely is a lot lower. We see them struggle the moment that they get out of laning phase, and in some cases, Dundun comes to mind. Much as I love Old Reliable, even in the laning phase, he already kind of struggles, so both teams looking for their first victory here.
It's not going to be easy. Even Nongshim was able to take 1 game off of KT, which was a nice look. Especially Sylvie has been looking pretty nice for the roster, just being very aggressive, especially early on. That's definitely what you need from your jungler nowadays in this meta to get things going, especially for the middle and bottom sides of the map. As Krako is going to be going up against him, Sylvie denoted as Nongshim's ace. I think it's still pretty early on, but so far he has been just that.
I'd agree, as show Kroko just how feisty he can be. Feisty, also a player that plays in Challengers, not with Sylvie though. And Sylvie was playing against his idol, Canyon, got 3 jungle bans thrown at his face, and still did pretty good. And Kroko, to me, together with Kael, really the core, the heart of what made Liv Samba's great team last year, thus far, just hasn't looked good. Has been looking for early ganks, none of them seem to work, and overall, team as a result falls very far behind very early on. So needs to change that up here today.
The rematch after almost a year, not quite, 349 days. Who shall triumph in the mid lane today? Is it Fate, who won by a 2-0 landslide in 2022? And will he give that taste of defeat to Fiesta once again? Fate definitely has been, a kind of middle of the pack, pretty consistent guy for a long time here in the LCK, but hasn't really shown that consistency in the first couple of matches for DRX just yet.
No. Today, though, he won't be up against Chovy or Showmaker, and hopefully for him, that'll relieve a little bit of pressure, because on DRX there is definitely more of an incentive, more pressure to actually perform in today's match.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting. Here is, of course, DRX. Some of the individual members certainly should stand out to you. Beryl, a multi-time world champion. Fate and Krako coming together here on this roster. Rascal as well in the top side, and also Duckdop in the AD carry role. So when you look at this roster, you feel like, hey, this should be a pretty strong team. And as you mentioned, I think we really do need to see the strength of schedule in the first couple of matches that they did play, because DK and Gen G, they might just be on another level entirely from the rest of the LCK.
And for DRX, a matchup like one of the weaker teams that you've seen had a lot of issues in the mid to later stage of the game should be a perfect opportunity to kind of refine your tempo, refine your synergy. They themselves have also been pretty vocal about the fact that everything is still getting worked out. They are just not quite on the same level. And say what you want about Nongshim, but this is truly in every single way a team. These players are lovable. They were on a tear in challengers, and even when they weren't, like in the regular split, every single playoffs last year, they were able to somehow make it one time to finals and one time in summer actually beating out back then Dum 1 Kia. So the teamwork is there. The problem is the level of play that they showed in challengers not quite enough on the LCK stage.
Yeah, but as you're mentioning, I think they have a lot of factors within this team that could, you know, potentially show that these guys can actually grow, they can develop, and they can become a relatively strong team, right? They have the teamwork, they have this camaraderie between the guys. They've won a championship between each other in challengers, but it all counts for just getting better slowly one day at a time. Sylvie has already proven individually that he can do it. As we're taking a look at the key player matchup here, Dindin is actually first for solo kills. What do you think about that, Chronicler?
I don't get it. That is not my Dindin. That is a very different playstyle than we have seen from him, but I do think that in most games that Nongshim has played, he's been kind of left on his own, maybe players underestimating him. When it comes to the overall damage share and DPM, we see that Rascal pulls very far ahead. Now obviously his damage share being high, as much as it's nice for him, is a very bad sign. You should not have, especially in the current meta, that high a DPM as a top laner. And on Rascal, I think there is a lot more weight on the shoulders. He's the only one in that team who seems to actually be playing like himself, even though that's not quite enough to get them wins. And the top lane matchup, to me, needs to go right, because even if Croco and Fate keep kind of stumbling like they have thus far, if Rascal can really pull it together, I do think Dundun can be exploited as a laner that has shown a fair amount of weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. This should be a pretty interesting matchup. You definitely have a lot of veterans on the side of DRX as well, up against kind of the babies of the league, the new guys, the new blood here in this entire league. So a pretty fun one in that facet as well. Fate always kind of looks like this, by the way. Don't think that he's like overly nervous or, you know, if he's sleeping or something. So he always, you know, kind of has a blank look, just waiting to get into game, perhaps a little bored, just wants to play the League of Legos. This Fiesta also wiping a little sleep out of his eye, you know, these guys. Gamers in their own right. Not waking up too early.
Fiesta really winning a lot of hearts with his little moment after he solo killed Showmaker. Oh, guys, my heart's beating so fast. That was crazy. And obviously in the bot lane, Peter, kind of the same. And there is a reason why I think this roster, even though they have thus far been unable to actually get any substantial momentum in terms of series wins, are very fun to watch. They're very lovable. The expectations on them aren't high if they go on a rough streak. You know, if they're able to barely win a game, that doesn't really matter. These players, especially some individual players like Sylvie, clearly have a bright future ahead of them. And it is these type of moments that I truly believe that for DRX, this match might actually be harder because of everything surrounding it. In terms of gameplay, if these players on DRX play to their peak and they work well together, they should win this 10 out of 10 times. But that might not be the case.
Yeah, it's very true. As DRX has selected blue side, which is pretty interesting. It does feel like we are kind of slowly pushing back towards that blue side priority in terms of what side you want to pick when you do have side selection. Yesterday, we saw T1 come in and kind of, yeah, no more Caitlyn I think is a good start, especially against T1. But maybe just in general, how far do you think they push the meta here in the LCK by what they did yesterday?
It's tough because the Caitlyn to me is very, very strong in the situation that we saw it used in with T1, but I do believe that the execution for is very high, and I wouldn't necessarily try and risk that when there are a lot of other supports right now that are very viable. And it's also perfectly fine to still just play Caitlyn when you do get her, because she's one of the strongest AD carries in the meta right now. So the flex potential is nice, it definitely is an extra tool. But outside of T1, I don't expect a lot of teams to pick it up. It was also, of course, against a weaker opponent. And even though the prio that it provided was very valuable, I don't know to what extent other bot lanes will be able to use that. As overall, again, a heavy focus here from DRX on the Sejuani and on the Wukong, trying to kind of pinch down Sylvie's champion pool. He has been the main instigator of a lot of plays, setting up for a first pick Maokai here, the other A tier, or S tier rather, jungler that is still available. And
or a Varus.
Wouldn't mind that either. Yeah, it's been either.
You know? Because when I was talking about T1 pushing the meta, even more so than the Caitlyn, I mean just, you know, extreme bot pariah and going all in on that kind of. Now, Maokai is going to be the choice, as you mentioned, but the Varus still available, the Lucian Nami still available. The Zeri, if somebody unfortunately does want to go down that path with what is left available for the counter selections.
Yuumi, Zeri, I was going to say it wouldn't surprise me here because it's what Nongshim has preferred. A lot of our weaker teams have preferred the more safe option, an option that you can just pick and reliably scale. This puts a lot more pressure on Fido and Peter, but it should also provide Nongshim with way more pressure in terms of mid-game. And this time around it might be DRX that say, hey, if you're going to go in that direction, then we are going to take the scaling option. Now, this has largely been in favor of the Lucian Nami. At least it's not a Lulu. That matchup we've seen is pretty much unsalvageable in terms of the showing in the LCK thus far. Elise, I would love here for Nongshim. Elise has been very reliable as a punish in these exact type of scenarios, and Sylvie has clearly shown that he's willing to play very aggressively.
Victor would be kind of confusing at this point in the draft. I mean, I suppose you could ban out a couple more things, but there it is, Chronicler. The Elise does come out. He's going to be very good in the jungle matchup and also for putting on more pressure in these lanes, which is really slowly becoming a big thing that a lot of teams are going towards, just trying to shut down lanes, win lanes as hard as possible.
And with all these different prio lanes, you know, the Heimerdinger has been a big one. The Ashe lanes have been another example. Yesterday we had Varus Kate. They all kind of center around the same idea that if you can get control level 1 of the wave, you stack multiple waves, you dive bot lane, the enemy bot lane just doesn't really get to play the game anymore, and Elise enables that in a very nice manner. Also raises the stock for champions like Renekton, which I wouldn't be surprised to see DRX ban here, because they are really setting up for it with an R4 Renekton with both Fiora and the Gnar taken away. Also combines with Elise, as we all know. That combo goes back a very long time and is one of Dunan's favorite champions. So would be surprised to see DRX not ban it away. The Gragas is still available as a counter, but I would much rather see Rascal on something that has more agency. But if you look at the bans, a lot of those have been taken away.
And there's the Sylas. I mean, Fiesta could jump on that in the past, but yeah, it does leave this Renekton kind of left available, and yes, it is extremely aggressive, but again, this is the meta. I feel like Nongshim are coming into this draft with a better grasp of it right now, which is, okay, we're just going to win lane, win game, and the question is, you know, can they actually do that? Like, obviously teams like T1, D+, they can easily, but Nongshim are 0-3, so they're going to go for this kind of style. I'm curious to see if it works.
Remains to be seen, because if your execution is off, then the DRX composition already looks very unfair. We know how good Maokai's mid to late game is when you can set up a lot of objectives with the saplings. You have a hyper carry enabled by Yuumi. Now, Cassante, another example of a champion that really benefits from having both the heal and the mobility that Yuumi provides, and rounding it out with an Azir, while not very entertaining, and a bit of a risk considering the Akali is still open. Even if the Akali doesn't get locked in, does mean that there's a lane that doesn't have as much setup with the Elise, as well as some lack of prio, especially early on. So maybe then an opportunity for Fate to try and keep a little bit better track of where Sylvie goes.
This feels very obvious.
Yeah.
Right? It goes with the comp. I mean, they are kind of all in on this comp, and it has been an issue in past metas, but I don't know. Nowadays, I feel like it can work, and Nongshim, you know, while they haven't necessarily proven themselves just yet, this might be the first game where they do so. DRX certainly could try to essentially neutralize that idea and try to nullify it and just, you know, play safe, scale up, and eventually win the game after 30 minutes. Could definitely be a big win con for them.
And overall, I really like the Nongshim composition. We do have, again, a very strong bot lane that I think starting level 2 can try and take control of that lane, try and keep down Dogdom and Barrel, aided by Sylvie. Sylvie has basically 2 great lanes to play to, both towards the top side. Renekton, self-explanatory. Even though Cassandra is hard to dive, at the very least can apply a lot of pressure, and on the bot side of the map as well. Do you think that the 2v2s and 3v3s, once, for example, Merc threats are done, can be very strong for DRX? So it's not like they have no tools, but they are going to have to showcase some great defensive play here if they don't want to get run over by Nongshim's comp in the early game. Because if they snowball with champions like Akali, Renekton, Elise, and that Lucian, then the game becomes very hard to play.
This says League of Legends, deliciously. Nongshim Red Force. Feels like the next motto for the for the Nongshim team. I like it. It also said, you know, the year of the Black Rabbit, also maybe the year of the spicy Nongshim. What do you think, Chronicler? Do you think it's the year of spicy Nongshim?
I love challengers, Feldes, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to
Okay.
make any grand statements as to how successful they're going to be. They're in the LCK, they're developing, and that's what matters.
They definitely are. And we have talked about these comps at length. They are pretty obvious and straight in your face. Let's see what happens here as we jump into the Rift for game number 1. Here we go. Match 15. After this match, Chronicler, we are already 1/6 of the way through the LCK.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's very quick.
One
Didn't know that.
1/6.
Yeah, but still,
It does feel
to
pretty
me
quick,
that
though.
feels like
Yeah.
a lot. It's not.
It's like it's exactly halfway through the second week,
Yeah.
which makes sense, you know.
Although
9 weeks in the
it
regular
is,
season.
it is a little bit longer now, no? Because we also have the regular season at least. We also have the
Yeah.
extra playoff matches, and we're also doing double playoffs because we're also doing the entirety of the Challenger playoff. So
Nice.
that'll be fun.
It's a lot of League of Legends. I think we are going to be learning a lot as this comes along. Like the pressure already from Duck Dom and Barrel. This is what you would love to do before Lucian Nami hit level 2.
Also, Dogdom going for the Doran's Blade here. So him and Barrel already trying to get a lot of early fighting done, get a lot of skirmishing done before, as pointed out previously, Peter and Vital are indeed going to be very, very strong in this lane. I've seen that the Yuumi and Zeri lanes can definitely take control. As we can see here, early prio already achieved. And won't be until the first back that I think Nongshim is going to have a little bit of an easier time. And then obviously the level 6 spikes, the Gale Force, that's where Nongshim gets a lot more say. But even then, if Dogdom and Barrel can stay even in terms of experience, they should still be fine as well, as early level 2 hit. And very good start here. And
Yeah.
feel great for the DRX bot lane.
Take a look at Krako's pathing as well. There's the bottom side of his jungle. And guess what? He's looking for as much priority around his bottom lane as possible. He's going to put a ward in. He's going to put a sapling in. He's going to put his body right in front of Sylvie, who's going to get a massive chunk off. I'm not sure if he can actually get the kill here, as Krako maybe thought he could heal off of that auto. Not quite the case. The flash comes in as now the Twisted Advance. Sylvie is going to pick up first blood, as Krako did not respect the damage out of level 3 Elise with the red buff. He's going for the double. The Fiesta will come in and steal it, but that's totally fine as Nongshim take 2 kills early.
An absolute disaster there for DRX, as maybe they tried, maybe they could have found Sylvie in the back there, but not going to be the case. And the initial idea is great, because what you're doing is Dogdom and Barrel have the prio, want to try and keep pressure on the lane so they can get early tempo, can get it back in before Vital and Peter can. And then Kroko goes in, places a ward, places a sapling to safeguard his bot lane, but then crucially walks into unwarded territory against an Elise. And can't do that. Also know that the bottom cams are up, so you know Sylvie can be in this area, and this is a level 3 Elise with red buff. You are not going to win that, unfortunately, as Maokai and Sylvie, as we can see here. They don't have to be afraid of this mid-jungle 2v2 this early on. Fiesta with a timely flash as well, just making sure that they get the 2 kills. And very, very tough for DRX in a match in particular where we were expecting, again, bigger things from Krakow and Fate. If this happens against Chovy and Peanut and Showmaker and Canyon, you can still kind of say, okay, it's fine, it can happen. But against Nongshim,
yeah,
that's not quite the same.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvie, pretty interesting the path that he took as well. Kind of just cleared 2 camps and then was immediately going into the river. Was not going to clear more. He picked up level 3. He's like, okay, now I'm getting out on the map already. So
he's full build. Yeah, he's level 3. He has red buff.
Yeah, for him, he's like, okay, I'm ready to go. And everything was fine for Kroko until he face-checked that brush, but maybe just absolutely did not expect him to be there. Unfortunately, perhaps he should have. And yeah, that's essentially what led to it, just the face check. So now 800 gold ahead, as Rascal's trying to hold the lane here, should be successful, as he is Cassante and he can do whatever he wants. Question is, can they dive the Cassante before level 6? As Sylvie is hanging around the top side of the map already.
Might be looking towards that, and the DRX composition obviously still has a lot going on in terms of mid to late stage of the game, but kills going over specifically to Fiesta I think are really, really bad news, because it is somewhat tough unless Kroko is very ready to try and jump and lock down this Akali to really keep her out of your backline. Yuumi with exhaust can help a little bit, but I do think there's quite some space for Fiesta in terms of actually getting a lot of pressure down when it gets to these mid to late game team fights. And for DRX, actually getting through the mid game was going to be the hardest part, let alone if you already fell this far behind very early on in the game, because now you can't really contest anymore, right? You see, with Elise and Akali both this fed already, you're not going to contest any of the early Drakes, and an early Drake can buy you so much time, can allow you to get you to some of the later spikes that you're really looking to hit on champions like the Azir and the Zeri. And now, as they should, Nongshim playing by the book, just getting prio in the bot side of the map, getting themselves on vision even the first Drake, because they know there's nothing that DRX can do.
Yeah, it's free. It will be a free Mountain Drake that does go over to Nongshim. Sylvie will be able to clear out the ward as well, as not sure about taking this fight, but they really wanted to protect that Tri-Brush and try to survive against the Elise, essentially. Might drag Kroko down towards the bottom side of the map, just once again bringing more pressure on in here, as will he even get here on time. Sylvie will miss the cocoon, but again, just the pressure, very annoying for Duckdom and Beryl to have to deal with. But that's exactly what Nongshim had to do. You know, you were making a great point, like, they were already going to be strong in the mid-game, but they're essentially playing to the win condition, which is to be very aggressive and to get early leads. So it's good to see that they are doing just that.
As do have some fighting over the vision in the brush here. Do note that there is a lot of combat summoners still available here for Duckdom and Beryl, so I do think that Nongshim needs to not go in too hard. Also have an earlier roam here from Fate. He's at least hovering towards the jungle, but looks like Nongshim really willing to go in too hard. As I say that, that is a cleanse gone from Vital. When you have Maokai, that's going to maybe make the upcoming Herald fight a little bit easier. DRX can try and leverage that, get themselves back into this early game.
Yeah, exhaust was used by Beryl, and Vital just says, well, I'm taking a little bit too much heat here, so let's trade the summoners and just try to back away. Did take a big chunk from it, but yeah, you see what happens, especially once the Elise, you know, is given a couple of kills. She can put on so much pressure, so Kroko has to stand there. Essentially turns into a 3v3 in the bottom side, but let's see who wants to go in for this one, as Fiesta just kind of laughs at Fate, as that one totally sails wide. Kind of interesting to go for that one against an Akali who has Flash.
Makes sense considering that DRX, I think, already kind of caught off guard. We talked about going into this match about the pressure that is on these players. And I really think you see it in these moments as, oh, Rascal, I don't know about that one.
Well, he is Cassante. He is going to be forced to flash away from the Cocoon, as it is Renekton and Elise after all. And Sylvie and Dindin have decided, they have declared that this is their objective. And DRX will respect that. DRX might just have to turtle up here, especially after, you know, it was just a couple of kills, but it's a very crucial set of 2 very early couple of kills here to the side of Nongshim, and DRX are not going to have very much priority to do much on the map at all.
It really is, because often, oh no.
Yeah, okay, he is going to flash away, as Elise can just do this. Just going to go up into the air. SBS is like, wait, why are you still here? You don't have flash. As he goes under the turret, and actually, Fate is going to survive. Fiesta kind of missing some stuff. As now the sapling, is he good enough? No, over the wall he goes! And Croco does not follow. Oh, there's another sapling there. No, he's fine. Croco's like, wait, how did you get out of here? Just to collie things.
Mode game coming on strong from the Nongshim laner. And yeah, that was definitely a very nice escape after what was initially looking like a great dive, then turned into a not so great dive. And the one benefactor from all these shenanigans has been the bot lane. Doctum and Barrow are still in a pretty decent game state, and I think that is why this game, even though it's looking pretty lopsided for Nongshim thus far, still is very much within DRX's grasp. We haven't really reached the point yet where they have no say in the game, and moments like this help a lot, because this is a lot of offensive cooldowns now gone, as, yeah, the fact that Fate goes back here and then barely stays alive after he's able to dodge the second R there, as this is Croco's like, yeah, okay, I got my burn, you know, I got my red buff auto and a sapling. No.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate there. Those are the type of kills that can maybe equalize that gold lead a little bit. Do start to see the Merc threats come through now as expected. Very strong into really the entire top side of Nongshim. So I'm gonna at the very least see those from Croco. Would not be surprised if Rascal goes for them as well.
As doing a good job there. Fate does not have flash, but he is Azir. Croco nearby. Doesn't look like Fiesta's going to go in there. This bottom lane still very aggressively trading back and forth. As we do have this Infernal Drake coming up now in 10 seconds. Looks like they're going to try to use this Rift Herald. Let's see if they stick around to try to give some of this gold over to Fiesta. Looks like that will be the play. Could have tried to wait a little bit and then just use that to try to get a little bit more priority on the Drake, but might still be able to do so anyway, as in goes Fate this time, and no escape now for Fiesta, but he's got an ultimate. He'll trade it with Fate at this time.
Do note that DRX can't actually hard contest this Drake because they are down a member and Rascal just TP'd the top lane. So everything that DRX is doing right now is mainly to stall. They had a lot of saplings set up, it had a lot of vision. So in their ideal situation, they're delaying this Drake for as much as they can, giving the opportunity to Rascal to pump some gold back into his pockets, try to get as much out of the cross map as possible, and worked out okay, as it is another Cloud is Doctum.
Here we go, ults are popped and Vital's in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna have to flash away, but you cannot get away from the Zeri and the Yuumi, as Doctum just flashes right back on top of him. Seems like the Nongshim bottom lane getting very out of position.
Very nicely done there. Really important moment here. Getting gold on their most important carry, Barrow and Doctum. Showing off the impact that we know Yuumi and Zeri can have, even though generally it has been denied to us. And would be interesting to see the replay there, because Vital, especially with Guild Force, at that point, a given point in time, should be very, very strong. I'm pretty sure he had it finished when that happened, as Rascal
the knockback. Oh no, is it a solo kill between these two? Dindin did have the dominance to survive quite a long time, and he should be okay. A little bit of emoting in the face of our solo kill king from Split's past. Dindin will not go down today, or right now.
Gotta love Nongshim. But while all of this has been happening, DRX have actually clawed their way back into a gold lead. And it is the kill on bot side, combined with the plays that Rascal was able to pick up on the top side, that have turned it back in favor, as it's just a straight up 2v2 here really, Dogdom and Barrel clearly showing that they feel like they are much stronger, and clearly was the case. You see with Croco also coming over.
Okay, trying to trade one back here. The Cocoon was pretty close, actually, but the wave not even there. Not going to go for a dive just yet. And Croco, once again, he's coming to play a little bit of bodyguard. Their bottom lane seems to be just fine at this moment in time, but will always help in the 3v3 situation. And he's not going to sweep that one ward, actually. Kind of unfortunate for Croco, because they know exactly where he is. Okay, they're just going to throw out another Cocoon as the flash comes in, and they did not respect Croco, even though they saw him. Vital gets really, really low, and Sylvie considers trying to go in for that one. He's got a ward to hop to behind him, as now Fate also on the same ward. They can see all of this. Can Nongshim. And it looks like now they will learn their lesson and maybe just back away.
Much ado about nothing there. Meanwhile, top lane, no one is invited to the party. They don't get to play the game. They are still 1v1ing. As overall, no one actually ends up dying due to DRX, again, being on vision. And I don't think Nongshim quite wanted to play it that close, as we are just standing on wards for what feels like a minute now. It's going to keep it going. And we do see some of the issues that Nongshim are having with actually maintaining and trying to enlarge in this gold lead. Mainly due to the bot lane, really, for DRX. And I think some nicely well-measured, slow-paced attempts to retake this game, as here we go.
Yeah, Dundon's like, guys, we should be fighting this one, or not Dundon, rather Fiesta. He is going to teleport in. That's the smite to Sylvie as the fight is going in, and Fiesta's getting in that backline. He's got a Croc with him, and this is just so much backline dive that DRX cannot get away from, and Fiesta is just hitting every single skill shot, as now it's only Fate and a Cat, and they are not going to be feeling too happy about their situation. 3 kills to the side of Nongshim.
And DRX, perhaps overconfident over their recent successes, tried to hard force a 5v5 against Elise and Renekton.
And Akali.
And Akali and Lucianami, like the entire comp is just very, very lethal when they are in a situation like this. Like Dundon is level 11, Renekton is incredibly strong at this given point in time, and even on even gold, unless you have a really good setup, you shouldn't want to fight this. It's actually Dundon of all people that sets it up together with Fiesta. The backline dive you see, if you don't get a straight up front to back, fight can be very hard to play out from DRX. Clearly they're caught off guard by the incredible amount of bloodthirstiness that Nongshim is showing here. And there, to me, is still a very likely chance that it ends up being DRX winning this game. But this is not how you want to do it as Croco.
After all this, and this poor tree, man. I mean, this is very unfortunate for Croco this game so far, as he is just kind of being bullied. That's going to be a essentially free kill eventually. Okay, they finally cut down that tree. As Fiesta now on a 3-kill streak. He's got a stopwatch as well that he did not even have to use in the last fight. They already took the first couple of Drakes. They're going to get a Cloud Drake now. They're 1 away from Cloud Soul. As, yes, we can continue looking at the top side, and yes, Rascal is doing a decent job even down a level. At the end of the day, what does it matter? As, okay, the ult's going to come in. The Dominus will be popped, and then going in on this one as Rascal doesn't seem to be scared off, but he is going to miss that ability and just say, okay, enough with that. As, okay, we've got Duckdom and Beryl up here, maybe trying to support the push, but they're losing everywhere else.
Hopefully for DRX, they can get themselves an inner here for their troubles. At least try and get a mildly favorable trade, but still you're setting up soul points. Looks like they're not even going to be able to get the turrets. Nongshim are still defending. They get themselves the soul point. They've been winning the fights, and overall, team looks really good. And then on the flip side, DRX, Croco in particular, just all over the place.
Okay, well, they're really going to commit to taking down this turret. Just sticking 3 people up there still. Maybe we'll take it out. Fiesta's just solo farming, by the way. Getting a nice amount of experience and gold to himself to just get even further ahead. The Elise has done her job. And Lucian has Gale Force, and actually already 2 completed items at this point in time. As the crown here for Fate is an interesting choice. It's very good into a lot of dive, but Lucian can proc that very easily. We'll see how much value he can get out of that one.
As it's a really nice flank from Fiesta here that really solidifies that Croco is never ever going to be able to get away. Can imagine you feel rather safe there. Doesn't feel still available as Dogdom.
Yeah, I think he's beginning to realize, like, oh wait, yes, we did dominate the lane, but I'm still Zeri Yuumi against Lucian Nami, and Lucian has 2 items. So it's the mid game, I think, now, unless you've got a really good opener. You're probably just going to have to let Vital control the mid lane, and that's not good news for DRX.
Can't fight for mid prio, and for Nongshim, the benefit for them is that I do think this composition kind of plays itself. Just try to force fights as much as you can. And with how far behind Croco is, really the only target that isn't suitable is Rascal. Rascal's the only one that probably, if you focus him and you try to take him down, that's not going to work. But if you hit any one of Croco, Fate, Dogdom, you can take them down. So far ahead of the curve are all their carries on the top side of the map. And yeah, Vital wasn't in the best of spots, but he's still, as you pointed out, already 2 items, as his boots finished as well. And DRX.
Well, they might take out the Renekton. It looks like they will, as even Exhaust is going to be used. And by the way, there were 3 people bot, so it's 20 minutes into the game. Let's just do the Baron. And with the amount of damage they have, and with Vital here, looks like they might be able to, but they're kind of chickening out. You know, 3 people still here. Rascal is going to teleport to the top side, so very early on, I think maybe they could have forced that and gone for a turn, but instead they'll just play it safe.
Not wanting to risk a flip and lose the game there, even with 3 people being sent bot side and Dundun unfortunately getting taken down. And we do see Nongshim, even though they are playing way more proactive, still not wanting to throw away the game. I think this is the biggest lead that they've had thus far that they've been able to actually...
okay, well, they're just going to run it back with 2 people. As now, guess what? Casante's gone. They have double teleport. They're going to get 5 people here, and now it's only against 2. Still, it's very early on. Can they actually get enough damage into this as the Twisted Advance is coming in here? Maokai Ultimate will be popped, and Fiesta just trying to zone them away. Already down to 4,000 health as the vision is coming in. And the zap over the wall, the smite should be good, and there it is. It will go the way, but can they get away from this Zeri Yuumi is really the question. As Nongshim, they take down the huge objective. It looks like they're only going to lose Dundun. So it actually turns out to be pretty nice.
Huge win here for Nongshim. If at first you don't succeed, they try again, and this time around, DRX not quite ready. Dogdom and Barrel both on the bottom side of the map. No way to quickly get to this objective, and as a result, should be able to now turn this into a bigger lead as...
Okay. He's going in for this one, as yeah, you forgot your cat. Dogdom is going to come back and pick her up before Yuumi almost got left behind. That was a little bit scary. Fiesta is just incredibly strong at this point in time.
And it is really Fiesta's effort as well to make sure that Fate and Croco are unable to get here, combined with Peter using a lot, as I love that flash from him.
Yeah.
Right? Because if he doesn't flash, and Croco is able to flash over the short of the Baron pit, and they get it, I think the game might immediately be over, because I don't think Nongshim can really permit themselves a lot of mistakes. They would have maybe 1-2 more shots, but losing a Baron at that point can be potentially back-breaking. Instead, there's no way for Croco to get even near the pit. They get the objective, and now, Soul's on the cards.
Rasco's doing a good job of checking the flank. He knows the potential they do not see in Akali.
Fiesta.
The thing is it's really difficult to get away from this dive, and DRX still, they need a little bit more time for their Azir and Zeri to really get online.
They know.
Yeah, they know. Rascal was doing a good job, and okay, looks like Nongshim might just give them a free Cloud Drake, which is an interesting choice. I don't think they necessarily had to, but with the Baron, maybe they just want to get more value out of push.
I actually am completely okay with this. A single Cloud Drake doesn't matter at all. And one of the big points of criticism we have for Nongshim was, and any challenger team really, was when they get Baron, they don't do a lot with it, right? They're barely able to actually turn it into anything meaningful. And if this is an Infernal Soul, a Mountain Soul, a Hextech Soul, you fight to the death. But with a Cloud, even if it doesn't end up to you getting the Cloud Soul, I don't think it matters that much. Accelerating your gold lead further, opening up the map even more, and making it harder for DRX to actually get out of this turtling position, I think is very valuable. And overall, very impressed with what Nongshim have been showing here thus far, Valdez.
I just feel like they're at a point in the game where they're strongest, right? So I feel like they could have potentially pushed that issue and, you know, said to DRX, if you really don't want to let us have the Cloud Soul, we could have challenged you here. And I think they had a really good chance of taking the fight, but it feels like the safer play, but also could be a little bit risky if they give enough time over to DRX to scale up a little bit more.
Oh, they don't know. But we do.
What don't they know, Chronicler?
Well, he was there, okay? He was
There's
waiting.
no Croc in the bush. Okay. They had vision of Sylvie. Looks like they might be able to take down Nongshim's unfortunate jungler who got left behind by the team. That is Krako's flash gone. There are no objectives at this point.
Nice pick. Going to not mean too much in terms of getting any objective, as both Baron and the Drake are down, but does mean that this objective opens up. The turret rather opens up.
The turtle.
The turtle!
Turtle's wide open.
Well, no, they're not turtling anymore. So what happens? Are they a different animal now? If you stop turtling?
I think they just come out of their shell.
Or are they,
they're like
they're still a turtle.
A snapping turtle. They're gonna take big chunks out of your
now they're biting
out of your base, yeah. They're biting you. They're out of the shell. That's what they do.
I can see it.
A turtle that turtles is one that is in the shell, but is a turtle that is out of the shell not turtling?
No, of course.
But it's also a turtle.
Yeah.
It's still a turtle.
So it's being a turtle, but I don't think it's turtling.
Isn't turtling just being a turtle, though? Isn't that like one and the same?
Maybe technically, but in my heart, they feel different, Valdez.
Is the turtling verb specifically for turtles that are in a defensive stance inside their shell?
Well,
someone look that up for us.
If we, to us gamers, it is. I personally am not very well acquainted with biology, so I can't make any big comment on it, unfortunately.
Okay.
I've never watched a documentary on turtles that goes into this either. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, we definitely need a
turtle expert.
Atlas would know. I don't know why. I just feel like he would. Cullen comes out here. Duckdom's going to have to get over the wall again. As you see DRX with no objectives on the map. They're just trying to farm. Trying to get as much gold as possible into this Zeri. I say that, and Krako says, well, I'm just going to take this one. Yeah, looks like we might have a little bit of time here.
We are fighting for mid lane priority, as vision on both sides has somewhat stifled. A little bit more for Nongshim still in the top half of the map. Baron, of course, coming up in 20 seconds. But DRX, even though, again, their early to mid game I think was quite rough, have now gone to a point where you have McHills for Barrel. Gives a lot more safety to Duckdom, who of course was not running cleanse. So they're going for the heal. We've seen Barrier as well into this specific matchup to try and stay alive. But almost the quick blade's done for Duckdom. Really the only one that is still very, very far behind the curve is Krako. And with his build, his saplings are also not going to be nearly as relevant in terms of damage, but will still provide control, will still slow the enemy down and give a lot of scouting information.
Uh-oh, Duckdom in a little bit of trouble as Vital does push forward. Krako is nearby, but so is Sylvie. This has turned into a just straight up 3v3 in the mid lane. Side lane match. Seems like Rascal's just fine, obviously, to match the Renekton. That other lane, though, with Fiesta being as fed as he is, I wonder if he can, if Fate can last a long time in that lane without getting dove and killed. As here we go once again. The culling here is huge zoning value. I mean, look at the amount of damage it does. Just straight up, as now we've got teleports coming in. As both teams, it seems like now they want to go for the challenge on this Cloud Drake.
Ooh, and now as Nongshim, with Dundan still having teleport available, you can both play very aggressively here. Try to put some pressure on Baron, and if they turn, you can use your TP advantage. Might not be the case instead. Looks like Nongshim this time around do want to go for that Drake.
Sylvie.
Ooh, yeah.
Massive amount of poke damage. And now we got teleports coming in, so Nongshim, again, they're just going to give away a Cloud Drake. This is why, I mean, you gave away the one, you got a lot of gold on the map. That was okay. That was like a fine trade, but now, you know, bit by bit, there's a lot of time that's just kind of being given over to DRX. Let's see if Nongshim can threaten a Baron or threaten anything on this map right now.
Yeah, clearly gonna go for that. We already have Fiesta setting up a possible flank angle. There's still one ward remaining, and Nongshim gonna try and go for it here.
Yeah, Fiesta's gonna have a pretty nice angle here. He is not on vision at all, hasn't correctly identified where it is, but he's gonna get rooted as that is a massive tidal wave as Krako just gonna get bubbled in front of the entire team. As you see Duckdom and Rascal, very awkward spot. They're like, do we hit the Baron? What do we do? As they cannot quite get out, as now the Renekton just going to lead the charge. Fate is desperate to push them away, but will not be able to. As Fate is going to get the one kill. He is actually doing a pretty good job, but not quite enough damage. So Nongshim bait the fight, and they slaughter them at the Baron.
And that was such an awkward position for DRX, where, oh, they're not going to go for the end. Looks like they're going to go for the Baron instead, unfortunately, here for Nongshim. They only have Fiesta's teleport. Wait, he just teleports the bot lane? And okay, that's not great. That's not what you want. There were a couple of calls. You can either go for Baron with everyone, or you can run towards bot with everyone. And it's still, of course, relatively early. I do think they'll be able to get this Baron. If Krako gets this...
Ooh, the damage.
Oh
Here
God.
comes Krako. He's coming in. The slide! He gets it, the perfect timing! Oh, that is so... Could not have been more perfect for Krako to get in there. 0-5, better jungler wins.
Yeah, if Fiesta didn't TP to bot, they would have been fine, because look at the positioning here of the fight for DRX. It's actually really awkward. Duckdom is in no position to do damage because the bottom flank where Kali's coming from isn't very safe, right? So he can't really walk up at the risk of dying, and then they're stuck inside this Baron pit. Rascal tries to go for a flash fade, doesn't quite work out, and then you are trying to 5v5. Nongshim very clearly all on the same page. This is the one specific situation where I expect Nongshim to really have an edge over DRX, because again, this team's played together for a year already, but this is also peak challengers, which is your Fedakali teleported toward the bot lane and then pushed the wave and backed.
The current mental state of DRX fans, as you can see. Yes, but oh, we're still losing.
I don't know if they are.
Yeah, that's really the question. As Krako nearly dies, was it a bait all along? Would have been a great bait, I suppose. Fiesta not able to hit the Shuriken. Vital is still totally fine. He's willing to take this trade against Fate. This is a very broken up fight. Sylvie is just free food to the side of DRX, who are fighting here with the Baron. And Nongshim are like, no, we're just not going to fight it. We're just going to back away. We're just running away from this one. It's now 1v1 Rascal just trying to stop the back here of Fiesta as the team is pushing in. I don't think that Rascal can actually win this fight, although we do have the shield coming in. And that is a very tanky Cassante, but it's not going to matter too much, as this will be inhibitor to the side of DRX. It's now TP. They are going to commit to this, but Vital and Fiesta will be here. And that TP, I don't think is going to help them all that much. Here comes Fiesta, still on the chase. He's got that Proto Belt. He's getting in their face, and that is going to be another kill as the Azir goes down. This one has really gotten pretty messy, down and dirty in this game.
Gotten.
But, I mean, Fiesta is still chasing them. Okay. No, he's still chasing them. Thought he had given up. We're going to a replay, so we're not going to know what happens. Take it away, Chronicle.
Thanks, Valdez. That's nice. As
no problem.
we have gonna have 2 missed shurikens here, and that's the only reason that this is even remotely close. Because I do think that if Nongshim can get a messy fight like this with fights from multiple angles, they can actually be completely fine. If not for Sylvie getting immediately deleted. There again, Fiesta, he hits that. They immediately get the kill. But unfortunately, we have this 1v1 that didn't need to be taken at all. Rascal didn't have to chase that, and going into the Fed Akali.
Himself,
yeah,
know?
But this is a really Fed Akali.
He's like, this game is really fun. I'm gonna make it fun.
And if you push with the rest of your team, then you're probably fine.
Hashtag solo queue vibes.
It really is. It really...
No, that's what Rascal said before he won.
Oh, they typed it in the chat?
Yeah, and then he just took a 1v1 versus the Fed Akali for no reason. I mean, he was closer than I thought he was going to be. It still wasn't that close, but, you know, a little bit closer than I thought he was going to be. Fiesta is legendary. He's 8-0. And his flanks have also been legendary. I mean, he's just always on the flank. This is the most annoying Akali I've seen in a while. And I don't think they know where he is.
They don't.
He's on the Raptors. Like, I didn't even know where he was. This damage is coming in, and here comes Fiesta. As over the wall, the Cocoon comes in. Fiesta goes in, and the Wombo combo is massive. But Duck Tom gets over the wall. He will escape for now. Peter's getting low. Dundon's going to be taken out. And this time, Rascal's got some help from his friends. As DRX should be able to finally take out this guy. And Krako's going to eat up the entire shutdown. And the Dragon will go the side of DRX.
And that was an attempt from Nongshim. That turn initially looked beautiful. And if they kill Dokdom there, they 100% win the fight. But as it turns out, they don't. And now, DRX might win. And I need to figure out who I vote for POG for. And I don't know. I have no idea. It's a tough eval.
Okay, well, he does have Flash, thankfully, so he's going to survive after whatever that was. A nice engage from Rascal.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they've got this minion wave. I think DRX might just have enough. Vital is going to put up a fight as Sylvie's trying to go forward. He's got a lot of damage, but look at this. Duck Dom, they're just targeting the Nexus. DRX have done it in 35.5 minutes. They were given many opportunities to come back in that one.
Many.
And it was only on the 7 trillionth one that they actually made it happen, Chronicler.
Win's a win, Valdez.
Win's a win. Clean 1-0, nothing to see here.
Is a win for DRX, but this is about the worst way that you can get there. And this is a very important win nonetheless. And we obviously are going to look at everything that DRX was unable to do, their early game shenanigans, them getting kind of back into the game, and then losing again, that Herald fight. Them then getting back after a steal from Kroko amidst a pretty horrible game, and then finding a team fight that wasn't actually them finding one, but Nongshim, there were too many layers to this.
Nongshim are still in challengers, I'm convinced, after this game.
Yeah.
This game, I'm like, oh, they're still a challenger team.
Yeah.
Because you and I and the other casters, they've been casting challengers now for 2 weeks. This is what the games look like. This is what the games look like. As they had many opportunities as well to be much cleaner and end the game, force fights, look for the ends, look for the wins, but they did not do so. Fate ended up doing the most damage in the game.
In their case, though, for Nongshim, this is fine. Right? They made some very obvious mistakes. The Akali teleport, definitely the one that's really going to haunt them. But they had an early game comp. I think they played it out, all things considered, the early game pretty nicely. And where DRX should have had the edge, they had, but only in the very end.
They finally got there. They finally scaled up and were able to take the game. Clean 1-0, nothing to see here for DRX. But guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be back.
우리 근데 라클은 할만해서 상대가
알았어.
루시안필 빠졌나?
얘네 라클 별로 안 좋아.
어.
그냥 크한테가 앞에 문 밀어주면은 할만할 것 같은데? 오케이 라카 골드 있어.
아파.
이거 아지르 힐한 번만.
나도 그냥
앞에
오른쪽으로
상처.
퍼질게. 이거 그냥 스킬 한쪽 빼줘.
나 P 30.
나 텔도 있긴 함. 이거 맞아줘.
내가 맞을게.
루시안.
할만할 듯?
루시안 볼게. 루시안.
예, 프리스만 해. 앞에부터 칠게 그냥.
타워. 슬로우 걸렸고.
야, 타워 쳐봐.
얘들아 타워 쳐봐.
타워.
루시안을 잡고 싶은데.
앨리스. 좋았다.
나이스.
쏘리. 네. 똑같이 해주시면 네. 예. 하나, 둘, 셋, 출발. 자, 한 번 다시 할게요.
좀 천천히 그래도.
아니야, 그냥 뛰셔도 돼요. 제가 따라갈게요.
알고 있습니다. 브리온.
다시 할게요. LCK
그냥 팅팅해서 얘가 눈을 감을 수밖에 없어 순간.
잘할 거야. 잘할 거야.
아 죄송해요.
이거 잘할 거야 하면은 다 까먹는다니까 이게 지금. 말이 안 돼 지금. 잘할 거야.
네 아니요.
꽤 좋은 아나운서가 될 거야. 꽤 괜찮은 LCK 아나운서. 저랑 함께 가시죠.
너네랑 우리는 노는 물이 달라. 이 분석 데스크 최대 주주는 바로 나 육수빈이라고.
네. 알겠습니다.
바로 나 육수빈이라고. 아 제발로 태어났어야 됐는데.
방송 시작하겠습니다. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 우리 초심 변치 맙시다. 우리 페어 플레이. 우리
씨 묻는 거.
사하고 있어. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 아니 이거 표정 너무 어렵다. 잠깐만요. 근데 표정을 어떻게 해야 될지.
얼굴 붉어지고 있다.
저도 힘들. 파이팅 할게요. 파이팅. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리.
오래오래 기억에 남을 것
앞으로
같아요.
자주 볼 거예요.
그러니까.
진짜 싸는 게 아니야.
시겠다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we have an ever-long quest of finding the greatest League of Legends. And after this game, I hazard to say that we have not quite reached the end of our journey yet.
No, we have not. This was a very weird game, and we'll talk about the draft first, I guess, here. The K'Sante pick, I think, really hurt DRX quite a lot because it wasn't able to side lane or accomplish anything in the mid game where Nongshim had a pretty large lead. I don't think they utilized it as well as they should have, but still, the K'Sante pick not allowing them to side lane here. There's a Fed Akali, meaning Azir can't side lane. It felt pretty doomed at the outset because the Zeri just needs time. It's not going to happen, right? The 1-3-1 on the enemy side is much stronger. But then we had some choices that were made, some team fights that were poor, and some Baron attempts that were unwise,
And then some not winning the game that also happened. Quite a few things occurred that game. Let's go into the first one that we thought was overly notable, and this was a botched team fight from DRX. Now, before this, there was that great early game, Sylvie managing to pick up a couple of kills to start off Nongshim at the right foot, but then DRX found their way back in, and then they did this.
You're already behind, like you said, in this game. You have no Maokai ult, you have no Zeri Yumi ults here, and this fight is just, it's unreasonable to expect to take this. You and I were watching this fight going, what are you guys doing? Your comp isn't spiking right now, and if you have all of those ultimates and you're in the right position, maybe you can win that fight. But you're actually now choosing to take a fight you shouldn't be taking, and you're furthering your opponent's lead.
They had no Nature's Grasp, they had no final chapter, and they decided to go into it. It was a very baffling thing. And from that point on, we're like, oh wow, okay, Nongshim, their macro hasn't been that fantastic, but in these two moments, these two distinct points, they were far better as far as their coordination and, you know, Sylvie having that control over the battlefield. This should just be a Nongshim game, but Wolf wasn't to be.
Let's talk about how they barely win the exchange previous to the Baron, and then the Baron itself, like the takes here we see from Nongshim, a little bit greedy, a little bit sloppy here in terms of how they're trying to set them up. Some heroic plays to win this fight, but then the health bars are too low, right? And we have this stick around and force without regenning here because they're so desperate that they're losing control of the game. As this fight, again, very messy here for DRX. Fate, until later on in the next big fight, doesn't really do a whole lot this game, unfortunately, but the
at this point, the game's over, Wolf.
Yeah.
It's over. It should be over.
This is the part where you stick around because you're desperate that you're losing control of this game. You need to finish the game fast. Darius starting to get online. Fate's starting to come online. You had the best fight you're ever going to have. You stick around on this. Peter almost dies, walks away, and then Krako says, let me just come take that. Flash steal.
Yeah.
The game actually, at this moment, becomes unwinnable for Nongshim.
It was. And honestly, the amount of mental damage is ludicrously high. Let me bring this one up onto your screen. There we go. That sort of encapsulates the last couple of moments. If you can have a look at the television behind us, we have the gift that keeps on giving, which is G-Sun's ability to make barbecue images of Barons. That was another flip that wasn't necessarily a flip. It was a one fight and then a decision to take a Baron instead of killing a Nexus.
Yeah, they could have just backed, regrouped, and pushed. Or backed, regrouped, and started Baron again, but instead they just decided to try to greedily take Baron with no health bars. And if they get it, the game is probably theirs, right? They then take that empowered recall and push to end the game, but why risk it? You're also not in a position to see, you don't have any way to block this Maokai out at all, you know, like it's just extremely risky.
It is extremely challenger, is what it is. Let's have a look at the POG and see who picks it up. I think it might be Krako, and it will be. That's his first POG of the season. Of course, DRX haven't exactly had the greatest time so far here in the LCK.
Baron steals?
Victory here.
1.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we should call that a game steal instead of a Baron steal. What do you reckon?
Yeah, in this case, I give it to him. One of the things about this game that really stood out to me is both of these teams played with a lack of confidence outside of, I think, Sylvie and Fiesta in the early game. And Fiesta, to be honest, took his lead and he played very well. This game was not his mistake. This was not his error. But a lack of confidence in some of the players on the side of DRX who've been around long enough. This is not a challenger squad, right? This is a squad that's being led by barrel shot calling. And the timidness we saw was a little bit concerning here after DRX's 0-2 start in the season. So I want to see cleaner gameplay here. They stole this one away, but yeah, it's hard to vote with a game like this.
3 out of 11, and that actually gets you a POG. That's some crazy stuff. Stray vote there for Beryl as well. I mean, honestly, you kind of have to respect all of them because who would know who to vote for after a game like that? And good luck, Wolf, on your voting as we head towards game number 2. Take it away, gentlemen. Oh.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. As I don't think I've ever seen a 1-in-5 jungler who lost the entire early game take the POG, but I see where you're coming from because he did steal the Baron.
To me, the main thing that is clear is that Wolf and Atlas have not watched enough challengers yet. They're still getting thrown off by games like this. Gotta crank up those numbers, guys. Eventually, you'll stop feeling anything but a vague sense of joy as everything falls apart.
Nongshim choose red, so we will have same sides here. Nongshim pretty happy with the way things turned out. I mean, honestly, we, obviously during the break, we went back, we took a little break, we got, some refreshments, whatever. But we passed the Nongshim booth twice. They were in the booth the entire time. There was so much to talk about from that first game that they didn't leave. I mean, I'm sure they left, shortly before the game started and they took a little break, but man, there was just so many things that could have been done better, I think, in that game for Nongshim, but I think you still have to feel good about the way it started, the way that your draft panned out. A lot of things went right. Maybe just as many or maybe even more than the amount of things that went wrong.
The more we see of Nongshim, the more I'm feeling like this is actually a team that in the future can be quite strong. The only problem is right now they're just not. They can't actually win. That is a problem.
They don't know how.
But they're like 75% of the way there. They're actually taking great proactive steps. I do think that this is the type of team that near the end of spring or maybe during summer, I'd expect them to overtake, for example, Brion, who clearly are playing the same style, are a lot more reserved, waiting, looking for opportunities. Nongshim, they're creating their own opportunities. Unfortunately, they're also very good at throwing away the opportunities that they earned, but
the challenger's curse.
Yeah, hopefully, as we get deeper and deeper into the split, that will be less of an issue. And I really want to highlight how well Fiesta has been doing, because when talking about this team in Challengers, it was always about Sylvie and Vital. And then when Jiwoo came in, actually did an admirable job, him as well. But Fiesta has really performed so much better than I was expecting of him, being a legitimate threat in that game, as we might just run it back in the drafts here. Wouldn't be too surprised. If they really want to give Croco that Maokai again, because obviously that was one of the biggest problem points in this game, is going to be the case. Blue Tsunami response here does make sense as well, because for Nongshim, unlike some of the other games we've seen, I don't think this was a draft issue.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think their draft was very comprehensive. Every champion was on the same page, and they played to those win conditions. I think you can run it back if you're Nongshim. If you're DRX, I think you could have considered changing it up, but even for them, a lot of the issues that were said by us, said by the guys on the space, was that, they just look timid. They don't look like they're playing to their best ability. There are ways to win with DRX's comp in this situation as well, so maybe we do just get the full run back. Maybe a couple of changes, maybe like new mid laners. I wouldn't mind an Akali ban for DRX either.
That will be my expectation. At least pickup does make a ton of sense here. Just get that again for Sylvie. Did actually have a pretty strong performance on it, barring the team fights, but it is just very hard to play. Late game Elise doesn't quite win every single time. As I do agree with you. Personally, the Akali is the one part that I would definitely change for DRX here. Don't want to give that over again. Fiesta very clearly very adept at it, unless you change your own draft and maybe get something that can try and mitigate a little bit more. But at this point, generally not what you're going to be looking for from your top or mid laner. As so far, no changes in the draft at all.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Every ban, every pick, exactly the same so far, including the Kassadin. So next would be Gnar from Nongshim, if they want to run it back. And I mean, Actually, I do think that our ban is still a good ban. I think it would add a lot to the DRX composition, just more comprehensive team fighting, whereas Cassante may be a little bit more of an individual threat. Let's see what they decide to go for, though. A lot of thought being put into this ban, and it's going to be the Azir instead.
Interesting shift here from Nongshim would possibly mean that they are going to look up to pick up either Sylas or Kali, whichever is open. Here for Fiesta on R4, can also go for a Syndra, which they have hovered. I do think Syndra at least is quite weak in that you really do get mitigated. And that Yone hover gave me the feeling that they could actually be looking to pivot away. As mentioned, even though it works out well, I do think Elise works best with very aggressive AD solo lanes. Yone fits that build. R4 Renekton still makes sense here. We'll be playing into Rascal's Gnar, but no, not going to be the case. Going to be the blind Sylas here. And that is a pick that, in terms of 2v2, at least up until Merc threats are done, is quite strong. A lot of skirmishing power as well, but I think it is punishable in terms of priority. Or you can go for a matchup and pick, or a more skill matchup, go for the Akali, but that isn't really Fate style. So Syndra, Victor make the most sense to me here.
Yeah, feels like a Syndra here. And the Renekton is still available. This is what I was thinking, just take it away. Like, if they're not going to pick the Renekton, you can just play it. It can act as a front line alongside of Maokai. We knew that Cassante was coming, of course. It was just interesting to see so much prio on the blind Sylas, especially when the Renekton worked really well, and I thought Dundun was playing it decently well.
No, I was hoping for Dundun's Gragas. Not because it's good here, because I don't think he should go. We should go for a triple AD top side. It's very bad.
Well, you can't always get what you want.
I know. We'll see it, I'm sure. Plenty of times as... Let's take some stock, because we actually have some pretty substantial changes. Nongshim now... even more short range. Basically going to play out the same way they did last time in terms of trying to get a flank without a Fiesta or Dundun. The one upside for them is that it's actually easier to play the composition into a Syndra than it is into an Azir. Azir can, of course, really be a very big mitigating force, whereas with Syndra you only have to take into account the scatter the weak. Crocodile being ready now does mean that the top side for DRX I think is way stronger than it was previously, and Nongshim last game with very generously donated leads, or, hard won depending on how you look at it, given by DRX, still weren't able to win the game. I think they will have a harder time to get those leads this time around. And when it comes to mid to late game team fights, again, edge would be for DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially with the Syndra, they spike a little bit faster as well. They have the Renekton as well, so you can take some of those mid-game fights that maybe you were looking to avoid with their composition the last time around. As... just a raccoon there. And yeah, very interesting composition. See how DRX, I'm very surprised they were able to get their hands on Renekton after the way the last game went. And the Elise, once again here for Sylvie. We'll see if he can have just as equal of an early game impact as game number 1. As here we go onto the Rift for game 2. Here we go. We're back on the Rift. Same sides.
Still warms my heart to see such a big crowd for a team that got fully promoted out of Challengers. There are no big players in here that have been around for a time and been able to build up a fan case. Yet every single Nongshim game, it feels like the entirety of LoL Park is at the readies.
He missed it.
They don't know.
Uh-oh. I think Vital might just die. It's going to be a very awkward time for him. Like, maybe he could dash and flash out? Anyway, it's going to be a very good trade here for DRX. Fate is spending quite a decent amount of time down here to try to get this one. The exhaust is coming in, the flash, and the ignite will be used to try to get on top of Vital. As here comes Duckdom still going forward, and now Fiesta is here. The flash on in. As Beryl is not going to block it. And that's just going to be the end of Duckdom. First blood goes to the Lucian.
And that was such a big win already. We saw in the previous game that Dogdom and Barrow are actually capable of getting very big early leads into this lane. And you blew Flash, Cleanse and Heal. And then they overextend. Fiesta's level 1, obviously with the Silas, very, very strong. And they just get run over. I am a bit baffled, again, because it feels like for the second game in a row, DRX is giving over these huge leads as Croco might look for an early level 2 gank, or level 3 gank rather here, that we've seen many a times with this Maokai. Does know that his bot lane is going to get shoved in, and this is such a big win, right? Because you get the ward stays alive. Vital is in such deep trouble here already. The minion waves are already rolling in. He's going to miss, if you back off here.
Leave it at that.
More than enough. But they are clearly not accounting for Fiesta also coming over. Fiesta wastes no time, and as a result...
나이스 현서야. 나방.
Dabong, which is kind of like thumbs up. And, okay. Let's see, this is a question I had. No stun is going to land on the Fate, and the Cocoon is going to hit the minion, so at least Sylvie can help his mid laner, I guess. Not the gank they were looking for, as now Fiesta getting pretty low. It's going to be the W will miss, as Fiesta just dashes away. But definitely an awkward spot for him, lane not in a great spot.
Oh my god, Croco's going in again. Already went for the first level 3 gank. However, Sylvie's now here. Don't think they win this. Do know though, Vital obviously due to the timing of that kill has not been able to go back to lane. So in that way, Croco? Well, we do see that Fate's coming. Does a prio.
Yeah.
Sylvie in trouble.
Actually trying to bait it this time, and I think it might work. Sylvie will flash away as Croco pushes him closer to the minions, which he will repel to. And now Sylvie's just going to walk out of that one. I think it's pretty likely he would have gotten away anyway, but Croco unfortunately does burn his flash as well, trying to pick up that kill. Not meant to be, forcing these early fights against Elise.
And as a result, Fiesta is just chilling in mid. Of course, got taken very low, so had to back, then teleported back to his lane, so could not be part of the second Fate roll. Well, the first one, obviously, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, was level 1. Fate won't end up missing too much. Do think that due to him still having his teleport available, he in the end was fine. Fiesta going to be able to, at the very least, or hopefully look for a crash here and then get another back in. Because the tier buy from Fate, not that threatening. Freidos are gone for the first strike, which we have seen more and more, especially in these type of ranged versus melee matchups. But does mean that it's going to take a while for Fate to really become as lethal as we've often seen with the Syndra. We think that moves like the Electrocute, for example, will spike a little bit earlier. Another example that we haven't seen recently, but we saw a lot back in the day, was things, especially in matchups like this, like the Aerie, where you can actually really aggressively harass, but Silas, especially with Q-Max, first strike doesn't care as much as he once did. And overall, again, big early lead here for Nongshim with a composition that definitely does need it, but like the last game as well, and I'd argue with Fiesta looking to be in a similar position as well, the game remains playable up until the end. I don't think this is the type of comp where you guaranteed lose when it gets late, because you do actually have ways to get on top, right? To take down the Yuumi or the Zeri, to single out a target, maybe catch someone inside.
Yeah,
but
you're not dealing with the Azir this time.
Exactly,
so.
yeah. But it'll be a lot harder. And for Nongshim, easy is good. Easy is good.
Yeah, you know, they seemingly had it pretty easy in the first game, and we all know how that one turned out. So,
yeah.
Hopefully they learned a bit. They can kind of go from there and continue doing a good job. They have nice pry on the bottom side. They are going to take the Drake down, especially because Croco, we've seen what happens if he tries to 1v1 the Elise. Ooh, nice little chunk there, but that's onto the Yuumi.
And I wouldn't even mind if Nongshim say that they lose today and are unable to get a win. If they lose here 0-2, or even if they lose the series at all, would go back to some of the dive comps that we've seen in the past. Sandbox was a really good example of this. As I don't think you can go for this contest here.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they're trying. They are trying their hearts out, Chronicler. I mean, Croco is like, no, please do not take this Ocean Drake away from me. I'm sorry, dude, it's not going to happen. They will take the Drake away from me. There it goes.
You're a level down on a pickaxe double longsword Lucian. You can't walk up.
I just wonder what the comms are like, you know? Like, is Beryl calling for them to take the big trade? Is it him, once again, you know, kind of on the loudspeaker, as he has been many times before? Is Croco trying to push the envelope?
And you see as well, both junglers are wasting / spending so much time. Croco there was actually looking to path upwards and then had to go back down just because the threat of Sylvie diving obviously didn't actually happen. Knockdown and Barrow just got zoned off of the wave, and fine play going over to Nongshim, but we do see these top camps have been up for Sylvie for quite a while now. Gonna have to catch up, give his pet some extra treats, as neither top laner has back yet. Really a micro commentary on the current state of top lane, as Dunun's gonna TP back to lane because where else would he go?
It's the current state of the game. The first 8 minutes, the junglers are on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
That's just kind of the way it goes. If you're ganking top, it's almost like you're a hipster. You're like, well, they'll never expect this. Like, this is really out of vogue right now, so why don't I try this? Maybe it'll work. Obviously, some certain matchups may want you to try to push them in a certain direction, but yes, top is definitely not getting as much love as bot is in this very snowbally meta. Makes a lot of sense. As Nongshim, with their release, will take this other early objective as well. Just like game one, just 1 kill fewer for the side of Nongshim as a team.
And do see Vital and Peter also going back. Probably could have done that a little bit earlier, but didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. Dr. and Beryl not going to be there, and with Vital and Peter, it's a little bit safer. But even just Peter roaming up would have probably been enough. They also had vision, I think, of Dogdom and Beryl, so a bit unnecessary there, but isn't even going to cost them a plate, only going to cost them a little bit of CS. And now do see the item lead here, as I love Dundun, man. He's not even winning. He wasn't winning in the last game either, right? Like, his renekton was good, obviously, but
he's just having a good time.
He's just having a good time. Just having a giggle.
He's just enjoying life in the top lane.
You gotta be a special type of person to be a top laner.
What's that supposed to mean?
You can interpret that however you want. Valdez.
I've heard that said about many roles, though. I've heard that said about the jungle. I've heard that said about the AD carry role. I've heard it said about support even.
Okay, maybe
I feel like the lane I hear it the
very
least about is mid.
Okay, that's true.
By the way, I'm a mid laner. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Those are the only normal people. That's what you're getting at, Valdez?
No, that's not what I said. As Culling is going to come out here. He does have a couple of minions, but this is going to be annoying. As a nice dodge from Duckdom. He will have to flash, though. He's taking a ton of damage as the trade will come in. And now the root from Croco might be enough as Peter gets pretty low. And now this is going to be interesting. I think the sustain of the Yuumi will be enough. Sylvie can't quite get the damage in. Although he is getting pretty close, actually, now. Maybe kind of that too early, as in he goes. The Tristan advances enough as it goes under the cocoon. And now Peter is not in a great spot as the Prowling Projectile will force a flash. DRX take a nice trade in the bottom lane at the end of it all.
Oh, bit of a redemption moment for Croco there. Even though he got POG, I'm pretty sure that was not the way he wanted to get POG.
3 out of 11.
Well, not even that. Just the game was not that good for a player that, again, when we go back to Sandbox, it really was about the perfect storm between Croco, Cal, and Prince. But Croco was a big part of it. And here do have Vital attempting, I think in terms of mechanical execution, is the only reason that this is even remotely close. Really, really like what we see. Unfortunately, miss on the bubble there. And then here...
Oh boy, here we go again.
Okay.
Vital has no summoners. He doesn't even have Culling. So, okay, nice little Duke and dive. He's actually able to use the alcove. Alcove gaming.
Actual alcove gaming. Look at that.
It's actually really nice. Now, maybe Croco should have just gone back to lane. I don't know if it would have helped anyway, because Sylvia was there. He just bought time for his jungler to come over.
I would love to find out what the uptime on top camps has been this game. Like, how many times have those camps actually been taken?
Once.
I saw either on Twitter or Reddit that in game 1 between Kwangdong and T1 yesterday, T1 never at any point took their own moves. In the entire game.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're wolves from blue side.
Yeah.
Right, because they were playing blue side in
Yeah.
game 1. Yeah, that makes sense, actually, considering that Owner was he was just sitting in the bottom lane the entire game.
And Chovy wasn't in the game to farm the wolves.
Yeah, true. He is an expert wolf farmer, as we know. And now, Krako's here again. It is a bit of a 4v4. Teleports both being down here. Okay. We'll have the ult coming out here. Krako trying to get on top of this Nami as she will go down, but the damage is huge from Sylvie as he will take down this Zeri. That's a trade he'll take any day. As now Fiesta on the chase here. Krako gonna get rooted by Silas's better Maokai ultimate as Vita will unfortunately go down to the gameplay button. Not much you can do about that. As Syndra is Syndra after all. You can see the trades are pretty nice in favor of Nongshim anyway. Fate getting pretty low. He is very tanky with this Catalyst already. As a lot of missed skill shots. Fate continuing to trade. Projectile comes out, not going to amount to too much, but at least the Drake take was stopped. DRX were actually able to delay this because Sylvie had to come in for the fight.
And turn here on Peter. Really nicely done again by Krako to find the dodge. Does land a crucial bubble though. And unfortunately, Fiesta not quite able to get the chains. If he hits one or two of the chains that we see coming through here on either Fate or Barrel, or earlier on Krako,
or just any of them.
Any of them.
Just one.
They would, well, yeah, they would win a lot harder. Might immediately go for an attempt towards that Drake. The last one he actually didn't want to hit, so that it was good that that one didn't go in.
Hey, guess what, Chronicler? We're back in the bot lane.
Yeah,
no, this is not a replay.
Those top camps are still up, Valdez. They're not going anywhere.
We're here again. Wow. Could have seen this coming. Oh, by the way, it's a 4v4 again. This time, Dindin has TP to the top side. No teleport here for Rascal. So another 4v4 Krako trying to go in for the steal. It is pretty close, but will go the way of Elise. That's okay. Fiesta once again kind of behind the play. That is going to be an ult onto Sylvie, but it's not going to kill anyone. As over the wall goes Vital, and the damage is massive from this culling. It will take down the tree. It will take down the Lightning Lady. And also Fate and the rest of the team is just going to get run down here. 4 kills for the side of Nongshim, plus the cherry on top Hextech Drake.
DRX just can't help themselves. Valdez. This is a second Drake. It's not a soul point.
Must smork.
We're 14 minutes in. Yes, Doc Dum got a very, very nice first item. That's great. Why are we opting into these 4v4s permanently against Lucian, Nami, Silas, and Elise? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, does he even have an item? I guess he probably has one.
No, he had shield at that point. That's why that fight looked even remotely close. But then Peter hits a nice bubble, and...
Yeah, and one item's area is not like the...
No, it's not remotely comparable. Like, it can be fine if you find a good angle. We have seen Zeris pop off in these type of mid-game skirmishes when all of a sudden Zeri appears and your opponent's caught off guard. But this was a very clearly orchestrated, very telegraphed, we are going to 4v4. And the early amount of CC that's available for DRX, the fact that champions like Yuumi and Zeri just aren't really online yet, to me makes it a pretty questionable call. You can try and look, but look at this. This is exactly what happened in game number 1. Again, game is not even remotely over because Nongshim have shown that they have a really tough time in actually closing out wins. But regardless of what happens in this match, for DRX fans, you're looking at this like, oh no, what is going on, guys? And it's the type of disjointedness and I think lack of a clear plan, of a clear identity that is still very much hurting DRX. And they themselves said this might take longer to actually figure out, like, what is our identity, what is our cohesion, and we're seeing it in play right here, Valdez.
Yeah, I think they don't quite get it yet either. And it is still early in spring. I mean, this is their third best of 3. But eventually, You got to stop using that excuse. You know, like, you know how Wolf was talking about yesterday, you know, the Kwangdong, this is just a scrim. That excuse eventually is going to expire. So will this one. You know, eventually it won't be early in spring anymore. So, and it's okay for now, but we'd like to see some progress as here comes Vital. And he is getting in there, but maybe just a little bit too far as, okay. Maybe not the look you were looking for as, well, that was pretty good. Fiesta gonna get a solo kill onto Fate in the bottom lane, at least.
Best part about Fiesta being in this game, that we also have an appropriate way of naming what is happening.
Yeah.
Game is really all over the place. Valdez says, nice sidestep there from Krakow on the bubble, comes out of nowhere, catches Vital off guard, and these are the mid lane dive, I think, just, again, going for it is fine. You get the kill, it's great, but you don't need to. Zoning off is enough. And here, Fiesta catches Fate unaware, and with the position that the Silas is in already, I do think a lot stronger up until the later stages, and even then, if you dodge a scatter, you'll be fine. This is really just a lot going wrong for Vital.
It's all fine until he dashes forward with no vision over the wall.
Yeah, and
it's totally good. Push the Zeri out.
You push the Zeri out, you might take half a chunk of that turret, and if you open up the map, you can start choking out vision. But that's not what happened.
Yeah, that's, yes, we are definitely in Fiesta territory. He is on the map.
He is here.
He does own this map. It is his territory.
He's only died once this entire series, which, considering how crazy it's been, and that was even like at the very end of the last game.
Yeah.
He was basically deathless up until they lost.
He was 8-0, you remember. He was legendary. And then he died and they lost.
So Fiesta is the only one not Fiesta-ing.
Yeah, he just brings the Fiesta. He doesn't live in it as, okay, Dominus versus Dominus. Which Dominus is better? Turns out Renekton has a lot of ways to sustain a little bit better than that Silas.
Let's giggle.
Will win the 1v1.
Remember when I was saying that Fiesta wasn't partaking in the Fiesta? I was wrong. I'm sorry. He is in fact part of it.
It's Bork Dirk Renekton.
Yeah.
He has 0 armor.
Yeah.
Just got bodied in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, it wasn't even... And now Rasko is a Prowler's Claw.
Yeah.
So that's fun for him.
That's the last time Fiesta will take that trade.
Dundun, meanwhile, unbothered, unfazed, laning.
Has he left top lane? I don't think he has. He teleported top that one time.
Dundun leaves top lane when he's needed. He has a sixth sense. All reliable is there exactly when the team.
It's just Cassante bot in the top lane is pushing. Like, he's great. I mean, he's doing really well. Like this bot. I mean, he's gotten a lot of damage done, but he has not done a lot else. That's all I'm trying to say. Duckdom is getting chunked once again. This time, there is no Malkind to threaten. No flash here on Krakow. And that's all good and fine. As okay. Sylvie is trying to take the enemy red buff. Well, he's pretty strong, but he is going to die, as now Fiesta is basically a raid boss still, even after the last fight. He's got a lot of health with that rod, as Duckdom is in so much trouble. The bubble is huge, and down he will go as Dundun throws the cat over the wall. And that's just 4 kills, just like that. DRX thought they could Fiesta with the Fiesta. They were wrong.
They had no idea that Nongshim has been Fiesta-ing for a year.
This is their comfort zone. Why are you putting them in your comfort zone?
They get the kill immediately on Sylvie. They're up a member. I genuinely believe, and we gotta check the replay, that they didn't expect Nongshim to then make the call. We're gonna fight anyway. Watch us care. As this is a very unfortunate scenario where Fiesta doesn't have full stack yet. He's also playing, as you pointed out, into Blade of the Ruined King Renekton. Blade of the Ruined King is one of the best possible items for 1v1s in situations like this, especially because there is actually a lot of health on the side. It says, watch this. Watch what happens here. In no way do DRX think they're actually...
They're like, wait, what?
Here. Right? And you see that they have a teleport as well. Rascal teleports, but it's already too late, Valdez.
Here we go again. Krakow's caught on the wolves. He did not have flash, actually. He was walking towards that wall. I thought maybe he did. Okay, what could go wrong with Nongshim doing Baron. Seems like maybe they're not going to go for it this time. 21, oh, well, I say that. Sylvie is going to start that. And here comes Vital and Peter. He does have a lot of experience tanking this Baron this series.
Hey, and remember when I said Dundun is exactly there when you need to? All reliable. When the team needed him, he was there.
He's right in position, just ready
to go.
Yeah, he's waiting. It looks like, okay.
Give it up. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say, guys. Fiesta just gonna body him under the turret. Yeah, he even flashed away, did Fate, and Fiesta's like, dude, I have flash too. Okay, let's see it. Rascal, he's got Prowler's Claw. That is one dead mermaid. And one tiny step for DRX. One minuscule step. It's Rascal now. He's getting dove into the turret as Fiesta will get his revenge. And he's got a stopwatch to survive as well. Oh, man. 24 kills in this game. 22 minutes. Nongshim doing a very good job of dragging DRX to their level. I won't say down to their level because, to be honest, looks like a very similar skill level in this series, at least.
As you can just notice how incredibly kind of frazzled DRX is. Maybe Croco was thinking that they were already on the Baron at this point, and someone needs to woke up, and there's no one in his team that can really do it, so he's unfortunately the sacrificial lamb. This teleport, though, you gotta be closer. The call to give up the Baron when the game state is this bad is fine.
오케이. 필 채우자 그럼.
But
he said something I didn't understand it, but the audience kind of
This is
like,
actually a very realistic depiction of what happens when a crocodile finds a fish. Unfortunately for Rascal, he will subsequently get punished. And I know the previous game, there was a little bit of throwing happening, but I think that we've done it.
I was about to ask you, Crown, there, you want to play the Challengers game? Which team is going to win from here? Do you know?
No, it's actually an option.
Ooh, I don't know.
I have faith.
Okay.
The position is very different from us, and they're way further ahead.
Chronicler chooses Nongshim. And yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot done with this Baron push as well. This is very early on in the game. As the slow comes in, Rascal's in a lot of trouble. He has to go forward. He's not tanky at all. Down he goes. And this might just be a quick win to Nongshim. Although the respawns are coming in. Again, it's still very early. Might just go for the inhibitor. Let's see how far they just push this as they're trying to buff up the mid wave. They will be successful in that. Mid wave, though, is gone. Fiesta trying to get behind the Mazingo's Dundun as well. And, okay, Vital. Nope, that didn't work. As he's going to go down, and the return call comes in. Nice knock him on a Duck Dom. And that will take him out. Fate, unfortunately, not quite able to do it alone here, I don't think, as he can barely even get away from the Silas. This game is looking pretty over, as they are going to push them back in and try to bolster their KDAs at 25 minutes. Nongshim will take a game 2.
Croco, I'm pretty sure ending with the same KDA, but the game could not be more different, and it has been a recurring theme. Do not try to fight these challenger teams when you are in a position where you don't have to, because when it comes to macro, when it comes to map movement, they're just not going to be up to your level. But if there's one thing that these players have, it's hands, as we saw there.
Yeah.
Who do I vote for? Is it actually Fiesta? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think it is.
I feel like it is. Is it Vital? Is it? It's not Dundun. I know that.
No.
That's an easy one.
I think Fiesta gets it this time around.
Look at him giggle though. They're in the back. I played the game too, guys. I was there for the one fight that won us the game.
Yeah.
All reliable. What you gonna do as big win for Nongshim here, but again, heartbreak for DRX, a team that still looks like they are figuring it all out. That early repeated attempt at trying to take the Dragon when they just didn't need to.
DRX, I think they need to, like, they need a closet of drawing boards to go back to. Like, they are looking very, very lost, and I'm sure you guys can see it too. You know, I don't want to call them out too much, but this team on paper should be better than this, and I think they're playing Nongshim's game, and that is not working for them, obviously, especially with the comp difference and all this stuff. Nongshim, they play it cleaner. In game number 2, they played their game. They fight every single chance that they could, and they were able to take down game number 2. So who knows what's going to happen from here, Chronicler, because it certainly does feel like it could go either way. But guys, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for game 3.
스테라 노플이야. 스테라 노플이야.
맞은 것 같아.
원딜만 노플이야.
제리가 꿀다.
제리 아직 노플이야. 제리 아직 노플이야.
제리가 꾼다.
제리 맞을게.
아,
까비. 야, 터치자 얘들아.
타워.
얘들아 제발.
빼자. 아닌가?
야, 천천히 해봐. 제리.
뭐야 이거? 끝난다.
끝내자.
미안하다. 타워 칠게.
타워 쳐주면 안 될까?
타워 칠게 나.
고맙다.
어떻게 해도 끝나. 어떻게 해도 끝나 이거.
너만 더. 잘했어.
그래 무난하게 가면 우리가 이겨.
그래 얘들아 해줄게.
좀 보록샷인데.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. I'm, of course, Atlas, and this is Wolf. And that was yet another game of League of Legends that we had today. And another one where it was a little bit disappointing, mainly for our far more veteran roster in DRX. This time, not actually being able to pick up the victory. I think Nongshim gave them a couple of ways in, but I don't even think that they were capable of finding the right answers, Wolf.
I don't want to zoom in on the draft too much just yet because this whole discussion is going to be about the draft, its strengths and weaknesses. But on your point, like Krako is a more veteran player than Sylvie, but Sylvie is actually gapping him super hard right now. Both games back to back, and this is a veteran roster comparatively. Like not all of these players are veterans, but compared to DRX's or compared to Nongshim's roster, DRX should look better than this, right? And they should understand the win conditions a lot better. I feel like we've taken a time machine back to the early days of Zeri in summer 2022, where teams were just fighting non-stop against Lucians, against Sivers, who had their faster Kraken Slayer spike, and are losing out, falling behind, losing control of the map. It just really does feel like I've gone back in time, and DRX, a team that lived through that meta across different teams, of course. It's a new roster, but the decision-making here, it needs to be better, and I'm frankly disappointed. And if that steal didn't happen for Krako, which is how he got POG miraculously in that first game, this might be a 2-0 end. We might be walking away.
That's exactly right. And I think that actually Nongshim played 2 winning games so far against DRX right now. Let's get into our first highlight, which is an example of DRX. I mean, this is one Drake, and you're not in a position where you're strong enough to fight it. And what they do is fight it.
Your comp is not a skirmishing comp here as DRX. You don't have the power to force this fight, and there's so many ways this goes wrong for you when you have Tidal Wave to disengage or trying to chase in a choke point with the Yuumi ult. This is probably Barrel's call, right? You have a Syndra in this draft versus a Sylas. In terms of the damage output, the CC, this comp is designed to fight early. That's why Nongshim are grouped on this Drake. You have to give this up, and the lack of sidelaying champions of both these drafts really hurts their ability to make a cross-map play. They played Renekton in Game 2. Game 1, they had the Cassante. Both these champions aren't going to offer you a whole lot outside of a skirmishing fight.
And I honestly think that Rascal played just fine. But first, let's get into the item difference. This is what they were wielding at the beginning of that fight. Huge power spike in just picking up a Gale Force for Vital on this solution. But Zeri, we talk about 3 items all the time. This is 1 and a bit that they're forcing a fight with, and I thought it was a good idea to highlight it.
I think that Duckdom individually has had great performances in both games on this Zeri, and his ults have been good, his play overall, his positioning has been very good, and I think there's a lot of confidence around maybe Duckdom, if we get him ahead, we get him fed, we can carry these games later, but unfortunately, Atlas, the decision-making on when he should be fighting is not there, and maybe they just believed, okay, it's Zeri, 1 item Zeri, shouldn't be able to win the fight, but it's Duckdom, maybe he'll be good enough, but it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, some of it sort of feels a little bit like they're saying, well, we're just better players, we should be able to win this fight if we take it, instead of playing the fights by the numbers, which is something you have to do, and I think Nongshim have shown that they deserve the respect. And if DRX don't pick themselves up after this loss and play some real serious League of Legends, then Nongshim are going to walk away with a 2-0. And it'll feel like they're walking away with a 3-0.
Yeah, it really will. And DRX have picked red side. We got the update on that. So there's a possibility that with this red side pick, they do something completely different. Maybe they try to take the Lucian pick for themselves, leave something at the Maokai open. I want to see Krako move away from that pick because it has not been a strong pick for him in this series.
It hasn't. I do want to see the Renekton picked once again, though, just for a little bit of context on how young these Nongshim players are. Peter has played 32 games in the LCK. Rascal has played 45 games on Renekton. Not in the... on Renekton. And other players, it's not even close. It's like 14 games, 13 games, compared to this like ludicrous number that Rascal's already put forward. These are veterans, and we expect better from them. Let's have a look at the POG here for game number 2. And if Fiesta's going to pick it up, I think that he was the forefront of people's minds for game number 1 and has continued the great performance here.
I mean, we had that highlight 1 where he played very well, but the rest of the game, we could have picked endless highlights for how he controlled some of these skirmishes outside of lane. You get ahead like this, you have a Lucian Nami, you could just chase people down. It's Syndra, she's not going to be able to stack up against this. There's no way. You hit the perfect scatter and maybe you survive if you're lucky. I mean, that's your best case scenario when you fall this far behind. And Fiesta said, we got a fed Lucian, we're ahead. Let's just run around the map as Silas and force fights non-stop. And DRX shook hands and said, we will try to beat you with these. The answer was definitely not to do that because they absolutely did not win those skirmishes they opted into around the map. And Fiesta set up so many of them.
Yeah, Fiesta really just picking up the pieces. And Silas, you just saw like how good he is in these chaotic skirmish moments. 9 out of 11 with a cheeky Peter vote, and of course Sylvie picking one up there from China. But everybody else pretty happy with Fiesta's performance, and I think that I would definitely join that crew. But ladies and gentlemen, one more game to go in this series. Let's throw it back to the casters and get into it.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that wonderful breakdown. Yes, DRX needs to step it up a little bit, but I'm happy my boy Peter got one vote from somebody, as there were some really nice tidal waves. Think that Fiesta definitely did deserve it.
Couple
the POG
of clutch,
for the game.
Clutch bubbles on Lockdown as well.
Sure. But we also got to see Fiesta's POG screen. He's got the nice thumbs down. I think it's just a win-win across the board. There has been a bit of struggle street here for Fate as well as for Krako. Definitely a couple of guys that have kind of stood out, but it's not really about their individual performances more than it is about DRX as a team trying to figure out, you know, how are we going to win this game? It's like, you know, they draft something, it looks pretty good. Like, I don't think their drafts are atrocious or anything. Like, there are ways to win with their drafts. They're just not playing to their win conditions that they draft. There's like this big disconnect between when they've got the coach in their ear and then when they're actually on the Rift as 5.
They also have gotten one win this season. Obviously, we're only in week 2, but that's gotta feel really rough. And I do want to echo, I think that out of the players, Krako and Fate to me looks like individually they're looking the worst. But as a whole, only Rascal looks like he's actually in control of what's happening and has like a clear idea of how are we going to win this game, what angles do we need to look for. The rest of the team just doesn't quite seem to have that understanding right now, or maybe on a red side draft they can find something better, because a recurring theme in the LCK has been that drafting for early prio generally gets the job done. T1 has been the most egregious example of this. But that's also how we got the D+ versus Live Sandbox game. That was completely one-sided. So hopefully for DRX they're able to find something like that. Just hanging back and picking Zeri Yuumi is one thing. Hanging back, picking Zeri Yuumi and then taking every single fight that you can possibly see breaking out on the map is another entirely. And
it's frustrating.
They can't keep doing it because they are going to lose this series to Nongshim. Nongshim is a team that very clearly has some issues due to their inexperience, but they're not a bad team.
Yeah, no, I mean, once they get experience as well, I think the same is going to be pretty scary, right?
I'm really
like,
excited.
Even the individual pieces have had big moments individually, right? Like, it's pretty nice to see. Well, what is this last ban going to be? It will be the Maokai, in fact. You can see that the Maokai value in the minds of DRX is quite high, so even if they, you know, thought that Nongshim would pass on it, they don't consider that, I guess. They really want to take that away from Sylvie just in case. What is this first pick going to be? There are some picks for the bottom lane that you could go for, as Peter, 3 games of Yuumi. not bad. Enjoy it while you can. She won't be around for much longer.
Oh no. No, she is gone.
Goodbye.
In about a week or two. And DRX, I would love for it not to be Lulu. I actually think that Lulu has been kind of lackluster in general. Win rate, obviously. Well, Heimerdinger would be one option. If you want to match the scaling of the Yuumi, Sona is also still a champion. And I actually...
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not in the LCK.
And it's Beryl. So, I know you have it in you, Beryl. I know you have the creativity. I know you have the drive to pick weird things and make them work. I can't believe I'm calling Sona weird as a support in 2023, but that's what we are right now. Caitlyn has been seen most recently. So
yes.
And all the bets are off. Heimerdinger and Ashe and Jin are all supports as the unsurprising Sivir comes through. So now, for Nongshim, you have the ability to both lock down that hyper carry, of course going to be the Lulu, and you have hard engage, especially when combined with the Sivir and Yuumi combo. Great ultimates there to start off any team fight, so Nongshim definitely going to be able to brawl. A lot of less power in terms of brawl playmaking potential on the Sivir, obviously, compared to the Lucianami that we have seen Nongshim play with.
It's incredible the amount of bans that Kassadin is seeing. I think he's been played a couple of times so far in the LCK, but nobody is willing to let that one go. Over to the red team to potentially R5 it.
I love this Akali ban because it means you can either go Azir or you can go Sylas, whichever is left open. And then you put Nongshim in a pretty awkward position. They can also leave both open, in which case DRX can have their pick, and then obviously if they end up picking Azir, they're not going to feel too great. It looks like that is indeed what is going to happen here. So it's either Cassante or I'd guess one of Azir or the Sylas. We'll see whether that actually comes through.
Yeah, Sylas, not too surprising. Fate, certainly, you know, he's made his name on stuff like, obviously, Twisted Fate, Talia, his Syndra's good, his Azir he's played a lot of. So he will be going into one of these more aggressive kind of meta picks in the Sylas. The Azir looking to potentially match it. Fiesta will play this side of the matchup.
And in terms of side lane, obviously not great. Sylas also loves the Azir ultimate, but you do gain a considerable amount of early prio with this pick, as the Cassante is going to come through. Jax this time around does make it through the draft and will make a lot of sense for DRX. Roscoe loves it. You have a Sejuani already, and unsurprisingly in this meta, things are pretty much set in stone, so drafts basically read like a throw chart, and here we are. As I don't love Zeri Lulu. I am completely over the Lulu in particular, but even Zeri just seemingly can't string together wins. But I do think the composition from DRX, if they play accordingly, is quite good. You have good 1-3-1, you can team fight as well, you have a lot of power there. Top half of the map, I wouldn't mind if you look for early 2v2s. And then you have a hyper carry with a Lulu on the bottom of the map. But for Nongshim, very straightforward team fight composition, great hard engage, a lot of ways to start fights with the Yuumi ultimate, with the Sivir, with the Vi. And based on the play we've seen so far, I'm kind of going to go with what the caster or with what the Space was saying as well. It really feels like Nongshim, for the better part of these two games, has actually been the better team.
Yeah, I mean, one mistake away from a 2-0, right? I think it is fair to say that they did kind of throw game number one.
Oh, absolutely.
So they didn't, quote-unquote, deserve to win it, but they absolutely could have. They were in a great position, too, and it definitely could have been the 2-0. And they'll find themselves in a third game, I would say, pretty confident, especially after the way the last game went. Like, you basically won game one, you made a bunch of mistakes, you fixed them, you played well in game two. You must be brimming with confidence for game three and be ready to try to take down DRX. You've broken through the barrier of, oh, these guys are like the veterans that I've watched a lot and I might be a little bit nervous against them. Fiesta's not shaking anymore. He's the one that's going in, he's making plays, he's getting more and more confident by the day.
And overall, good, vital, enabling comp. This is something they love to play in challenges as well. Last year, when Sivir was at the forefront of the meta, for DRX, their top half should have a lot more agency, but based on execution, I'm still worried, Valdez.
Well, here we go, on to the Rift for game three. Here we go. Bottom lane, if you guys were watching yesterday, if you weren't, and you don't want to get spoiled, hold that thought. Vital is going to get aggroed on here by Fate, who lands those chains, and he gets quite low. He will have to use his Ghost, which, by the way, he did take alongside a Flash. Pretty common.
Really good. Without Ghost, you are definitely forced to flash there. And Ghost is tech that we have seen so much last year when both Zeri and Sivir started running this, because every single game was just that matchup. And Ghost, low cooldown, will be completely fine. Only person it's a little bit awkward for is Sylvie, as he will not be able to receive any help. And also level 1 brush control for Dokdam and Beryl. Gonna make them quite happy. Sylvie is aware of the fact that there is a ward on his red buff, if I'm not mistaken, and gonna go East start here. It's gonna go Raptors, and we do see some question marks going down as well. They are not quite aware, as ooh, nice dodge there from Vital.
Yeah, it's pretty huge as well, because, you know, in this matchup, you do want to get control of the wave. You do want to get the pushing power, which I guess early on will go to the way of the Zeri, but eventually should go the way of the Sivir. Might not have as much action in this bottom lane. What I was going to say earlier is that, you know, we've had so many insane bottom lanes, even, you know, since yesterday, since the insane Caitlyn support, and also even in Game 1 where they were diving bot lane turret over and over and over again with the Elise. Maybe finally we will go back to something more of a slower bottom lane, as both of these guys want to kind of scale up. A couple of hyper carries. Maybe this will be good for DRX. Because, you know, they can take fights early if they really want to, and they also don't have to, and they can kind of scale. They won't feel forced to go into these fights that they're going to lose, like games 1 and 2. It's a blessing in disguise.
It really, to me, speaks somewhat to a quiet desperation for DRX in both how they play and how the players look compared to their usual selves. Croco, I think one of the best examples of this, obviously, was very expressive player on Live Sandbox, and we just haven't really seen that. you think he cares? No, he's gonna stutter step, he's gonna not be bothered. He's giggling as per usual.
He's having a great time.
And
that doesn't change.
No, never will, even if you do this cannon, which always hurts a lot on the inside. But for DRX, if you lose this game here, that's disaster. It's really a really bad look to your Spring Split. You are losing to a team that thus far has looked like one of the worst teams in the entirety of the LCK. A team that has barely won challengers, right? Like they won, surely, but their journey was very unexpected. Teams like T1 and D+ or DK were very clear favorites, and it was kind of shocking that they made it to the finals in the first place. And being up like a team like that as Dokdam goes in.
Gonna get exhausted here. Just a bit of a extended trade. Even Ignite will be used onto Vital. So they trade a couple of support summoners. But it still ends up being a nice health trade, I suppose. Dokdam and Beryl. A bit more sustained with the Yuumi, of course.
Don't need to walk close to each other when there's a Sivir boomerang, guys. It's okay. As we do have quick showing from Sylvie, but clears a ward. Just make sure that Peter and Vital can get a shove in here to try and maybe get a back timing in. Beryl also already making his way back. And across the board, we're starting to see some first backs comes through. Fade immediately teleporting. A couple of components, same for Fiesta. Not really seeing anything riveting thus far, as Peter actually interrupting Dokdam's back here. And is, of course, Yuumi. So can just hop on Vital, who was channeling his back. Nice little moment there, but the early aggression still working out for Dokdam and Beryl, going to be up about a little bit more than a full wave.
Yep, and they're just going for that. Note how the junglers are not always hanging around the bottom side. They are clearing more of their jungle a bit faster. It's not all about hovering down there, as we do have an engage here in mid. Beryl is ganking. I'm not sure exactly why, but he did have a timing with his AD carry going back. Need decided, well, I'll just provide a shield and make this trade very slightly better to the side of Fate.
Might as well look for it. Came from a fresh base, so not going to be too bothered, making his way back toward his bot lane now. Fiesta going to clear the wave, and overall, I do quite like Croco and Fate to try and play aggressively here, because the 2v2 Azir and Vi, obviously much weaker. If you can 100-0 target, sure, but will be very tough. Fate in particular, of course, has a ton of built-in sustain, as most popped.
Okay. Essentially Haraskos. I mean, they're getting a decent chunk onto Barrel. In no world are you looking to actually get the kill there, but uses it to just get on top of the Lulu, as here comes Croco.
Gonna be seen late.
He's like, okay, that's a pink ward. If I come in here late, maybe I can get the skank. Okay, well, now he's gonna show. And Vital and Peter can just back away.
As now, Sylvie also making his way towards the bot lane, just making sure that his bot lane isn't in trouble, but Sivir, obviously, especially post first back, as long as she has mana, very adept to clear waves. As here they go again.
Barrel does have to get healed by Duck Dom as the two junglers this time going head-to-head. Barrel is about one shot away, as Sylvie's doing a good job. Fiesta gonna get here first onto Croco, who is forced to flash over the wall, not able to dash over that one. So nice little trade to the side of Nongshim. It's an itty-bitty one.
Again, see the confidence of this roster, right? The proactive flash, or the proactive ghost rather, really keeping DRX on the back foot, but they're not actually getting anything out of it. And this is definitely one of the games where if DRX make it to the mid-game unscathed, Fate gets his first item, right? Starts stacking his Rod of Ages. Croco is able to build up some tankiness, where they can definitely find, either in the 5v5 or in the 1v1, a lot of success. If they can get, for example, Rascal fed, then it becomes very hard to for Dunin to play. And regardless of whether or not Rascal accelerates as we get later into the game, the Cassante is going to be fine in terms of defending, but won't be able to win outright fights or really fight for priority anymore. And that is the point in time where DRX can, if they can actually set up waves well and work around the pressure of their top laner, start to put Nongshim in some awkward positions. But whether or not that's actually going to happen is entirely different, because 1v1 does require a decent amount of coordination. If there's one thing that we just haven't seen, even in their win from DRX, it's that.
Not a lot of coordination from them. Nongshim, I suppose you could say the same. Kind of, you know, playing that challenger style, as we mentioned. They're willing to get down and dirty, take trades very aggressively. But the overall macro and that kind of side of the game still being learned here by some of the players. It does look like Nongshim on the backs of Sylvie here might be able to pick up this first streak a bit later than normal at 9 minutes.
And right there, Nongshim started this Drake identifying that DRX were going for a top Herald, but then DRX dropped the Herald. I think Fiesta was roaming, and maybe Dunin also had an angle coming off of a fresh back. Of course, Cassandra at this point still extremely strong. And as a result, free Drake and early extra MR and armor, not going to do too much, but as we get later into the game, Dunin in particular really going to benefit.
Oh, Dunin is getting in there, but did he go a little bit too far? No, he did not! He's going to get the jump on a Rascal, and he solo kills the solo kill king. And remember, he was first in solo kills after 1.5 weeks of the LCK Spring. He's just getting even more.
Walking over a ward is Croco. They know he's there. Yeah, Fiesta. Oh, come on. DRX must be getting frustrated, because I'm not even in this game, and I'm seeing these emotes, I'm seeing these stutter steps, I'm like, okay, Nongshim, okay, I respect it. Definitely a little bit of mind games going on there. Fiesta also walking up to the brush, right, like trying to bait out Croco, but again, very aware, wasting a little bit of time as Croco goes for the wraparound.
Yeah, see if it works this time, as the whip not quite going to land. Let's see it again. Any more emotes? He was trying to get the trade back. Should have gone for the emote trade instead.
Yeah,
may have done some more
recover from that.
Emotional damage. Rascal. Interesting trade here, and Dundun immediately takes him down.
And that is with Dunden also missing the knockback on his Q, right? If he hits that, it's even less close. And that's what we were saying earlier. This early on in the game, as the Jax, you need to really respect, because Cassante is just incredibly strong, both pre and post first item. It's not until you get deeper into the matchup that Jax really starts to scale. Sunderer is a big power spike if you can reach it relatively even, but that is not going to be the case now. We'll be substantially behind, and overall...
Duckdom and Barrel rotated into mid.
Yeah, they'll get the Herald for sure. Yeah. But how much can Nongshim get her? I think it should be looking pretty good. Also, do note Sylvie is waiting in case Duckdom and Barrel actually did go for an early rotation. Instead, it's going to be the teleport invested here from Fate.
Yeah, to be honest, this feels like a pretty nice win, or at the very least, going even for Nongshim. I mean,
yeah.
You know, stealing some of the jungle, getting almost 2 plates. You know, it's 1 plate for now, which is basically what the Rift Herald alone gets nowadays. And that's solo gold, solo XP onto Vital. He's going to scale a little bit faster than Duckdom, who had to run to mid, you know, take a wave with his Lulu, and then eventually run on back, as he is backing now. They also got the teleport out of Fate.
Exactly, and that's a big one, because in about 2 minutes, we know that the Drake has a big chance of being relevant, or in terms of soul and Rift at least, because there is no...
the Drake himself, Jeff.
No Chemtech.
Yeah, he's not very...
No, we don't really care about Chemtech Soul. Is going to get buffed on the next patch for very good reasons. Don't even know if that will really tilt it into being a little bit more desirable. But suffice it to say that no teleport for Fate could be a lead, although we do see Fiesta very early teleport back here. Does have his Leandri's finished. Personally wouldn't have minded it if he played that a little bit slower and kept it so they can either pressure very heavily in mid and try to use the or rather in the side lane and use the teleport that way. As
Sylvie a little bit caught here. He's going to get... oh, that's going to sail wide as the flash is used by Sylvie. So nicely done to get out of there, but Sylvie does have to blow his flash, as now he's coming back. He does have the Yuumi with him. Peter trying to help him out here. The slow coming in, and they're kind of baiting this one into the Vi, as Sylvie just will not die. The Yuumi is just keeping him alive, and Fiesta's play is massive as he's able to get on in there and do so much more than Fate was able to. See the stolen Azir ult here for Fate, not even able to be used.
And even if DRX don't lose that subsequent fight, just that play in of itself might not end up being worth it. It puts both the Glacial Prison and the Wild Growth on the timer. I think they might just be in time for a contest on the Drake, but you do run the risk of them not being available. But then going in for another play when very clearly Nongshim is looking for one with Sylvie walking back up is exactly the problem that we're talking about as Fiesta.
Yeah, Fate's gonna get it this time as, oh, a little bit of a mess up on the shuffle. I hope he feels like the plate itself is worth it, because he did get revenge killed by Fate here. That's not quite going to extend far enough.
That's big though, because now Ghost is gone. Vital also should be able to get it back in, and Fiesta did use his TP earlier. So that is not going to be available as he is going to try and get back. And this, you're a little bit slower. Like Fiesta is always going to be earlier here, and it's not like you are catching them unaware. Sylvie and Peter are very clearly opting into this as, yeah, this is just a series of unfortunate events there for Fiesta. Goes for the plate, unable to find the shuffle. Fate also very nicely set up there, uses the ultimate, and then throws out his chain so that there's no opportunity for Fiesta to get out. And as a result, the situation for DRX a little bit better. When we look at control around the Drake pit though, it's still not dire for Nongshim at all. There was also not really a window for DRX to go in. And while all of that has been happening, Dunden has just been kind of clapping Rascal in the 1v1 ever since he got that 1 kill.
Yeah, I know Dunden is not on Bro, but some serious Giga Chat energy from this guy.
If he ever ends up on that team, I would not be shocked.
He fits right in.
He really does. That's by himself.
Yeah.
He's gotten 0 resources this game, as might have a fight here, Valdez. As
top lane doesn't count.
Ooh, Rascal coming over, but Dunden going for the TP.
Oh, and Fate's got this Vi ultimate. It's going to CC 2 of them, but Fiesta gets pretty low. There are so many members trying to get on top of this Azir. They can't quite as Dundon is in the face of 4 of them taken down as Rascal will finally take the Azir out of the fight, but is it worth it? It took so long. As you see Dundon leading the charge here, Vital is going to get pretty low. In goes Rascal once again. The flash comes in, the counter-strike onto 2, and the ult is not quite enough damage, and they bait DRX back into this one as another knockup comes in, and Fate will just barely live.
And DRX really get away with, well, barely their lives, but overall, again, they keep going for these fights, and in this situation, the initial setup on Sylvie just doesn't do enough. This is a very tanky Vi with some early gold as well, and Fiesta is able to stay alive despite all of this, up until the point where Rascal takes him down, but then obviously he isn't in this fight for the entirety of it, and fighting, hard committing against a fed Cassante. You see the teleport come down as well. It just ties into the picture of DRX that we've been seeing, where they're unwilling to give anything up. And the fact that Fate doesn't die here is like one of the few saving graces that they got in this game, or in this play rather, because overall, Drake went over to Nongshim. They're now 2 Drakes deep towards an Infernal Soul, which on Azir and Sivir is not fun to play.
Cassante?
No, who I was thinking of, but hey, when he goes all out, that's still quite scary. And knowing DRX, they are just going to try and fight again. Fate does have teleport available here, but Barrel isn't quite there yet. I think just let it go, but then they're going to start dropping turrets, right? It's going to be first Turbot. Nongshim is going to get even further ahead. Although, ooh, Fate.
Okay, Duckdom's just going to get out of here for now. A little bit scary, has to blow his ult, but he'll be fine.
It's actually quite big if Fate can pick up the bot side turret, but Dundon is making his way over and obviously way stronger.
Yes, very scary
state of the game, so has to be respected. And now with the Herald available, can go for the certainty, as that's Azir.
Very obvious what Rascal was trying to do, as this knockaway will get him away from the counter-strike, as Fiesta kind of just laughs at both of them. And a teleport will be forced here from Fate once again. By the way, we do have the Infernal in 2.5 minutes. And Dundon and Fiesta should have their teleports ready for that.
If you had told me at the beginning of the split that DRX was going to get out-macroed by Nongshim, I would not have believed you. But that's kind of what is happening here. I think you really see the desperation from DRX's plays like that on top side, right? Like throwing everything into an Azir that, by the way, also still had flash. Unable to actually take him down. And then you're forced to...
Wasn't even close.
No, and then you're forced to invest a teleport because Nongshim is actually attempting to punish what looks like an overextension, and well, the teleport bails you out, but now you won't have the teleport available. Fiesta does, so Fiesta can just park himself in the side lane here, and as Nongshim, who surely now will get the turrets, are in a position where either they have a good position on the fight for Drake and they get the Drake, or they just get a ton of turrets. Looks like DRX is thinking of setting up a trap, but Nongshim haven't nearly been as gun-ho as Rascal going to get a redemption turret here, which is nice.
It sounded really nice, by the way.
It's Jax.
Big fan, even with that skin. And yeah, I mean, Sante goes down, Dundon is just there. He's like, well, anywhere that I go, the enemy can't be, basically. You see Rascal has to like back through the river. Trying to set up some plays, are Nongshim, you know? But it does seem like DRX are very ready for any action around the top side of the map here. Both hypercarries still just farming head-to-head in mid. As in goes Sylvie. Now again, there are 3 members of DRX here, and Sylvie is still going deep with the cat on his back. The ult also going to be thrown into Sylvie. He does almost go down to half health. Very close.
Got me there, Valdez.
Okay. He did go down below half health, so he's going to use his Rift Herald recall. Uh-oh. My ult's going to come in, but this time, the teleport advantage will be to the side of Nongshim. Isn't enough, though. Dundon is so fed here, as Fate is like, please give me a kill. Oh, no, he's going to go down. He tries to trade it here on a Sylvie, who is forced to take him down. And the Jax is left alone on the bottom side.
Rascal did have teleport available, but at that point, I don't think he can get a lot done, because Fate already dead. Even if he teleports in there, he's just going to waste the summoner. Not able to get anything. And I do think with these recall timers, Nongshim is also going to be perfectly on time. One upside is that Vital hasn't actually been able to base. Dogdom looking like he is going to now, able to at the very least finish his Phantom Dancer. That's nice, but Fate's not going to be here in time, and now it's Soul Point for Nongshim. And for DRX, just looking at the composition as such, they can win the game at any point, right? Like you have Dogdom hitting a 3-item power spike on the Zeri. You have, in a normal situation, I do think a Rascal that definitely should be able to match the Cassante later on and should still when we really reach that late game. But for the foreseeable future, unless Nongshim really overstep and plays like this do look like it a little bit, I don't know how you chew through a buffed up front line. And Sivir isn't even online yet.
Yeah.
Like if you start playing fights against a fight that's this tanky with a Yuumi on her back, as this is I think a read from DRX that the backs have indeed already come through, Nongshim's ready. They don't care.
And all that posturing in the top lane from both teams will go the way of Nongshim. Fate now does have his teleport, so actually 2 teleport advantage to the side of DRX now, funnily enough, but the Drake's already gone. So that's really what the big objective was going to be, those teleports were going to be used for, potentially. And so now, Nongshim can just go back to farming up. They have their 2 carries, and they also have that 1 Infernal, and they're just 1 away from the Souls. So they're definitely in a much better spot, as Vital will finally go back and buy a couple of items.
He got a Coalfield. Usually when we get the Jonah strong zoom in, it's like infinity edge, you know, in a single buy.
Yeah.
Not the case here. Just Coalfields. And they're desperately hanging on to this. I don't think they can defend this.
Yeah, they can't defend it. Thought maybe DRX were just going to go in and try to kill them, which I don't think would have worked.
That teleport. The teleport usage in general from DRX just as maybe a little sad. Rascal literally teleporting for maybe a quarter of a screen.
They know where he is.
Position now.
Okay. Dindin going to be in position. Can he stop this, though, as Sylvie has to flash away, and Vital is kiting it back so excellently. The Yuumi ult keeps the 2 of them right in front of the Sivir to just keep firing shots into them. A perfect kite back. They knew that Rascal was behind them as well.
Veldus, this is 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
Fiesta wasn't even there. He was getting his Banshees. He was shopping.
He is very strong. No, it's not all about the Yuumi. Either way, Nongshim are in an excellent spot now. So now it's 5v4 in their favor. Just going to take down the mid-tier 1 and leave it at that for now. So take us through this fight.
Well, I actually like the call from DRX to fight here. Because they know about the teleport timer, but there is a monster-fed Cassante and a Yuumi, so even though trying to go for a fight is fine, you have Jax and Silas. You can't just run in. You need at least one of them to flank and immediately get onto the enemy backline, and maybe with either a Vi ultimate, a Cassante ultimate, or an Azir ultimate, because again, there are a lot of really good ultimates here. You need to set up the fight. Like, you can win that 5 versus 4, which I can't believe I'm saying that. You can win the fight with you being a member up if you actually set it up correctly, but they just kind of run in very straight into a Sivir ultimate. The more ultimates you aim up,
ultimate combo.
it's not going to work. And to me, it really, again, and we keep coming back to this because it's so obvious, and we saw this a little bit on Nongshim last year as well, where like you can just sense that these players are also in their own head. Right, like they're just desperately looking for anything to work, and Nongshim's thinking like, if we lose, who cares? Like we were never expected to win anything.
Happy if we win,
we're
happy
having
if we
a good
lose.
time.
Not nervous anymore. Just playing their game. Dindin's 2-0 and 3 as a Gargoyle Stoneblade. He's having a fantastic time.
Sylvie as well. It's very cool to me that the Cat actually has been the main reason why Sylvie, I think, has been able to do as much as he is. Because Sylvie, to me, is still very clearly the core of this team. When he performs well, the team looks amazing. But give him a Fed Vi and a Yuumi, and when he goes in, you just know it's going to work, and the rest of the team very clearly happy to follow him. This is those type of moments as well where the faith these players have in one another after playing for a full year together is really going to benefit you as, oh boy, TP is available for Fiesta.
So they're trying to collapse onto Dundun. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. There's not much else to say. Rascal's just dead. The TP does come in. Fiesta does a great job of punishing them. That was a little bit jank, you know, it's okay. It can't be 100% all the time. Nice try, Fiesta.
That's Soul.
And it is Soul. And, you know, it's, you know, I'm making jokes about it, but it's actually a huge mistake. It's a big problem. It means that Nongshim are in a fantastic spot now to win this game, as Dundun single-handedly can easily zone these two away. Fate comes over, it's fine. He's got the rest of the team behind him. Now he's got a Yuumi on his back. His Fate is in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to be pushed back, ulted back straight into Fiesta and into Vital. Nice push over the wall by Fate, but might not be enough as the chase still continues. Yuumi ults pretty much everybody, and Dundun, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup. Massive play from him. He wants to go home early after this one, channeling a little showmaker himself as he continues to push. The Infernal Soul might just do the trick.
Old Reliable putting the team on his back here, Valdez says. Man, I was impressed with what Sylvie was doing with a Yuumi on his back. Dundun showcasing why Cassante is getting higher and higher in priority, maybe on the table for a couple of nerfs. Wouldn't be a bad thought, but overall...
They're not going to back.
No, they're going to try and end this.
Nongshim, they know. They got this. The Assault Battery comes in. They just put him into the ground. Rascal could do nothing this game. And, you know... he opted into this one as well. They continue to push. The wave is here. Fiesta is low. They don't seem to care as in goes the Silas. But the cat is on the back trying to get the heals in. Fate will go down. And Dundun just doesn't take damage. He is healing as Duckdom is hitting him. He is doing more damage to Duckdom than Duckdom is doing to him just by being hit. And Dundun will put an end to this one. Massive game from Nongshim. You can see as the series went on, they just got more and more comfortable and happy. And they absolutely deserve to take this 3-0, Chronicler.
What a performance, and fans go wild as well. This is heartwarming. I know none of us predicted Nongshim to win here, because even though, and we saw it even in this series, they have moments where individually or as a team they look pretty good. Actually winning the games has been a bit of a problem, but teamwork gets it done in the end. And a first series win for these players coming through for this team. Special moment.
I wonder who you voted for Pog, Chronicler.
It was actually very hard.
Really?
Yeah. I think you can flip a coin between Sylvie and Dundun, but you know...
Dundun had a carry game?
You know I
he
went
gets the POG.
for All Reliable. If you're wondering why I call him that, his name, Dundun, means reliable in Korean. And
yes.
oh boy...
Oh, reliable. It's perfect, because he's such a reliable top laner. He'll miss the cannon, he's like, yeah, whatever, dude.
Oh, look. And...
they're so happy, man. It's great to see.
An incredible moment. Look how the smile on these players' faces, right? This is a team that, if they had picked up like a single series win, which I shouldn't speak too quickly, if they picked up no series win in the split, could have happened. We've seen it happen before, as Vital a bit less expressive than
still
some
getting
of his
used to
teammates.
all the cameras, you know? Because generally when you lose, you don't have this much attention. Yeah, Peter telling him to quiet down. Maybe he's talking to all of us predictors.
I love this team, and I'm very happy to see them get a win. And heartwarming shots here overall. It's just a single series win in the regular split. But for these players who just have come into the LCK as starters, it is such a big moment, right? They're playing against their heroes. Yesterday or a day before that when we saw Fiesta take down Showmaker. Those are the type of moments that as a player can feel very surreal. Seeing them able to actually get a win is huge. And I hope that the shots of DRX are not as long and extensive as these ones, because where there is joy, there is also heartbreak. Because for DRX, this loss is the worst one yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's always another side of the coin. Huge congrats to Nongshim, but DRX, yeah. Now they are 0-3, and they really need to turn things around. Nothing has looked good for them today, nor has it the first week. They had the excuse of fighting great teams and having a tough week 1 schedule, but it's Nongshim. You know, this is a team that on paper you should have been able to take down, but that was not the case. As much as Nongshim played great, I think DRX need to play better than that, for sure.
Overall for DRX, just a general sense of dread and exasperation as they try to make so many of these plays work. And none of them, even if they were able to trade a kill or two up, really felt like they were working out. This is, to me, the saddest point in the game, where this is a 4 versus 5. That they're just unable to win. You can see even here the split calls, right? Where obviously it's not going to feel great if you go in all in on a Yuumi and a Nazir, but there's also Croco and Rascal going in. The rest of the team is already cutting back. And that, to me, is much more worrying than them, you know, having a bad day, losing a game like this. That can happen. But those are the type of moments where, at the very least, you're hoping that your team is on the same page. And both in terms of draft and in terms of gameplay, it just wasn't there.
If 2 guys are going to go in, even if it's not the best look, you know, you're not always going to have a 10 out of 10 engage. But if 2 guys go in and they get caught, the rest of the team has to go in and kind of get caught.
You got to commit there.
Because you get in their face, maybe you take someone down, you get a decent trade.
But Azir wasn't there.
Maybe they didn't know exactly where the Azir was. Maybe they thought like, oh, he's right behind them or something, you know. But still, there needs to be a little bit more consistency across the play from the players. They need to be on the same page.
Peter is so loud. Promise me, please focus the turrets. Promise me you're going to hit the turrets. Because apparently...
Yeah, because, you know, it's a huge moment. They get their first LCK win as a squad. What more could you ask for? A pretty clean goal difference graph. Accelerated very nicely there at the end. And DRX just had nothing to compare to the damage that Nongshim did have. It was really, really one-sided this game even. DRX got 1 Herald, 2 towers, and 3 kills. That's it. That is it. They got dominated in every single lane.
Really, as you pointed out, did feel like kind of a 3-0 here, even with the mistakes that Nongshim was making when it came down to it. They were the proactive team. They were the team making plays. They were the team that got the victory.
They absolutely deserve it. So let's hear what the guys on the space have to say after that Game 3.
Welcome to the space, everyone, and happy Fiesta. Happy very first victory here in the LCK for Nongshim. The team that were able to take down Challenger were able to get a win in their first week of the LCK, but it was just a warm-up. And in this Game 3, felt like it was 100% a Nongshim win. And the rest of the series did feel a bit like a DRX loss.
Yeah. We are reaching the point this week where I feel like the narrative of this week has been some of our older LCK players really falling flat. Players like Clid, Cuz, Croco, and Fate in this series, who are names you can rely on. You think you pick them up on your roster, mid to high in terms of salary cost, right? And Nongshim say we come in as a challengers roster, 5-man, crush this DRX team, make it look easy. They're making better decisions, they're making faster decisions, their drafting is good. And it makes you wonder, is this the beginning of a new era of LCK players? We have Live Sandbox also overperforming right now. It does make you wonder, will these players be sticking around in the future? Like, next year could look very different because Nongshim are probably very happy so far with the results of what they've invested into this roster.
Oh, 100%. I mean, all they did was move up the Challenger roster, right? And even their current Challenger roster here in 2023 isn't doing that badly either. And that's a whole bunch of brand new players, basically. Just one that is still there left over. So, I don't know. This Challenger experiment that Nongshim have gone with, certainly, at least this week, looking like it's working out. But more disasters for DRX, and let's jump into our first highlight here, where we can really have a look at where it all started to go wrong, because this is the 4v5 that Nongshim were able to win, and This was after, honestly, a lot had already gone relatively wrong for DRX, but pretty right for Nongshim.
There's so many fights that have happened throughout these 3 games that a lot of resources are committed to, right? Like in this case...
Oh, this was, never mind, this was the...
this is the early game
The
one.
Croco problem.
Yeah, where Croco gets a wild growth and still can't actually turn this into a winning play. It's just like his charge is a little bit too short. You know, his Sejuani charge is shorter than other Sejuanis. It feels like he's just so close to making this Arctic Assault work, but he can't. And so much gold is given over in this exchange. And then the late death does come through here, which is quite significant. But, I mean, so much about this game is not about draft, it's just about decisiveness from Nongshim and overextensions here for DRX. Some of Croco's biggest weaknesses, yeah, this one's a little bit greedy there for the plate. But
this is, I wanted to leave this in so that we could remember that this is a Nongshim roster that is still very, very young, right? Like that was Fiesta greeting for a plate that he had no right to get, didn't have Emperor's Divide available, didn't have anything, just won that fight beforehand. Take the good stuff and move on.
Felt like a solo queue moment, right?
Yeah, it definitely did, but it worked out in the end, right? Let's have a look at our second replay here where we head towards the bottom side of the map, and it feels like desperation, and honestly it should be here for DRX because Nongshim were just running the map from what felt like the beginning till the end, and I'm really sad that we didn't really have massively Dundun focused replays. We could have. He got a solo kill against Rascal this game. But he was just immovable.
He really was, and Dundun is a huge part of why the Jax side lane never came online because of his early dominance so much. Notice how he holds this choke point so extremely well because he's sitting on Gargoyle's stone plate. He will not be touched, he will not be hurt. There's no Zeri to chip away at his health bar either. He was stuck there on the bottom side. And then they decide, okay, we're going to collapse in after this break. Fate is in no man's land because he's trying to set up for a flank here. If they could perhaps get behind this Fed Cassante, maybe they can make a play. And it's just all desperation all the time here. Croco taking coin flip engages, taking so many resources and not getting value out of them. A weak series for, like I said, Croco and Fate here overall. And what is essentially an 0-3 here for DRX.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty sad because they were kind of gifted game number 1. This is my preemptive vote that I don't have for POG, but I have a feeling that All Reliable will be able to pick it up, and I believe we also have it ready. So here we go. The Dundun POG that we all expected, 4, 0, and 10. One of those being a solo kill against Rascal.
Yeah, I voted for Dundun as well. I think there was a real case to be had for Sylvie, and until those final moments on that Drake fight, I was leaning that way, but no way, man. After that fight, after he blocked out 1v4 the entirety of the team, is a huge part of why this is a nice turn here with that Yuumi ult.
4v5, by the way.
Yeah. He just played a great game of Cassante, right? And both the solo lanes here for Nongshim actually took the reverse kind of matchups, reverse kind of situations. Champs here going to this third game and absolutely stomped with them where their counterparts looked weak in game 2. And this team just, by the way, straight up looked better than DRX today on the day in every regard.
Oh,
one Sylvie vote.
One media Sylvie vote. But I honestly, like you say, I think it was a bit of a toss-up between Sylvie and Dundun. In the end, All Reliable 100% deserving of the vote because he was super proactive as well. He was ruthless. And this is a guy that has defaulted to Gragas many, many times. And do you know what the best part about it is, Wolf? We now get to have a chat with him. So let's throw it over to Jisun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the first ever Nongshim Red Force POG interview of the Split. We're here joined by Fiesta and Dundun. Congratulations on your first win at the LCK. How do you feel? You know, I think we're like slowly stepping up day by day. You know, we have lost all the games and matches, but today we are able to show our improvements. What about you, Dundun? I mean, the past 3 matches were like so close. We almost won those, and then like we just let it go away. So I was pretty angry about how bad we were doing, but I'm so glad that we were able to get this win in the end. And then like in the game 3, when you guys were like taking down the Nexus, Peter was like crying, like, guys, promise you're gonna hit Nexus. What was that about? I don't really remember like exactly what game it was, but during the feedback, actually, like Coco actually gave a feedback over to Vital. Promise me you're not gonna get Raptors. Like you're not gonna do this. You gotta focus on the team play. Like it was really serious at that moment, but it has become a meme among us. So we're like every time we're gonna give a call, we're like, promise me you're gonna hit Nexus or something like that. And today, you guys played up against DRX, a team with players with a lot of experience. Were you not worried about that? Well, when I first came, I was a little bit nervous because everyone looked so strong, but we kind of adapted to, the LCK. So today we were feeling a lot better, a lot more comfortable. And Dundun, so you finally got your first win of the LCK, but in week number 1, Nongshim Red Force was not able to get any win. However, nevertheless, Nongshim Red Force always showed a great teamwork and great energy. How is that even possible? I think it's mostly because we've been together for 3 years, so we are so close with each other, we know each other really well, so we just trust each other. And we're really, really close with each other, so sometimes because of that we're having troubles, but I think that's also a really positive thing. So I think we are doing great as a team so far. Yes, indeed, the teamwork is the key to Nongshim's skirmish as well. Well, in game number 1, you guys are doing great early on. However, that Baron still was so critical. What came to your mind at that moment? We got the ace, We had like 30 seconds in that timer, so we were like, maybe we can end the game. And then so I TP'd, and then after I TP'd, Maokai was like only having 17 seconds in that timer, so some other players were like, no, we don't have time to end, we have to go Baron, which was a mistake. However, things were really different in game 2. It was a very quick 25-minute long victory. So after game number 1, our coaching staff, our head coach, they were telling us, you guys are doing great today. Your laning phase is so good. You have been working so hard. Let's just get rid of some of the mistakes. And that was the key, I think. And then with that great performance, you guys are able to get this match win. And game 2, Fiesta, you got 2 solo kills. And Silas, let's take a look at this replay. It was actually Dundun solo kill. Dundun said, I always just do this. Tell me about that Ksante solo kill. Well, the screen disappeared, so I don't really remember. But Rascal, I think I kind of made a mistake with his combo, so I was able to punish that. I just ulted in right away and killed him. And that was a Ksante into Jax, which is not a very easy matchup for Ksante, but you were able to actually do a great job on the top lane. I think Ksante doesn't really have a hard matchup, He's just so good. For me, I think so. Even Jax, I can beat Jax in lane. And Fiesta, you also got quite a lot of solo kills. As a Silas, he's serious as well. Well, I actually am pretty confident in Silas, and I spotted some mistakes that the opponents are making, so I got lucky. I was able to kind of, attack that, and I'm pretty happy with my performance on Silas today. And I also heard, Nongshim players' family, they're actually here to support you guys. My father is here, right in front of me. And that is Dundun's father with the fan sign for him. And Fiesta doesn't really have any ideas because he didn't get any message that his family is coming today. But still, we have so many people supporting Nongshim today. Any words for your father? Thank you so much for showing up for me. I know you're super busy. But you know, I just love you. Thank you so much for all your support. Love you, Dad. A very heartwarming moment between father and son. And your next opponent is up against Live Sandbox. How are we going to prepare for that one? As long as we follow our plan and preparation, it's going to be a pretty winnable match for us. But still, I think Live Sandbox, they're slowly getting their momentum started. So I think we should be the ones stopping their momentum. Yeah, I think they are doing great. So it might be a challenge for us, but we will do our best in order to prepare for that match perfectly and get a 2-0 win. And this will be the end of the POD interview from the Nongshim players, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, for the absolutely exemplary translation of the interview. Absolutely adorable. Even Dundun's dad's adorable, Wolf.
The Dun dad. I'd love to see the support, man. So we have so many younger players having their families come down and support them, showing how they think it's a viable career option, right? They want to support the players, make sure they're having a good time, make sure that if they have a tough loss, they can be there to support them. You love to see it.
And you love to see movement up in the standings for Nongshim as well as they head up towards 8th place. DRX, unfortunately, sharing 9th place with KDF. And Wolf, I think, you know, the KDF side of things also a little bit difficult after what we was talking about in the POG state.
Yeah.
But I was also saying that I think KT is going to be in 4th. And
I think right now, this might be a pretty close representative of what our final standings could look like, actually, what we're seeing right now. Like, maybe Live Sandbox and Hanwha Life, there's a little bit of movement there. If you're a Hanwha Life fan, you definitely hope so, but we're starting to figure it out a little bit.
Exactly right. And we're also debuting Review Desk as well. We've got Umpty and Karis. They're coming along to review their plays of their LCK matches of Week 1. Going to be very, very cute as well, so make sure you check that one out. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, Hanwha Life Esports taking on KT Rolster. Could be a doozy. We'll see you there.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일에 찾아오는 리뷰데스크 진행을 맡은 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 첫 회를 함께 해주실 두 선수, 엄티 선수와 카리스 선수를 모셨습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 브리온의 엄태현입니다. 반갑습니다.
바로 너 해야지.
안녕하세요. 브리온의 미드를 맡고 있는 카리스 김홍재라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
리뷰데스크는 지난주 경기 리플레이 영상을 보면서 직접 플레이했던 선수의 시선으로 이야기를 나눠보는 시간입니다. 칭찬하는 부분은 칭찬하고 아쉽다 이런 부분은 과감하게 얘기를 하는 판단 자체는 제가 합니다. 그리고 또 이제 숙소 가서 싸우면 안 되는 거 아시죠? 맞죠. 방송은 방송일 뿐.
깔끔하게.
자, 그럼 이제 리뷰를 시작해볼까요? 첫 번째 영상 바로 확인해보겠습니다.
약간 빠른 타이밍 갱킹 또 설계하는 것 같죠? 혹시 전멸까지? 그래서 아예 뒤돌아가는
엄티 이것도 계산 완료! 야, 이건 당하는 입장에서 이런 갱킹 루트는 진짜 처음 당해봤겠는데요?
아, 일단 영상만 봤을 때는 엄티 선수의 플레이가 굉장히 눈에 띄었어요. 근데 POG는 카리스 선수란 말이에요. 이 뭔가 하실 말씀 없으신가요?
제가 할 말은 있어요. 여기서 제가 이제 전령적으로 가자, 다 같이 가자. 막 신더라도 막 나 좀 멀어 기다려줘 했는데 제가 이제 기다리다가 팀의 위치를 놓칩니다. 그 상황에서 약간 얘 뭐지? 하고 제가 그냥 자연스럽게 걸어버려요. 이게 범죄자가 돼버린 겁니다. 저라는 사람이. 이게 너무 크게 굴러가요, 이 게임에서. 저희가 이 되게 유리하게 가져가던 게임이었는데 이게 저의 범죄 장면입니다. 저는 이 과실로 이 POG를 제가 뺏겼다라고 생각합니다. 이 판은 깔끔하게 인정.
제가 한 34분쯤에 아마 사이러스가 와드에 보이거든요. 여기서. 묘목이 보이나? 여기서 묘목이 보여가지고 순간 제가 이거 내가 시야 없는 곳에서 핑크 받고 여기서 한번 제가 와이를 한번 봐요. 여기 스킬 사실 얘가 헤르메스여서 바로 풀려서 대응을 좀 늦긴 했는데 여기서 저희만 오는 상황이었어가지고 나 생각 올 테니까 한번 좀 천천히 해봐라 라고 콜도 나왔었고 여기서 얘가 몸무게 한 번 더 보일 거예요. 여기서 몸무게 한번 보여가지고 여기서 한번 볼게 하고 이제 여기서 한번 봤는데 여기서 대박이 터져가지고
적군화해.
이게 이제 사실 플레이적으로 보면은 되게 약간 뭔가 단적으로 보일 수 있는데 콜이 사실 되게 많이 좋았어요. 카리스 선수. 우직한 콜이어서 팀이 약간 잘 따라오면서 여기서 교전을 대승을 했던 것 같아요.
이렇게 영상 보고 말씀 들어보니까 카리스 선수가 POG를 8대2 정도로 받을만 했던 것 같아요.
롤 잘하시네요.
그러면은 첫 세트는 이렇게 보고 다음 장면으로 넘어가 봅시다.
여기
싸우기
메가나를 내면 그 최대한 일단 다시 와요. 우리
들어와. 와, 브리온이
피가 안 달아. 안 때려줘.
너무 잘했는데요?
왜 브리온?
이 장면만 보면은 사실 카리스 선수가 POG란 말이에요.
저는 제가 POG 말했다라고 생각했는데 왜냐면은 이제 미드 갱 찌는 것도 이제 성현이 맞긴 한데 결국에 제가 토스를 해서 잡은 게 아닌가.
엄티 선수를 키운 건 나다.
그렇죠.
그럼 엄티 선수가 생각할 때
저는
사실 POG 엄티 선수잖아요.
저는 제 POG 받을만 했다고 생각합니다.
네.
상대방 50의 위치를 체크를 하고 이러면 나만 이거 2대2에 나미가 먼저 온다. 길게 싸우면 우리가 무조건 유리하다. 이걸 인지하고 제가 확 가버립니다. 그래서 여기서 풀스펠이 빠져요. 저는 그냥 아무런 턴도 쓰지 않고.
잠깐만 이거 근데 제가 잘 팬 거 아니에요? 카르마를 그냥?
제가 이 늑대를 먹으러 갔다면 강하게 하실 수 있었나요?
아니 그럼 제가 릴리하죠. 맞지 않아? 이거
자, 다음 점에 넘어가겠습니다.
두 분 싸우시면 안 돼요. 싸우시면 안 돼요.
이 게임을 터트린 시작. 그냥 레네톤 보고 강하게 너 텔 일로 찍어. 상대방 카르마 달려있어. 지금부터 지르면서 걸어줄게.
깔끔한 콜까지.
네, 여기에서 제가 굿을 맞춥니다.
이야,
그 순간 제가 달려가면서 바로 2인구. 달려 얘들아. 지금 우리가 한타 이겼어. 나를 봐. 하고 제리까지 봐줘. 세게 콜하면서 달려가서 2명 잡고 미드 타워와 전령까지 가져오면서 전 여기서 게임 셋.
내가 다 했다.
이 모든 역할에서 선봉장 역할을 맡던 제가 제일 잘했다고 생각합니다.
이때 살짝 억울한 게 있는 게
네네.
말씀하시죠.
성현이 잘한 거 오케이. 그럼 저도 여기서 호응을 잘해줘야겠죠 당연히?
그쵸.
바로 여기서 풀토스 했는데 갑자기 이래가지고 이게 토스를 했으면 제리까지 딱 잡고 딱 이제 기분 좋게 딱 제리까지 잡았어야 되는데
숙소에서 지금 쉬고 있는 우리 재택근무하고 있는 상호가 짜증이 난다.
그렇죠.
사실 이 두 분 말씀을 들으면 남이 탓이다.
맞습니다.
이거 갑자기 제3자가 튀어나오고.
저 여기서 제3자 한 명 더 소환할 수 있습니다.
또 있나요?
여기에서 한번 저희가 50을 잡는 시도를 했는데 근데 50을 못 잡았어요.
그쵸.
자, 여기서 그래서 우리가 배치를 길게 해야 된다. 라고 했는데 갑자기 나 뒤돌게. 나 뒤돌게. 나 이니시 볼게. 하고 믿고 있었어요. 모건의 레넥톤 뭔가 보여준다.
대왕 모건.
로드 모건. 이야! 하고 죽어버리기.
바로 그냥 악어 가죽.
네.
저희 프로그램 취지가 살짝 바뀐 것 같긴 하지만 범인을 찾아버린 것 같아요. 네. 아니 장난인 거 아시죠?
네,
이겼으니까 기분 좋게.
저희 사실
네.
얼굴 앞에서도 이런 말 합니다.
맵네요.
저희 좀 매워요.
근데 이런 멘트와 영상과 모든 걸 종합했을 때 확실히 엄티 선수가 POG를 받을만 했네요. 9할인데
9할?
네, 9할인데 약간 1할이 좀 내부에 적이 있었다는 느낌으로 네, 그런 느낌이긴 합니다. 최종적으로 저희가 좀 판단을 해야 됩니다.
최후의 변론 제가 먼저 한마디 하겠습니다.
네.
2세트 빅토르 쩔더라.
그쵸? 1세트 솔직히 저희 정글은 갱업박 없고 상대 세주가 좀 많이 오더라고요. 정글 차이.
꼭 이 두 분 뽑아야 되나요? 그 마음이 좀 바뀌었어요. 농담이고 네, 마지막으로 저는 개인적으로 느끼기에 오늘 엄티 선수의 좀 플레이, 원래 정글은 깔끔해야 되잖아요. 전자둔에 가져야 되잖아요.
그렇죠.
그런 모습을 봤을 때 오늘 게임을 캐리했던 지분은 엄티 선수가 조금 더 높았던 것 같습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 프로그램 같이 하셨는데 소감 한마디씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 연습도 했고 이제 게임을 이겨서 뭐 기분 좋게 여기에 참여할 수 있게 돼서 많이 영광이었고, 이렇게 이제 팬분들께, 시청자분들께 약간 많이 재미 들었던 거에 좀 많이 의의를 두고 기분 좋게 다음에도 나왔으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
사실 이런 자리가 너무 재밌고, 그리고 팬분들한테 이렇게 얼굴 비출 수 있는 기회가 많아서 좋고요. 다음에 또 헬리오스님 여기서 이겨서 꼭 다시 저희 경기 멋있었다 이렇게 칭찬 들으면서 오고 싶네요. 감사합니다.
저도 오늘 이 두 분과 함께해서 너무 재밌었고, 저희는 여기서 인사드리고 다음 주 목요일에 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다. 안녕! 안녕!
별거 아니란 말은 그딴 게 뭐냐는 너의 말은, 시간 낭비하지 말라는 말은 stop it. 보여줘 너의
중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 마음. 이제 너도 너만의 전설을 써봐. 준비됐어? 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah we on the fire. 머리를 치여 계속해 이어져 전설의 기억. 내가 왔지 언제까지 비워 너의 자리 채워. 매 순간 이젠 적이 없지 I'm no liar. 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah 보여줘 너의 carry.
당연했어야지. 달려놓고 마지막 데이터 해줄게. 하나.
준비한 이 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나. 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져. 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨줘. 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 적성. 시작해 전쟁 다시 돌아가도 선택은 똑같아. We're the dogs.
하지마.
Yeah, 보여줘 너의 carry. 준비한 이 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나. 보여줘 너의 carry. 준비한 이 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나. 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져. 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨줘. 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 journey. 보여줘 너의 carry. 준비한 이 rising road 지금 있는 season home 새로 태어나.
이해되지 않아? 협곡에 무슨 일이 벌어질지? 이제 다시 너만의 전설을 써봐.
새로 태어나. 보여줘 너의 carry. 머리를 치여 계속해 이어 전설의 기억. 내가 왔지 언제까지 비워 너의 자리 채워. 매 순간 이젠 적이 없지 I'm no liar. 잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah we on the fire. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to give you hope. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the second match of the LCK. I'm Valdez, with me as Chronicler once again. And that first series was very crazy. Nongshim were able to take down DRX in a 3-gamer. Felt like they won all 3 of those, but they finally got there in the end. And now we have Life Esports up against KT, another couple of teams who, on paper, have great rosters, but not quite the results we were expecting from both teams so far.
At the start of the day, Wolf said, I can feel it. It's going to be a 6-game day, and I think he might be right, because what neither of these two teams have shown us is consistency, and it's hard to imagine that either of them will have a really big advantage over the other one, as we are clearly still very much in the kind of feeling out individual strength levels of teams, because let's not forget, a team like Liv Sandbox, which looked horrible in their first game, just won 2 series as well, so everyone's all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, as you can see it right there. Life Esports currently 1-1. KT have played 1 series so far this week. Wasn't a pretty one, and honestly, both of these teams did not look very pretty up against Liv Sandbox, the unexpected victor.
Yeah, I'm still baffled that Sandbox was able to beat both of them. That does not make sense to me based on what we have seen in terms of roster strength and in terms of individual performance, but it gives us a really good idea, especially just off the back of that Nongshim win, that it can be very hard to evaluate, especially in early spring, how teams are going to look. I love that.
The 2 teams head-to-head, nowhere to back away from. 2 teams torn down by Liv Sandbox and Willer. Which one will recover from a shaky start? The shaky start for KT did come a little bit soon, more recently I should say, because it was on Wednesday. Life Esports, this is their first match of the week. They did lose to Liv Sandbox at the end of last week, so that was Sunday. Liv Sandbox, they don't only have KT today, but they have Gen G on Sunday this week. So you know, it's not going to be easy for them to handle both teams in the 1 week. The new generation of mid versus the OG mid. Lzeka of one-man carry legend continued the momentum against BDD, the Keeper of the Rift.
He needs to, because the rest of his team has not been great. Zeka has, particularly on his most notable champions, Akali and Silas, been exactly the same player he was at Worlds, which is he hard 1v9s. And Showmaker, Trophy Faker are still all very clearly in their top 3. Those players haven't moved. Yeah. But BDD 2021, he was still firmly there as the 4th, sometimes contesting for 3rd mid lane that we had within the LCK. Not the case in 2022. Obviously, had a very tough time there, and it was not until Worlds that Zeka, I think, really dethroned him.
They meet again after 904 days, which is a very long time. It's over 2 years. Viper versus Aiming. The one who came back after reaching the top. Viper, of course, winning with EDG in 2021.
Correct.
And versus the symbol of carry, Aiming. Definitely at times has been the linchpin for the side of KT, the guy who kind of pulls it together in the late game and does carry them through. Did struggle a little bit with that. You know, he's showing some moments, like his Ezreal that he did play recently. Did look very good, but as a whole, as a series, as a team, KT, just another one of these teams early in spring that is struggling to find their momentum.
And that's why for both these 2 teams, I would consider this a very important match. Just like the faces of DRX after they just lost a match that was pivotal for their early spring momentum. For these 2 teams, it is the same. In particular for Life, top half of the map. I don't think Viper has been necessarily impressive. Life basically the same as he was, as you guys conceded that Veldis is bouncing. Dude, this song
is a bop.
As overall,
loving this.
The form of the top half of Life, particularly Klid, has been justifiably very heavily criticized after week 1. But just one bad week doesn't make a split. We've seen teams be able to bounce back many a time. Let's not forget what happened last year, although that was one of the most unlikely scenarios, with obviously DRX looking kind of lackluster and then winning Worlds. But for KT, the experience is there. It's just about getting this roster to actually work together, and that's where it feels like these rosters with more experienced players are running into so many more issues than our newer teams.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. Maybe a little bit more pressure on these guys. They have been around for quite a long time. Everybody's kind of got a smile on their face, of course. In general, I feel this team, in terms of personalities, is very interesting. Like, Keen and BDD, relatively calm, you know, kind of laid back. But then you have Cuz and Lahens on the same team. And they are very similar in the fact that they are very, like, you know, they're kind of the clowns of the classroom, you know, type. Very much having a lot of fun. So, very eclectic team in terms of personalities. But, yeah, it'll come down to more than just the mid lane, but certainly Zeka has been kind of a one-man army for Hanwha Life Esports so far.
You know who's close to the 7 solo kills is Dun, which I can't believe. So, Zeka,
nice.
As we can see here, don't give him Akali or Silas. Just don't do it. Don't bother.
Yeah, give him Azir. That looks good.
Exactly.
Two losses.
Yeah, and it's not that Zeka on Azir is suddenly bad. He's just not as good as Zeka on his melee assassins. Because Zeka on his melee assassins single-handedly win games, and on Azir, sometimes it's alright, sometimes it's a little bit lackluster, doesn't quite seems to find the same angles that some of our other Azirs do. But focusing on Zeka, when the rest of his team, again, Kingen, has throughout his career been a player that to me kind of generally oscillates between looking great and looking kind of invisible. Never actively a detriment to his team, but on his stint on 2021 DRX, he looked like one of the shining lights. But then on 2020,
remember the 2 weeks where he played Ornn?
Yeah, only Ornn, and that was a wonderful
and he had
time.
a 5-man knockup. He was like God in the top
15
lane.
games in a row as well.
And then like the split went by, and we were like, wait, that happened, by the way, at the beginning of spring. You remember that?
That was a
and then he
long
won
time
Worlds.
ago. I got Worlds Finals MVP, which still is hilarious considering that, as mentioned, he doesn't necessarily need to be the linchpin, but he needs to actually be able to either create pressure or set up winning plays, because that he used to be able to do, and thus far we haven't really seen that. And additionally, Klid, similar to what we've seen from a lot of junglers actually, Croco also comes to mind, has not really taken well to the Sejuani, Wukong style mana, getting bullied extremely hard. Maokai, another one of these champions where there's a lot of pressure on you to be the engaging member of the team, and partially I do think it's harder when your team is disjointed to be the engager, because you go in and if the team doesn't follow, because not everyone is on the same page, you just die and look silly.
DRX.
But, well, even in both DRX and Klid's case, that doesn't tell the full story. The players also individually clearly look worse, but to me it's also kind of a self-aggravating loop, where the more you make those mistakes, the less faith your team has in you, but you still need to try and do stuff. And for Hanwha, they need to kind of get back and make sure that they're all on the same page when making these mid to late game calls, because that's where, with all their experience, they should be exceptional.
They absolutely should be. This is going to be an interesting one. You know, in terms of like solo lanes and a lot of the lanes here for Hanwha Life Esports, individually, I would give them the winning side of that. But the jungle is so critical nowadays, and I think Cuz is kind of miles ahead of where Klid is at right now, to be honest. So if I'm KT, if I'm a KT fan, I'd maybe look towards the jungle. I mean, Cuz hasn't been like a huge shining light, but certainly in the comparison, there has been a big difference there. So let's see how the drafts do go. Starting off with the Wukong, the Yuumi. I wonder if Klid can play AP junglers. Just throw Zeka on Yone. Just let him like
would not mind that. That would be great.
Just carry, you know.
There's so many that are good as well. We saw the Zek even come out, and I actually think Zek's in a great spot with how heavily bot focused the meta is right now. Zek, the only weak part of your kit is obviously the early levels, but if you don't blind when Elise is open and you're facing a shoving bot lane, I think you can get away with the pick in a lot of situations, and its team fighting power is self-explanatory. Also great for counter ganks as the bot lane shenanigans continue. What's interesting to me is that teams have seemingly dropped the Heimer, but have not given up on Zeri yet. That seems to be the kind of trend that we have compared to week 1, where Heimer was still somewhat higher. Win rate wasn't great, but let me tell you, neither is Zeri's win rate. And that one seems to be doing just fine, as early Varus lock in here coming through for Kingen. And Hanwha, prove me wrong, go get that Varus and Heimerdinger bot lane. especially if you might be playing into a Karma.
I would love for Aiming Lahens to go for Ezreal Karma. I think that these guys, you know, they haven't looked fantastic, but when they have had moments where they shined, it has been with this duo. And Karma being a big part of that, you pick it early, you can flex it. You know, BDD can play Karma. It doesn't necessarily, I don't think he necessarily should, but especially because he has been one of the guys that has been performing for this roster. But let's see what they want to do. The Sejuani's going to come out here early.
Yes.
There he is.
Very good.
I was wondering where he went.
Been gone for a little bit, but with the Karma face-up in particular, Heimer is one of the few picks that actually outshoves the Karma. Other example would be Ashe, but that's more because Karma just can't really do anything because Ashe has cheap shot and presses Q, and then Karma just kind of goes down, which is a very sad affair and why Ashe should not be allowed and is not in this case. Now, jungle pickup is interesting. I am waiting for someone to remember that Trundle exists with all these Sejuani blind picks. Probably not going to happen, as we most likely will just see a Vi here. Nothing too crazy. As the okay,
wow.
That's a big diversion in draft with the Gnar.
A lot of prio on your top lane, which I think, based on the current meta, does not seem like a good idea. But maybe Kingan's like, hey, I'm not doing great. Get me on something comfortable. I want to play Gnar. Maybe that's what they want to go for. Obviously, Gnar is great as a blind pick into so many different things, but this does mean that KT can now ban away some of the key junglers that Clid might want to play. Or maybe you just focus on Zeka because,
well, that's
Humble Life Esports bread is definitely buttered in the mid lane and not in the jungle.
That's where it's a little hard here for KT. It's not one of those usual drafts where you can really hone in on Clid's champion pool, because I think if you do that, as you point out, even though it seems like that's the call that they're going to make, then Zeka is going to get either Akali or his Sylas. Now, those champs are definitely counterable to a certain extent at least, and maybe we will see KT do that. Can even be a Karma flex, although Karma Ezreal to me is great, and I don't think you have a lot of options in Heimer, so I don't think that's likely. But at the very least, make sure that BDD is on something that can actually reliably threaten the early, I want to say like early laning phase, but even the early skirmishes, so that Zeka doesn't get fed. Because that to me is a surefire way to just lose any game.
Yeah.
Because as much criticism as Humble Life has had, none of it applies when they get Zeka on.
There you go.
And
that's one of them.
That's one of them, but I would be shocked to see KT go R4 Akali, because it's not really a BDD angle.
Yeah, I wonder if they're okay to give Azir to BDD. Akali into Azir is a great matchup. Zeka should be very comfortable in it, but BDD is also BDD. So I'm curious about this last ban. You just ban another top laner, and yes, they will. So they'll leave the Azir open, maybe just fine to pick Akali blind, which could get interesting. The Gwen, the Gnar versus Gwen, definitely a matchup we have seen many, many times. You know, back in the day when Gwen was even a lot stronger than she is now. Might be the choice here for Keen. Should be something he's comfortable on, but switch over to Camille will be the real choice.
Like the Camille, a lot more into specifically the Gnar, and with eyes on the 2v2 or possible skirmishes, 3v3s on the top side of the map. Also provides you with an additional form of engage together with the Sejuani, as we haven't really talked about Ryze yet, which is kind of baffling, considering how far into the draft we are. But I do worry, playing Camille into specifically Heimerdinger and Ryze can feel very bad in the later stages of the game.
Oh.
As you're forced to dive in is, wow.
Okay.
That's a curveball.
I mean, wow, that's very interesting. Certainly there are a lot, a couple of all-in components from KT already. Maybe even assuming that BDD will go onto the Galio with the Camille here. Ryze will be good into that matchup, and the Kindred will be good against the all-in. So it looks like they might just go ahead and pick up the Twisted Fate instead.
Lots of curveballs being thrown in. The Ryze pickup should be no surprise.
I mean, I forgot he existed.
Well, to me, it's crazy because that I'd still rather see Zeka on Akali, despite all this.
It's just the Zeka factor,
It really is. But
the blind Akali.
Overall, the composition from Hanwha Life can get awkward if you're not in a lead. Because if you can set up at an objective and KT is forced to engage into you, they have okay range with the Karma Ezreal and the TF, but really, I do think that they need to actually start team fights to get a lot of damage going unless they catch someone in rotation with that TF. Actually trying to start fights is really hard for Humble Life. I do think they have a composition with a lot of power. I think they have Prio in bot side, they have Prio in mid, but actually executing on this can be quite tough. Clint needs to be very on point with his ultimates in case that we do actually see KT go in, and the Heimerdinger into the type of composition that KT has can be quite strong, but again, you also run the risk of just getting art-targeted by Camille Sejuani, getting taken down and not being able to do anything, and...
Zeka, you are dynamite in my heart.
Aww, love that. He is explosive.
Those are like BTS lyrics, aren't they?
Well, Dynamite is a BTS song, I know that.
Maybe it is. Yeah, that's why. I was like, Definitely a lot of references on the fan signs we often do have. As you mentioned, you know, a pretty nice, well-rounded comp, but might have trouble with engages, whereas something that can 1-3-1 very nicely. We could see a lot of side lane pressure and global presence here from the side of KT. Can they play it, though, is the question. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1. Here we are on the Rift. I feel like we're in a very unique position for both of these teams emotionally. Hirai, in his recent interview after their loss to Live Sandbox, he declared, "We lost because we were bad." There are many things to reflect on. It is disappointing that numerous mistakes that I touched on during practice were made. The players should be alert of the situation. That is pretty much the most scathing review I have heard from a coach in the LCK of his own team in quite a while. By the way, Life able to set up turrets here very early on. As Heimer in the lane, this is great for early lane control in the 1v1.
Early or double Comet as well, which is not fun to play into as far as the bot lane go. Aiming is going for the TP. TP obviously a summoner that can be used in two ways, either to recover if you have a very bad start to the lane, try and trade a little bit more aggressive in terms of health, and if you get poked out, you can just get back, but also can be used to try and gain priority and extend some pressure around a possible early objective, as there is a ward here on the red buff, meaning that they will be aware of where Clid is going. Clid, by the way, going for the Conqueror build. The Conqueror Keystone, rather. We have seen a number of different builds. PTA is the classic Kindred Keystone when you want to go for a lot of early aggression, try and look for an early kill or two. Conqueror obviously scales very well, also was Pioshik's favorite when he pulled out the Kindred, as Aiming and Lahan's not going to be able to really walk up to the wave here, unsurprisingly. But it's Ezreal, so we'll at the very least be able to still farm. Hasn't missed it yet.
This is the way this lane is going to go. KT did not try to really threaten or fight for priority in that lane. They kind of know what they have to deal with down there, so they'll just be farming back and forth. So that's a prio lane for HLE Esports. Zeka pushing very strongly here in the mid lane. He's going to have priority early. The top lane in the range versus melee matchup early could be nice for the Gnar, although it does depend a little bit on the way that the Camille plays. So decent amount of prio early here from the side of HLE Esports.
Lahan's also playing against his former teammate. Of course, Lahan's and Viper were on Humble Life in 2020, just straight up 2020. I was going to add something, but there was nothing to add. That was when they were...
The year that existed.
It was, definitely. It was a weird year, as I was actually expecting Kingdom to be able to get a little bit of early pressure, because post-6, this matchup obviously becomes kind of tough, as from that point on, Keen, if he does find Mininar in an awkward spot, Keen gets engaged on, he can be in deep trouble if his Gnar bar is not up to the required level. But early on, definitely very heavy priority, and you see Keen also using the prio that he has on the top side to know where Clid is, and now we might see a little bit of a contest here, because they really want to try and secure the mark. Lahens is moving, but there is definitely a very low health aiming. Fortunately, Viper doesn't have a lot of mana, but we might see a scuffle here for this early crab. Zeka might be coming.
That's gonna get it. Yeah, yes, might. Yep. Just gonna take it. They just got over there early. So like, all AP Sports, yes, Lahens might be forced to flash here. This is getting pretty close. Clid could also flash in. There it is. Lahens just gonna just shield in his face. He's like, yeah, cool story, bro. I don't care about your lack of damage.
Unfortunately, that's one of those moments where if you have PTA, probably get the kill. Also, no awareness of where Cuz was there because no vision. So Clid could have definitely chased off there and gotten the flash, but for all he knew, Cuz was about to go in and collapse. Little did we know, or did he know, that Cuz was like, no, I did my job. I got my double scuttle. I'm going home.
I'm getting a good back.
Oh yeah, and he really did. Denying early mark is quite nice. Clid also without a flash available now, overestimating his damage early on. One upside is that there is indeed a good amount of damage being put on here in terms of early plays. And look at this, Freeman Realm Vision is amazing here. There is no teleport available. Zeka teleported towards mid.
Well, this is going to be seen. So Keen is straight up just running out of the lane. He's actually trading pretty aggressively onto Keen, as now the Realm Warp is available as the flash comes out from Keen and he doesn't get the root. So Keen's just going to get out of there. Zeka not able to really secure the kill on that one.
And nice roam there. Unfortunately, does cost Keen his flash, which into the Gnar lane is quite big. Gives King a lot more effective range to play with. As long as he avoids walls now, doesn't have to be nearly as afraid of a Camille all-in. As long as they can keep decent track of Cuz.
Lahens is still level 3.
Yeah, this has happened with him before. Remember the Heimerdinger incident?
I remember. Well, is he level 2 in that one?
It was not high. I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but it was...
It might have been level 1.
I don't know. He was a low, very low. I think it was 3, but it was a very low level for a really long time. Also, do
no,
note,
I think it was 4. Anyway,
that's fine. I'm glad that you remember more clearly than I do because my brain is very scrambled.
Not sure that I do.
Well, I'm gonna believe you.
Either way, it was a very low level. It was below 6.
If you go in on a hard engage, I will follow you no matter what.
Nice.
Even though it might not be a good idea, because that's what friends do. Important here is that BDD didn't actually use his Destiny Engage on the topside roam, walked from base all the way over, which does mean that that is still available for a play. It also means that Clid, for example, can't really justify try and go for that bot mark, because if he is in an awkward position, Clid engages, or Cuz rather engages, and BDD joins him, then the Kindred is just going to get blown up. And thus far, KT able to actually reliably deal with the Kindred does come at the cost, as we can see, of BDD's farm, who is now getting substantially behind. And bot lane, as expected, really bleeding a lot of resources. Because while Clid is being set behind, Viper and Live have had the ability to just play their game for the entirety of the 7 minutes thus far, and it's timer Varus.
Yeah. So. I mean, Viper's just not missing his shots, right? Like, we were very excited to have Viper, honestly, obviously, back in the LCK. Just how awesome of a player he is, how skilled he is, great guy. And we do have a little bit of a trade here, but it looks like they're just going to push out the lane and get a good back. This Infernal Drake is live after all. But, yeah, the first couple of games, he wasn't exactly the main carry. You know, he was playing, like, decently well, but he wasn't, like, popping off, right? So still waiting for that moment for him. Doing well in the lane so far.
And I don't think this is going to go anywhere. As for aiming at Lahens, this is the unfortunate reality of playing into Heimerdinger. You just...
Yeah, they opted into this.
Much. And Karma makes it better than it normally would be, which says a lot. As love this from Clid, using the false sense of security, as they have pressured bot lane so much. No teleport available yet. No, the bot lane is back. And as a result, pick yourself up a Drake, and really a great showcase of why I was a little sad that Heimerdinger really dropped so much in priority, because it allows you to do things like this, even with Clid having a bit of a rough time thus far, as Cuz is continuously punishing. The question will be whether Clid being set behind is going to be as much of a detriment when the bot lane is winning as hard as they do, and you get some early Drakes.
It's definitely an important one to ask at this point in the game. They do see Cuz, by the way. Not sure if he's... Oh, yeah, he did. He pinged that ward, so they know that he was spotted. Note that life now, it is after 8 minutes. He is now in the top river. He has left the bottom lane. Viper can do whatever he wants down there. And we might see some contesting over this Rift Herald. Yeah, I don't think we've seen Viper miss yet.
And aiming does have teleport, which can either be used to go towards topside, but considering that Lens is roaming, my expectation is that they will let this Herald go. Viper though reads it perfectly as well, right? Like doesn't overextend, doesn't try and optimize, because he wins the 1v1 very hard, if you hadn't guessed based on how it's currently looking. None of it gets poked down as I curse him immediately.
Yeah, I made that sound because it's the feeling of being caught against the wall.
Yeah.
Against an Ezreal ult, you're like, I can't run any further south. So he's just gonna get chunked out, and that's actually pretty big. I mean, it's gonna allow KT's bottom lane here, aiming in Lahens, to get a turret plate. Of course, part of the reason this happened is because the Heimer's not here. But also Viper could not stay under the turrets to push the wave out, as Keen is coming in. He's got a Sejuani nearby. King could be in trouble, but Keen is not quite in range. Look at his flash. It's like 5 seconds away.
Yeah, a little bit
forcing that one.
Awkward on the timing there. Keen definitely did have a window. There we go.
And now Clid's here. And now guess what? Zeka's here. It's a 3v3 straight up in the top side as the ult does not come out. Clid is not able to get it down before he is stunned by the Sejuani. And that means that Zeka also has to back away from the fight. And Cuz makes it happen.
And the 3v3 Sejuani combined with a Camille is incredibly strong. If you have a Maganar available there, you can win that no problem. But this time around, pretty sure Clid was still in a gold card, and because of that wasn't able to get anything done, as
he got hit by the Sejuani ultimate as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have been stunned for like 4.5 seconds.
And as a result, Kingen just dies, doesn't get to build up his Narbar, you don't get to equalize the health bars. And unfortunately, even though it looked a little jank, as you were saying, cooldown available just there as... just a really nice CC chain. Also BDD having the presence of mind to not go for the low health Gnar, but making sure that Kindred couldn't play. No availability for Zeka and Clid at that point, because the health bars on the opposing side are still full. And I was about to talk about the fact that thus far Zeka has actually been able to keep BDD locked in lane, and TF is much worse than Ryze when he can't impact the map, because Ryze, even if he doesn't do anything in side lanes, in his current state will hit 2 items and just bonk everyone.
Yeah, he does.
Be a raid boss and just do an absurd amount of damage, and that isn't really the same. So BDD getting a nice play on the crossbow there, very big as Viper.
Viper, thankfully he's got the cleanse for his sake, as the ult comes out from the Heimer. Cuz has to flash away, expecting the follow-up arrow. As now Clid is here, he's just going to drop this Rift Herald, saying, okay, well, we've got a good trade down on the bottom side. This is good timing. We can take down this first turret pretty early on. 12 minutes, so they should be able to get all the plates here.
Looking a lot cleaner. Notice also Zeka already hovering towards bot side. BDD doesn't have his Destiny Gate available, so he doesn't have a way, and it might also lead to what I think is a first mark. Oh, already has picked one up. So, second mark if Clid gets it here, and he will. I was a little scared there with Lance coming out of the fog, but
more Kindred life. Fine. Yeah, barely able to scrape together a couple of marks, yeah.
There is no feeling more depressing than when you're playing Kindred and the enemy team in solo queue that has up until that point been a complete mess. You know, watch your entire... The moment the mark spot, like, watch your entire jungle, drops free waves.
King is beating this in so well. I mean, Cuz is up here, right? But it is Meganar. Can they kill the Meganar is the question. Looks very likely. Excellently done as Keen, he set that all up. He hookshot it under the turret. He's like, yeah, come get me. And Kingen fell for it 100%.
Very nicely done there by Keen. And often you talk about strong 2v2s, especially with how popular Sejuani is at the moment, you don't always quite see it come to fruition, but even in Mega Gnar form there, you see Kingen is completely unable to really get anything done. just gets CC'd from start to finish, a lot of damage also. And Camille being fed in the sideline does really make matters a lot more difficult, because if she does get fed enough, game becomes very hard to play out for Hanwha Life, and no one can match the Camille. And you need to try and deal with that, simultaneously keeping track of where BDD is. Can be very hard as we get into the later stage of the game. Fortunately for Hanwha Life, bot lane, again, still an amazing spot. Zeka is comfortably scaling as well, and if they can get a second Drake here and maybe roll like a mountain or a hex deck, should still be feeling good.
Okay, we can't all roll, you know,
Might just be
nat 20s and get hex deck every time. But yeah, I mean, that would be excellent.
Might be a a cam tech. There you go.
Yes.
That's the one we don't want the most.
Hey man, Jeff's a nice guy.
You do not like. Don't pretend with me, Valdez.
Yeah. Also,
your
Jeff
true
is only in
feelings.
Challenger League. We have bonus memes in Challenger League compared to LCK. You guys wouldn't know unless you watched on Mondays and Tuesdays at 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Korean Standard Time. But anyway, this top lane is kind of done. I mean, Kingen is just getting bodied.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for him already. So you got to wonder what's going to happen as the game comes along here. As Clid he's got it right on the angle here, but Cuz is just going to throw an ult in. The damage will go the way as the smite of Cuz will last hit it, and we will have a Mountain Soul for this game.
Possibly a blessing in disguise for Hanwha if they are actually able to build up more of these. But if not, I guarantee you do not want to play against KT stacking multiple Mountain Drakes. Right? Camille already can be hard enough to kill this, same for Sejuani. That's going to be way worse. And Hanwha Life has one damage dealer that can actually get through these health bars, and that is specifically Clid. Is going for the Kraken Slayer build. Would not be surprised if he picks up a Blade of the Ruined King as well. That's what Pioshik has gone for many a times. Kingen, yeah, he's fine, but he doesn't really win trades because he's so far behind in terms of items.
Almost got through his physical damage shield.
And Viper is Lethality Varus. And Viper thus far, I think, has played great. Applied a lot of pressure. That's all nice. But if you're playing into a Mountain Soul shield, you don't do a lot. As life, no, that's not the build. No, that's not what you want.
Well,
not the proto belt again. Not the rocket belt.
He wants the boom boom go fast belt.
I'm not on board.
That's the name now. Okay, well, we are going to have the chains coming out here, and Cuz is in a little bit of trouble, but he is able to get away. He is already decently tanky enough. There's another good Ezreal ultimate will come through. Cuz, of course, on the jungle. He will not be able to teleport back into this one, so they might just give this one away. As the smite will come through, lands and aiming, just poking them away. We did see the Destiny Gate come out, so I thought maybe there was going to be a fight, but not meant to be, as BDD just gets back to lane, and now he's going to roam down to the bottom side.
As overall, second Herald, mostly useful to try and break open that mid lane. As here we go.
Oh, here we go. Keen has flash. That Gnar was not good. He's going the opposite way. He's just getting out of here. He is going to take 2 turret shots, though, but Lehens is here, trying to help out. There's the shield. He will finally have to flash, as the Mancer Q is enough to slow them both down. Lehens does a good job. They're now kind of stuck in here. Lehens might have to flash out of this one. Poor support. He's just going to have to flash there. BDD is just getting free value on the bottom lane. He's going to take down this turret.
And something we haven't talked about that much is that KT is running triple teleport. And triple teleport... Oh, King's dead.
Oh. Okay, he's going to flash away. Hextech Ultimatum could have been used, but would have been close. Might have died to Mega Gnar.
Kingen getting the amount of draft priority that he did and then not being able to get a lot done on Gnar is rather unfortunate.
Viper looks... Ooh, okay, he's got...
Yeah. Still a cleanse, so it was fine. Does have to blow the cooldown, which is unfortunate, but that could be the end of the world. As yeah, Kingen blind picking the Gnar is fine if the Gnar then actually works. They also expended like another ban as
Life just kind of laughs at him, throws a grenade in his face.
Okay.
He's being chased down here though, and there is the stun. No damage does come out as the super turret is here. Life is, you know, probably not the best position. He did play it decently well, but at the end of the day, he is going to go down.
And back-to-back, kind of awkward moments for Homa Life as they are just not able to get anything done.
He's getting in there. He's got the backup from Viper, and that's why he's going so ham here. Tons of damage coming out, and they will trade supports. Of course, they saw Keen in the top lane. That's the only reason they wanted to go for this, as Kingen had other ideas. He says, well, maybe I could just go to the top side. No, he is dead. Keen will shut that down. That is a 3-0 Camille. 19 minutes into the game.
Bit baffled at overall shenanigans unfolding onto the Rift before us, as
I kind of expected it between these two teams.
I was hoping that after a little bit of rest for Homa Life in particular, they would look a bit cleaner. And it's not like the game has been called favorably for either team here, even though, as mentioned, Homa Life to me are going to have a very tough rest of the game if they are not early to objectives, because their side laning situation is very, very bad. You are playing into a Camille that is extremely far ahead, that no one can really match in the side lane.
Only Zeka is going to have a chance. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if he ever dies, you just instantly lose the game. And then moments like this, as you know what, Life. Now I get it. That's why he's. I don't think he has a finish here yet.
He does.
He does have a protocol. Okay.
He's in the last fight. Maybe not in this one.
Yeah. So the key, you can just dodge out the Sedge ulti. That's why we. That's the only reason I can tell myself. And that's what I gotta have. As Viper desperately sets up the play for his team, able to actually execute on this, and then they don't. Do you spot the ward?
Yeah, he saw the word, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I should be fine." Just
and there is
public service announcement. Both Camille and Sejuani can dash over walls.
And as a result, KT picks up another one of these Drakes, and yeah, why not? He'll marry Baron it. Go for it. Let's do it. Let's flip it. Why not? He doesn't have to veto.
Okay, well, Destiny Gate's pretty good at seeing this one, as they look to force KT to come on in here, as the ult will hit the Kindred in the backside. They don't have a lot of vision of this, though, as everybody's looking to just... Okay, that's a little bit awkward. Everybody's like, okay, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Just gonna Realm Warp out of this fight.
And that's basically it. Homa Life doesn't really get anything out of it. Unable to maintain control. We now start to see the vision also very good here for KT, so there aren't really any surprise plays available. And as I mentioned previously, the Homa Life comp to me is really tough once you lose control of the game, because one, you need substantial setup to actually win in fights, right? You're looking at Viper either hitting poke, or Life being able to set up his turret so that the enemy can't quite walk in. And you can't lose the side lane too hard, because BDD is fine. He's not going to be the problem in terms of matching him. But BDD, as soon as he's in fog, you need to respect, because if Camille is anywhere and BDD Destiny Gates, even if you might be like moderately okay, which based on the gold, Zeka isn't even in that great a spot. Obviously he's playing against TF, so TF does have somewhat inflated gold in terms of where he will always be compared to his lane opponent, but this Camille is a really big problem, and KT has a perfect draft for keeping Keen safe in the side lane as well. And for Homa Life, you're kind of relying on some mistakes from your opponents to, from this point on, get a lot done, because KT can just pull you apart. Right now they have 2 teleports available, but once aiming as is up, even Ezreal is like very safe in the side lane. It's not like you can easily take him down either. And the Homa Life comp starting to feel more and more awkward. KT, I think, in a wonderful position in this game.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. They will have an immense amount of side lane pressure. For now, they're just... they were keeping the TF and the Camille separately, but as you mentioned, they can join up at any time. You could also just, you know, especially before there's a lot of Baron pressure, just keep your jungler here and say, okay, well, King, now you're at risk of being dove, which is just going to make things even more...
Look at the vision as well.
Okay, they're going to try to get on top of Clit here, who is going to get his ult off, just barely, as they have gone pretty deep for this one, but still a pretty decent trade here for KT. Keen does have to get out, as some extra chunks were done on the backside, and actually Zeka wasn't even there. He's just in the top side pushing, so actually ends up being a pretty decent trade here for Homa Life.
Actually quite nice, as you point out. Does mean that Keen now won't have stopwatch available, kind of limiting some of the more aggressive plays that he can go for. Zeka is definitely gonna have to peace out, although, as mentioned, I think he'll be completely fine. Does get his ROAS stack and his level 16 right there, as we get to witness that, which is cute.
Cool.
And for Home Alive, those are the type of plays that you're going to be looking for, right? Mistakes from KT, where they go in a little bit too aggressive, when they maybe get a little bit over-eager to get a turret. Some people might not be completely synced up, but if KT played this out perfectly, I think it is very hard for Hanwha to really get anything done unless, you know, King finds a multi-man ultimate or Zeka pops off completely in the fight, which can definitely happen.
Yeah.
And also KT has been known at times to be their own worst enemy.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's looked pretty clean from them, to be honest. I feel like Cuz is really kind of, like, King got an early lead, and then Cuz was like, okay, let's expound upon that, you know, like, let's really try to pressure the top side of the map, which isn't always what you see. You know, they drafted Ezreal Karma almost to just say, okay, we're not playing bot side at all. We're just, you know, let you down there, you're going to farm, you're going to be safe, it's fine. But we're not going to focus on that at all. Let's get Keen ahead and try to win this top lane matchup. And, I mean, Keen hasn't been... Okay, ults will come out here. This time we'll be able to hop away from that one. So yeah, Keen hasn't been exquisite in his play, but King neither. So I think now Keen kind of stepping up to the plate, put on this opportunity to carry counter top side, is doing quite well.
As it will be Clid picking that one up. And we will have a Drake spawning in 20 seconds. I don't know if Hanwha Live feel like they can contest this. I could take a big chunk there. Of course, aiming, as you pointed out, not really has been the greatest spot this game, but it doesn't really matter. Still has been able to pick up all the farm that he needs to, so even though he lost his turret relatively early on, yeah, he doesn't care, right? Right now, you're Ezreal, you're feeling great. If you pick up another Mountain Drake or two, then it's not like the lethality Varus is really going to hurt you that much.
Here we go. TF in the bottom lane. Kingen is just getting pummeled. And there's no recourse. This is exactly what we talked about. Hanwha Live Esports.
He's available.
Yeah, they immediately try to start the Baron, but KT will be here. I guess they're at least trying to force these teleports. They are not in a good spot. Health bars are low. Life is going to go down. Clid has to ult underneath this Baron, as they are just being cornered and outplayed. Over the wall will go Keen, as Zeka is trying to do something to help out Viper, but that is not going to work out. Baron will go the way of KT, as Viper even flashing. He is never going to get away from this one, so pretty confusing. But either way, he will go down, and Zeka remains alone, 0-0-0.
Sometimes a game just play out the way that you expect it to, and in this case, this is textbook. You can easily collapse. Hanwha Live, I think, felt like they were in a very awkward position. You have to try and force something, and even underneath the turret, Kingdom is not safe at all. Double TP comes through, and you can stall for a little bit here as Hanwha Live, but it doesn't matter. Baron served on a silver platter here. Viper, I think, desperately trying to, you know, maybe get a steal. Not going to be the case, and even if he did, wouldn't be enough. Fortunately for Zeka, he actually gets the teleport off, which keeps him safe, but that is Baron now going over to KT. So you now have a Bad Camille splitting in the side lane. GA's available. They get another dragon, and for Hanwha Live, not a good look in game number one. Draft kind of awkward, doesn't end up working out in a weak individual game from Kingen, with Cuz doing a really good job, leading to a really lopsided gold graph here after the 20-something minute mark. 25, I want to say? Roughly.
Like I said, you know, I think KT can get a pretty large lead through the jungle, and the top lane is really benefiting from it, as now Kingen is going to be dove once again. And again, this is just the way this comp plays out. There's really no recourse. Like, Hanwha Life and Kingen at this point, like, stuff could have happened differently earlier on in the game, as Life is ganking? I'm not sure, but he's dead. As the ult will come through, and KT looking to take a relatively quick one with this composition.
And not even the power spike of the propelling Heimerdinger is going to be enough. The movement, not enough to outplay, and KT, very clean, very convincing game number one here. Sack their bot lane early, but what they got back for it in return was simply incredible. And Hanwha Life, Zeka is not on Akali or Silas, and as a result, team doesn't really get anything done.
KT not gonna end it at this point. I mean, one of the things you mentioned in the draft is that Hanwha Life Esports are really going to have a difficult time forcing team fights, and KT have done a fantastic job of just saying, well, we're only going to fight you when we want to. And if you want to fight, like, you can't do anything about it.
Now what do you do?
Right?
What do you do?
Unless we just, you know, donk into you, essentially, which they have not.
Here he comes.
Watch him
soar! He gave his life for the good of the team. I think. I don't know. He didn't get that much done. Unfortunate moment there.
Keen has a GA.
He's also sitting on an elixir of iron. In case he wasn't unkillable enough with his GA.
Nice, nice.
And his 6-0. Oh man. And at this point, as Hanwha, you're going over, okay, what do we do next game? To me, gotta start in the draft. You can't put this much priority on an R for it, and waste bans on it, for it to still get counterpicked, get absolutely demolished.
It's kind of interesting they didn't ban the Camille. I mean, they did ban the Aurelia instead.
Yeah.
And the Cassante, I mean, that's something that the Gnar has been picked into many times. So they went for that ban just based on Cassante power level right now. As Kingan's like, please let me play the game. I just want to ult someone, anyone. I don't think he's hit a single person with this ult. Maybe one time. Not sure. As the siege will happen, and KT will slowly but surely finish off this extremely convincing game. The Kindred was there, and now she's not. As Zeka also trying to do whatever he can to carry at this point, but it is just not enough. KT gonna start off this series with a 1-0, I think, right? They should just hit the Nexus. There you go. They take it down, and KT win 11-1 in the kill score. Very clean from minute 1 to the end.
Somewhat of an unfortunate drafting situation for Hanwha Life. It started off so well with the Varus and the Heimerdinger, but then very early on picking up that Gnar, not really working out in the game whatsoever. And then the Kindred and the Rise, just, if this was a full dive comp, it was like Kai'Sa and Nautilus, I think the Kindred makes sense, but to me, kind of felt like it came out of nowhere. Didn't really offer that much to the team. You had no hard engage available, and as a result, as soon as the side lanes, or particularly Keen, did get ahead here for the team of KT, wasn't that much comeback potential.
Seems like they're digging in pretty deeply into what went wrong in the game. I think that Cuz did an excellent job with his pressure on the top side, and Keen, I mean, even before Cuz showed his face in that lane, it was like dominance from minute 1, right? So definitely a huge lead from Keen that was snowballed by Cuz, and then, you know, they were able to match the side lane pressure that the Rise could have with the TF. Like, I think a lot of the pieces that KT chose as well in the draft were good answers to what Hanwha Life Esports. You know, they kind of picked a passive bottom lane that could scale, and then they were like, okay, well, what are you going to go for? And they did a great job of that. So that's going to do it for game number 1. KT come out with a very convincing win, which is really nice to see after their last series against Live Sandbox. We'll see if they can keep it up, but first, guys, we will take a break and have the space.
내가 사는 거야. 뭐야 이거?
나 메가나를 나
연타포 좋아.
우리 안 들어가도 돼. 포킹 빠져.
들어가도 돼.
리칼 땄어. 리칼 땄어.
바로 녹음. 위타워 쳐볼래? 위타워 쳐봐.
위타워 칠게. 위에 타워. 나 쉴드 봐줘 계속. 쉴드 계속 봐줄게.
타워.
나 쉴드 한번 줘봐.
타워. 얘 들어온다 이번에.
얘들 메가나를 없어 얘들아. 킨드 잡았어. 들어가자. 그냥 아예 들어가도 돼.
요거 해야 될 듯?
나 가인 있어. 나 가인 있어. 나 이거 들어가자. 한번 볼게 이거.
라이즈 초식해.
라이즈 노플. 내가 퍼펙트 깼는데 얘들아. 미안하다. 나이스. 우리 팀 잘하네.
똑같이 해주시네. 네. 하나, 둘, 셋, 출발. 자, 한 번 다시 할게요.
그래도 좀 천천히 그래도.
아니야, 그냥 뛰셔도 돼요. 제가 따라갈게요.
브리오니.
다시 할게요.
대답해봐라.
LCK 킹.
그냥 팅팅하고 제가 눈을 감을 수밖에 없어 순간.
잘할 거야. 잘할 거야.
죄송해요.
이거 잘할 거야 하면은 다 까먹는다니까 이게 지금. 말이 안 돼 지금.
잘할 거야.
네, 아니요.
꽤 좋은 아나운서가 될 거야. 꽤 괜찮은 LCK 아나운서.
What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What the hell?
저랑 함께 가시죠.
What the heck?
너네랑 우리는 노는 물이 달라. 이 분석 데스크의 최대 주주는 바로 나 육수빈이라고.
할 때 약간 움찔했거든요.
네. 알겠습니다.
바로 나 육수빈이라고. 배불러 태어났어야 됐는데.
방송 시작하겠습니다.
페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 우리 소신 변치 맙시다. 우리 페어 플레이. 우리
씨 묻는 거.
잘하고 있어. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리. 아니 이거 표정 너무 어렵다. 잠깐만요. 근데 표정을 어떻게 해야 될지.
얼굴이 붉어지고 있어.
너무 힘들어. 파이팅 할게요. 파이팅. 페어 플레이 합시다 우리.
오래오래 기억에 남을 것 같아요.
볼 거예요.
그러니까.
이거는 거의 나오다가 하는 거예요. 네. 이거 너무 좀 과하지 않아? 네, 이거 앞에 한번 쳐줘요.
그래. 진짜 싸는 게 아니야.
싫다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space, where we're going to break down that KT Rolster victory. I'm Atlas, that's Wolf. And Wolf, we started off with a pretty cool draft, to be honest.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see Rise actually make it this far deep into the draft and see what the teams were prioritizing above it. But then when Rise actually appeared, the response was quite nice for KT Rolster. Taking a look at things, the big issue in this game, the key pick in the draft, was the blind Gnar that comes up here before the second ban phase, and it becomes very easy here for KT Rolster to figure out a way to deal with this. They banned the Aurelia, and it felt like this sort of half-hearted, like this could be a problem, but there are many other champions that can punish the Gnar. One of the best is Camille, and when you pick the Rise into it, it just makes it so easy to Twisted Fate Camille and shut it down.
No, absolutely, and I loved what KT did because they left up a lot of things that were very strong, like the Varus Heimerdinger combination that we've seen so often, like the Rise. One of the champions that can follow the Rise very well is Twisted Fate. I think the Kindred, we can just leave that alone. I don't really want to talk about it. I don't think anyone could blame me. That's absolutely fine. But what they did is they also crafted this beautiful 1-3-1 composition, and the dumb one Kia of the past really made the Camille Twisted Fate look completely broken. We've got phenomenal Twisted Fate players here in the LCK, and BDD is 100% one of them. Yeah. And they just turned it into a great draft and also a great Gnar punishment draft. It was lovely.
And unfortunately, Clid just couldn't actually shut down Cuz at all. There wasn't a lot of control on the map, so even though Twisted Fate kind of gets a lot of prio early and actually takes a massive CS lead, which is normally one of the best ways to shut down the Twisted Fate, is just constantly put pressure on him. Outside of the lane, he was free to move around the map. BDD did so much, and we jump into this first highlight. We're going to take a look at the return of the orange buff, as Kingen died a lot. And this was the first hopeful fight where there's a billion CC onto the Kindred, so it can't actually ult fast enough to save him. We're going to see a few of these. This time a bit of an overextension with Narbar here, and is shut down. And rather than explaining the mechanics of everything that happens in this, it's just Kingen has a rough game, and it's not all his fault. It's just simply a result of not being shouted by either his jungler or the Rise to save him. This is the third time.
And also, it's not necessarily about, we're not doing this to throw any shade at Kingen. This is what the KT composition was designed to do. It was designed to abuse that top side of the map, because in doing so, you create a completely immovable object, which is the Camille. And no one can touch Keen in a side lane, and your 1-3-1 is then able to be successful.
If they waited for the Gnar pick for later on in the draft, even on blue side, they could have seen a lot more of these threats coming, could have decided to move into something safer, like a Gragas even, if they wanted to run this style of composition. And our last highlight is right after that fourth death, so trying to tie these two together, is Kingen gets jumped on by both solo laners, 2 TPs are up, and it's just a really easy Baron fight after this. It's 5v4.
Desperation. And what it is illustrating is that Life Esports are kind of forced into this position to make an impossible Baron call that obviously colossally fails. But
and KT read it so well.
Yeah.
They're just like, all right, Gnar's down there, lock him down, take him out. He can't TP in. We both TP in. It's a 5v4 fight. And this is a greedy move from Life Esports because there is no recourse. There's no escape in this game. And Viper had a great laning phase.
He did.
But it didn't matter in the end.
And Zekka also had a phenomenal laning phase. He was up by like 30 CS or something like that coming out of the lane. But it ultimately did not matter at all. And let's give Keen his POG, shall we? I think that's probably what we should be doing right now, because I think that he had a phenomenal game. There could have been a couple of other options.
BDD, a good choice, I think, too.
Yeah, BDD also deserves a couple of votes, but I think it's going to be the Keen one. 100 points and 100% deserves. 7-0-1 on the Camille.
Yeah, he just shut the Gnar down so many times and also really made the Varus' life hell in some skirmishes around the map. And we've watched these highlights already. We'll watch them again. It's just a product of the draft. And you give Kane this pick early. It's one of his most famous, right? He was the first great Gnar player in 2021 when no one else... All Gnar games looked like this, actually, until Kingen played it in 2021. It's kind of hilarious and ironic in that way. But unfortunately for Life Esports here, despite a great laning performance from Viper, a great laning performance from Zekka, the team is still not working together very well. Clid isn't able to save the Gnar here, and just a lot of problems with the teamwork.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how many votes go his way. 9 out of 11. A couple of stray votes going over to Cuz, and I do want to shout him out because Cuz secured multiple objectives this series so far. And last time around, we had a few things to say about his ability to land smites effectively, so definitely big ups on Cuz. We'll see whether he can continue doing it as we move towards game number 2. Take it away, Cuz.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. I'm glad Wolfie brought back the return of the orange buff. He's back, and yes, you know, Cuz was able to secure a lot of different objectives, especially the orange buff, multiple times. This guy's like, wait, what? I don't have a sign. Nice.
I'm just a
just
guy.
happy to be here.
I'm just a guy. Still, I don't have a sign anywhere, guys. And
Like, no, I'm not hiding out. I'm not sitting on it. Like, I never had a sign.
after such a dominant victory of KT, the only thing that makes sense is for them to completely fumble it in game 2, so we go to a 3-game series, because thus far KT, every single series has gone to 3 games.
I saw this Hama Life Blue thing pop up, and immediately my brain was like, they're gonna blind pick Gnar again.
No, they wouldn't.
I don't know. I just had this feeling.
No.
I'm not saying it's gonna happen. It's just this came into my brain like just out of nowhere. I'm like, uh-oh. Because I thought if they pick red, you know, maybe they can kind of like mix things up, be a little bit more reactive, not blind pick Gnar. But let's see. Let's see how it goes. I think, you know, King, and he had his game, you know, it was a little bit tilting for sure. Let's see if he can kind of bounce back from it. I think that's going to be of the utmost importance in this one. As so far, they have left the Wukong open. They banned that first last game.
If they just go for the same draw, okay, they're not. Very, very clearly. I was about to say, but then ban Camille instead of Aurelia, and then Keen locks Aurelia, and the same thing happens. I would have lost it. As not going to be the case here.
Kind of funny.
It would have been. Ashe, Caitlyn, both basically must bans at this point, and would be shocked as it's going to be Arma instead. So now, as Hanwha, you get your pick, and I don't know if KT have a Varus Caitlyn lane in them, because I am fairly certain if it doesn't get banned here, Hanwha Life is going to pick themselves up the Ashe first pick. That is going to be banned away. Now, Hanwha, you really only have a single choice, and that's a B1 Caitlyn, and that will be the case here.
It's going to be Viper's first game of Caitlyn. We have seen a couple out of aiming. He's 1-1 on the pick. So this is going to be kind of interesting. You know, obviously, if you guys watched yesterday, you saw the power of Caitlyn just in general, not just as an AD carry. They're going to take away the Varus because...
What if?
Varus Caitlyn, I don't want to see that again.
I also
very fair.
will consider the Varus as just the strongest carry that is still available, so makes sense no matter what, even if you're not a believer in support Caitlyn, and really did feel like I get away with this because I'm carrier type of deal, but would also not be surprised. That's how the Heimerdinger started. That one barrel locked it, and we all saw what happened there. As the Elise, very high priority, generally though, does get picked when you are a little bit more certain in terms of what the bot lane matchup is going to look like. Not going to be the case here. And I hope you guys
all of a sudden,
hear
Caster
that.
Jun just started screaming. I'm like, he just hovered Lee in for like half a second, not even. It's okay. He might just be playing the Sejuani here, with the Elise showing.
The Sejuani in of itself, not the end of the world. Lux to me makes the most sense here. Would be a logical pickup, and Life seemingly happy. Would be definitely down to take that one away. Heimer is still available though, and Varus Heimer shoves very well. And Cuz can just pay another visit towards the bot side of the map, so that would be my preferred round out here for KT. Drop from Hanwha looking a lot better, as there is no blind pick Gnar coming out of seemingly nowhere.
This would be interesting. This would definitely index them into a lot more committal CC, you know, dive kind of composition. And it is what they are going to go for. So maybe Lahan's watching some other regions. You know, here in the LCK, we play a lot of Enchanter supports, a lot of weird stuff, but I hear whispers that engaged supports are still possible. So yeah, he's gonna go for this, and Leona can handle a harass pretty well, but obviously is melee, so not gonna be having fun unless she can get engages off.
Yeah, gonna be very reliant on making sure that Cuz can get a lot done early. Level 1 of Leona is notoriously not that great, and if Kingen or Viper and Live Rider can take early control of the lane, then gonna be kind of calling for Cuz. Please come help us, because it would not be a very good situation if this bot lane is just going to get stuck. Obviously, post 6, regardless of how the first 6 levels play out, a good solar flare from Lahans can be a big problem. Live in particular on the Lux will be pretty susceptible to that if he doesn't have his flash available. So not necessarily all going to come down to the first few levels, but a good pressure lane for Hanwha Life. But they had that last game as well. Wasn't enough to actually get them over the line.
What's going to be the ban here? The Renekton with the Elise makes sense, but you could go a lot of ways with this. You could try to take away something from BDD, you could try to take another annoying pick on the top side. A Jax ban makes you wonder, maybe Kingen will run back the Gnar, but again, you picked blue side, so you're going to have to blind pick your top lane most likely. It would mean that BDD would have to blind pick his mid lane. As Kled, no.
They both start with a K.
Yes.
That might be why we have a little bit of confusion there. Little of tomfoolery. Now, Gnar is completely fine into this.
Yeah.
The question is, does King want to lock in Gnar again after getting clapped the way that he did in the previous game? Can, of course, be a little bit tough. Looks like he is not going to let it bother him.
Yeah. If I were Kingen, I mean, I'm not, but okay, never mind. He's just going to play Fiora instead. He wants revenge, and he wants to have side lane pressure. That's kind of what this pick is going to do for his team. Obviously, leaving the counter pick for mid lane here for BDD from the side of KT. They got the strong Cassante pick, allows a comfortable pick for Kingen. Now, Silas is banned. Akali is not. Hey, guess what I was just talking about earlier today? It was Yone Zeka, and here we go. He's going to be playing it.
And I'm somewhat surprised here, because this does mean that you're running a full AD composition as Hanwha Life. There is obviously a little bit of mana damage involved. You got life, you got a little bit of true damage from the Fiora, but that's mostly relevant in the 1v1. Yone has some magic damage in his kit as well, but overall, for KT, itemization going to be very, very straightforward. And just like in the last game, do you think Hanwha Life is reliant on not falling behind? Do have a lot of scaling, and the top side is incredibly strong. Particularly the mid-jungle 2v2 is not even remotely close. Do you think that in the top side, depending on whether or not Kingen gets caught off guard, there are some possibilities there, but overall, early prio should be in favor of Hanwha Life on the bottom and top half of the map. And then in the mid lane, Zeka might struggle a little early on, but if there is a pick that says, I am going to 1v9 carry, then this feels a whole lot better than the Rise of the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely still some interesting parts of this draft, but I do think that Hanwha Life Esports have gotten themselves in a better position compared to game number 1, but even KT's side is also quite nice. I mean, they have a lot of ways to get in your face and to dive on in there. They also have some outs with the Azir who can kind of go both ways. Is a BDD fan. There are a lot of those out there in the crowd.
And it must be nice seeing BDD. Even though he hasn't really been the focal point, I don't think, of the team thus far. Had a couple of great games, and most notably, everything's better than Nongshim. Yeah, our guy is back. He's back. Yeah, but he's not the focal point of the camera right now. And This feels eerily similar. A 1-3-1 comp, a lot of topside skirmishing power, very good pressure lane in the bot side of the map. Snowball potential is insane here for Hanwha Life, but they can also run into some of the same issues, whereas here for KT, lot of team fighting power, they can get it done.
Here we go, game number 2. Let's jump on the Rift. Off we go to the bottom lane. I was gonna mention it, but with lanes like this, we will definitely be seeing some focus towards the bottom side of the map this time around. With the amount of pressure that Caitlyn Lux can put on the lane, it will...
Wow. Life not even giving the ward kill to Viper.
No.
Saw the hover as well. The observers were like, Caitlyn, Lux, Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Lux.
So Zeka's here on the Yone. It's definitely surprising to see him jump onto this in this position with a distinct lack of AP damage.
Oh.
Okay. This, I think, is going to work.
Life gotta execute.
BDD is in the bottom lane, and Life... He made it!
Alcove,
the alcove! There you go! That was cool. I like what Jonas Strong did. Kept it interesting. So it ends up being a cleanse in the trade for BDD not being in the lane here, but it doesn't look like he's going to miss any experience or anything like that, so it's totally fine. Seems worth.
Not going to miss anything. Get the early cleanse, and that does mean that possible all-in in the early parts of the lane going to be a lot stronger now that Viper will not be able to actually get out of that scot-free. Unfortunately for KT, Viper and Life still very much in control as expected with this lane. Double range, can be able to get a lot of pressure and poke down, and now Aiming and Lahens are already in a rather unfortunate position as Life does ding 2 level first, as we noted earlier.
And yeah, I mean, this is not unlike game number 1. I mean, we did see this with the Varus Heimer. They were able to push in and be extremely annoying on the side of Viper and Life in game number 1. This time, a little bit different. I think it's a bit harder to farm from a safe distance as the Varus, but you have some decent poke of your own. And obviously this time he's got a Leona instead of a Karma, which is going to change a lot.
Clit is still sitting in bot here. Cleared his bot side, and then because they had double wards, in case Cuz did actually go for something, could counter gank there. Really showcasing what the meta is right now, which is effectively level 3 gank bot, or make sure that your bot doesn't get level 3 ganked and fall behind and lose the game.
It's, you know, it's the rule of 3s, right? Minute 3.
Three people.
Three people.
Level 3.
The bottom side, level 3 gank.
Yep.
3v3 in the bottom lane all day long. 3 lanes. Except in this case, it's only 1, which is the bottom lane. But, you know, like I was saying, you know, this bottom lane is going to be pretty similar in terms of its ability to push. Obviously, they have to be very careful about the potential engage from Cuz and Lahens. But if they can navigate that as, oh, this ward! Is that Ornn?
It does look like
Ornn? Yeah, that was like an Ornn ward.
Oh my god. Let's just... Well, I'm needed.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Why did he
top
leave?
side of the jungle.
He went to go do blue buff? No, that's unimportant. The bottom lane is what is important.
Yeah, this is really where Cuz's pathing is feeling much better. Already level 4, able to actually pick up a camp. Now BDD is going to be completely tracked. Cuz is still waiting. Still not going anywhere.
3v3 bot. I mean, where's Click going? Oh, he's looking to gank BDD.
That's not... No.
BDD just going to sidestep that, made that look really easy.
But they also can't really dive. Because the bot lane also has more than enough wave clear, and Flash is still available. Viper now will also have his cleanse. Okay. Are we diving Zeka? No, they read it, and a lot of movement, a lot of posturing, as we like to say. And the only
check your posture right now.
The only thing it's done is delay a lot of jungle clearing. Again, I think worse for Clid, as he just now dings level 4. Oh, come on.
They are actually going to dive him as Zeka flashes, but there's the cocoon. Do they have the damage? Is the question. Clid is here, and he's trying to trade it back, but doesn't look like it should be enough, especially with the dive power of the Elise. As of course, Lehens has been gone for quite a while, so at least Viper and Life will get this turret plate. But I think they were going to get this anyway. It feels good for KT to get that dive off early.
Overall, depending on whether they can get the second plate, Humble Life will at the very least equalize it, but because of Lethality Varus, they're still able to do a great job in terms of, or he's rather still able to clear the wave, so yeah, he's going to miss out on a little bit, but overall, not too bad. I think Aiming was trying to maybe get the plate down there as well, as it is in full sight as well, right? With them being aware Lehens was still there, unfortunately not being able to dodge both the Zenith blades and the oh my god, Lehens.
Yeah.
The EDD or the EDG flashing. And this is why you pick Elise, because again in the early game you're getting a lot of work done.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw even, you know, Kingham was doing a good job of pressuring in the top side. But he has backed off. He has kind of gone into a passive mode because you never know. He doesn't have a huge amount of vision up on that top side. He has the one ward near the river. Clid was in like a pretty good spot to handle the dive. Unfortunately, you know, he's just Sejuani, as this is going to be Lehens getting knocked back. Colonel Drake not going to do too much damage, but annoying for Lehens, as this kind of roam strategy definitely looking a lot better on the Leona compared to something like the Karma or the Heimerdinger.
He was just not on the right champion.
Lehens begging for engaged supports to be back. I don't know why he just doesn't play Singed every game.
Yeah, I'm also confused. I'm wondering when we're going to see Lehens' Elise come through again.
Ooh, big respect from Life, and that is absolutely the correct move. Cuz was here again. And so Life will be able to get away, but that is a flash gone now on the Lux. And you were talking about before, if he doesn't have flash, you're pretty much not getting out of this if you're not in a good position as Lux.
And overall, it's just not feeling that great, right? Zeka, due to that dive, actually pretty decently behind. Clid has been shadowing the whole game, has been trying his best to mitigate the impact from Cuz, but Cuz still completely able to get that one dive off, to put pressure on, and most notably, despite all of this, Viper and Life are also barely ahead of Aiming and Lehens. And this is actually quite big, because in the previous game, they got a lot done. They got a ton of early plates. This time around, haven't really been able to do so. Now, I do think the Humble Life composition is way better than it was the last time around. There are, particularly once you hit your one-item spikes on champions like Kingen, Zeka, a lot of power that you can try and utilize, but this early game being completely run by KT.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a good job here. 15 CS lead for BDD in the mid lane. It does look like with this Rift Herald spawning and the fact that Keen has done a good job of, you know, ever since, I guess, after level 3 or so, he has been the one putting on the pressure. I thought they were going to move up towards that Rift Herald, but they do have Cuz doing the Dragon at the moment. Yeah, the top side has been going very well for Keen once again. Just taking good trades. Kingen gonna need some more items to get that down. So Infernal this time to the side of KT early. Remember that Humble Life was able to get that early in the last game, but it didn't amount to too much. But for KT, going to be a very nice start for them.
Keen playing this matchup beautifully, actually getting Kingen down low, zoning him off of CS will of course catch this crashing wave, but that trade and the lack of teleport might mean that the Herald could also be available here for KT if they do want to go for it. Do see Lehens still roaming on, maybe making his way down, not on vision. Remember, Life doesn't have TP, or Flash rather, and Lehens, yeah, you don't have 6 yet. You've been roaming a lot, my friend.
He was...
showing dominance.
Yeah. And in a way, you know, KT don't know 100% that Elise is not there, so, or Home Life rather, bottom lane, so they just had to immediately respect that, back away. You see that Viper and Life are trying their best to push this in. It has been a little bit janky, as now Klid is trying to get up to the top side. There's the grand challenge already, 2 of them procced here. The ult does come out from Keen, but he is pretty deep in the top alcove as the stun comes in. Elise is making his way up, and finally the ult will come in as a trade in the bottom side. Look at this! Aiming, and Lahen's able to get an engage on down here in the bottom side, and Life is going to go down very close there as BDD is sweeping him under the turret. Able to trade back excellently onto King, and Klid will just barely survive in the top side.
Everything is going wrong for Hanwha Life. They're unable to win the 2v2. They're unable to find a successful play on the top side of the map. You see there, right, because of how long Keen is able to stay alive, they can't get it done as here. I think Viper is just flash Zenith Blades, CC chain comes through. Too much CC for him, as that is an incredible amount of burst. Well done by aiming. Life not able.
360.
Yeah. And Life unable to find either. Lens wasn't even 6 at the beginning of the play. Right, like Ding 6 afterwards. And here, if Keen goes down immediately, I think they're fine. But also do note, like, this wave is crashing. BDD has priority, so as a result, with Keen staying alive this long and the ultimate having to be invested.
We're watching bot lane and live, by the way. Klid is here. Not a lot of summoners, and Klid's mere presence will be enough to push them back. No ult for Lahen's pretty close. Definitely could have thrown that out if he had it. He did not. You can see that Klid, you know, once again, it's not quite the Young Jay experience, but it's still this feeling of like, well, I'm here, but, you know, I'm basically just here to neutralize the Elise. I'm not finding many looks of my own.
And it's still fine for Hanwha Life in that they do have a lot of power if they can get to their spikes, but what I'm worried about is that they are going to remain as seemingly behind the curve. That's really the key feeling here, is that every single time that Hanwha Life is doing something, it's a response to a KT play. The only proactive play they made was the one on top side that backfired because they weren't able to actually kill Keen soon enough. As, yeah, lethality Varus with 2 kills is a very unfun experience, and here they are again. Yeah. Zeka is just now teleporting towards the mid lane, and in of itself, that's fine, but BDD already roaming, already on his way.
And every time we look at the top side as well, if there's not a gank going on, Keen is just, he's got the Keen textbook out, and he is just reading lines and pages over and over to King, and this does not look close in the top lane.
And Zeka, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you don't 1v9, there's a lot of team fighting power still in the Hanwha Life composition, and if you are able to find a Sejuani engage, right, maybe Zeka can get a bunch of people together. I do really like their kind of 1-4, possibly even 5v5, depending on how good the setup is. Their peak potential is also great. But you're going to reach a point eventually where you're going to have so little map control that KT will never ever have to walk into unwarded territory. They also, unlike the previous game, have a very, very tanky and far ahead Leona that can just walk in. As Aiming says...
Look at the timing of the swap. They're like, oh, here, Aiming, have 2 free turret plates. Will he get a 3rd one?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he should. Wow.
They're sacking everything.
3 full turret plates.
No, it's going to be more. No one is coming.
Oh,
nothing's happening.
The turret plates are gone. So could have been more, as Keen is getting on in there. Nicely on ultimate, just a zone for now. That Lux ultimate will sail wide as a lot of damage is in the King, and they can't quite take him down, though. Surprising that King was able to survive all through that. It's a big skirmish in the top side, but the big winner is actually just Aiming. As, okay, he's got, you know, an unbound soul. He'll be fine. Jonas Strong is like, where is this guy? Where did he come from? That's okay. They will trade turrets, but again, the big thing is all the turret plates. The free farm here for Aiming.
He's just living his best life, Valdez.
Okay, looking for the 1v1 here on the BDD, but a simple shuffle away will be enough. That is a very big chunk, you know, right as he comes back, right as he teleports back in the lane, so it's still a good trade, but not quite good enough to get them back in this one.
It feels like there was very little at this point that's going to be enough, as you need to win this play. You're investing so many resources, you're giving up so much on your bottom half of the map that this not working out it doesn't go horribly, right? No one dies, but you invest an incredible amount of resources, don't get anything done, and Aiming gets to just farm up a storm, get first turret blood, full local gold, got, what was it, 3 plates in the end? And for Hanwha, you got 1 Herald that
Watch me, Hextech.
didn't do that much.
It's Cloud. Hextech would have been the nuts. Like, that would have been potentially GG, because, you know, like we said in the draft, as, you know, specifically you, Chronically, we said, like, if Hollow Life get behind, there's very little you can do, because, yes, they have a lot of scaling, but it's going to take them a long time to get there. Like, you need at least a couple more items on all 3 of your carries to really be in a position to challenge KT. So KT kind of just get to do whatever they want.
Yeah, because if you look at what Hanwha Life is available, for Viper, it's going to be free items, right, when the Infinity Edge actually comes through. And up until that point, Viper will still be okay, but this is not a Caitlyn that's ahead. And as a result, this is a trap that Caitlyn can definitely fall into. Your mid game is kind of lackluster if you didn't pick up a lot of plates, you didn't pick up a lot of early kills, and you're playing into very fallacy zone. So Aiming can just relentlessly siege with the control that they have. It's really hard to actually take him down. Has a great buddy as well. And the dive from KT is actually amazing, right? You have a Leona who doesn't care about turrets. You have a Cassante, you have an Elise who doesn't care about turrets. So it's not like you're safe underneath your turret either.
Okay, they're going to find Aiming, force him to cleanse.
That's nice.
That little cleansey boy there, but Aiming seems to not care all too much.
No, gonna need those moments. And Sundra at least is done for Kingen. That's huge, even though the Bramble Vest on Keen is still going to be quite a nuisance. And actual being up to 1v1 Cassante is still very far off. And for Zeka, also looking at that Infinity Edge, right? That's the type of spike that you're going to need. But he hasn't really been able to accelerate the game either. And again, I don't think you're safe at all here underneath this turret.
They are trying to brute force it a little bit. Just a little bit of zoning ults, perhaps, as now Lahens is going to go in. They're going to sweep up the Sejuani, and Clid was not safe. He's like, oh, I'm pretty tanky. I should be okay. No! He gets immediately dunked by the 5 of them.
Yeah, even if there is a turret, they can do that. And there wasn't a turret. Well, there was. It was a KT turret.
Yeah. Little Zero turret. Let's take another look.
Trying to clear the wave here is Hanwha Life, but can't quite get the cannon down. Even with the Lance ultimate being used preemptively, doesn't matter. Teleport also gets used here.
He got chained. Chains of Corruption.
Yeah.
So a sitting piggy was the Sejuani.
And it's not all over for Hanwha Life, but with how good KT is looking, I'm feeling a 2-0 here. Really, Valdez, because with the composition that KT has, they can basically do anything as Zeka.
He's near the turret.
Yeah, should be alright. Yeah. Because you can dive, so outer turret shouldn't be a problem. Your siege is great, because you have Azir and a fat Lethality Zarus. Your objective take is very quick as well. You can hard engage, right? Like, because you're so far ahead, it's not like you're matching in silence.
Oh boy.
Well, I don't know about this one. This is
kind of a combination of all of the things you just said. Life looks very dead as they are trying to go all in onto this Lux. He actually does a nice amount of damage. The Yone ult is here under the turret, but not quite enough damage follow-up from the side of Hanwha Life. So KT make the dive work. They're going to have to TP into the mid lane as Fiora is getting a free turret. There was a lot of stuff to get that kill, but KT still pull it off.
And now imagine that moment that Kingen also has teleport. That was a bit risky from KT. You can actually possibly punish there if you have the teleport. But again, it was used in mid, so as a result, you're going to be down a member. And you can see, like, they don't have to care. They're not even waiting for the wave. Keen is just tanking like a full. He's still tanking, right? Like it's not up until the very end that he's able to unstoppable his way out, and they don't have to care. They get the turret, they get the kills that they were looking for, and now, as a result, KT getting even further and further ahead. They're playing proactive, right? They're very cognizant of how strong they are in the game right now. They're not taking any. Well, that was a little bit of a risk, but not even a crazy risk again, knowing how well they're doing.
Yeah.
And soul points on the table. It's not the best soul, but I am super impressed by what KT is showing here. And one of these two teams, or rather both teams, got beaten by Liv Sandbox. And one of them learned. The other not looking great right now.
Exactly. The emotional response to how badly they got somewhat embarrassed by Liv Sandbox. Both of these teams that on paper should be able to defeat that team was different. You know, Hirai and the boys even aiming was like, we just sucked. We were not good. We were terrible. We need to be so much better. It was a more kind of blunt force impact. They were like, okay, that woke us up. We are ready now to play. KT have responded. Whereas Humble Life Esports, you know, on Sunday, they're like, ah, man, that was unfortunate. They were talking, oh, our drafting wasn't that good. Well, here we are again. They're not playing excellently, and I think their drafting has been poor to mediocre. And, yeah, I think you're right. I think KT have learned. It's a nice look for them. The game is not over. They could still pull a KT. But let's see.
They really... it's possible.
They haven't been looking very KT so far.
You know what the key difference to me is? It's not necessarily KT, but also how Hanwha look. Because in the Liv Sandbox game, good or bad, Liv Sandbox was trying stuff. Right? They were making plays, they were trying to look for sides. And this, to me, really feels like a type of game where they say, okay, we're going to try and hit our late game. And
okay, well, Varus and Leona are coming down to gank this.
What is that?
Yeah, KT know that. Okay, well, he's gonna ghost. I think he's fine actually.
Huh. Okay, well,
he's able to ghost out of that one.
Well done.
So, Chronicler, are you a ghoster or a foster?
I don't enjoy that.
I'm just curious. I mean, do you put ghost on F or D?
I'm a toaster.
Toaster, okay. Life is dead. He's toast. TP has to be used here. Zeka's just gonna survive, but down a TP.
It's just a bit of a disaster, isn't it? It's not good. Across the board, Hanwha Life are getting caught off guard. They're unable to really contest any of the objectives. The early game was completely run by Cuz, and while Clid was, you know, doing a decent job of matching him, and dive still worked.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we see the whole play, I'm like, that was like a barrel moment or something.
Maybe
Not
at this
really
point
sure
it's
what
a
that
life
was.
moment. Well, actually, Barrel just lost as well, so maybe.
Yeah, it was just really extremely aggressive. I mean, especially with an Azir over the wall.
Oh, great.
Okay, he's gonna get it here. Nice little smite.
So we are getting close, not close, but closer.
We are
approaching. We are approaching a point, and again, it's Cloud Soul, so losing it's not the end of the world. Doesn't mean that you lost the game. As Hanwha Life, where Zeka is going to hit his Infinity Edge spike. You know, we get Viper a third item. And then we hope that KT just line up nicely and, I don't know, go for an ill-advised dive. Try and flip a Baron when they don't need to. That's a KT classic. I can see it. Because otherwise, with the lead that KT currently has, they're in a very good position as long as they keep playing proactively. So I would like them to continue sieging like you're doing here, choke out the vision, right? Try and open up this mid lane turret.
They're definitely getting some nice wins. I mean, it's not huge, especially because they did take out all of the outer turrets, so it's a little bit difficult to find, like, okay, well, what are we going to get now? We can't quite do Baron. There's no Drake, there's no outer turret. Says, okay, the hidden piggy is the scariest as Clip, he's just gonna get out. He's gonna shuffle as his ult just sails wide and doesn't matter. He flashes and shuffles to safety. Nice try from Clip though.
At times, we have questioned BDD's builds. He is the inventor of Triple Lifeline, but in that case, Demonic Embrace is here, actually keeping him alive.
And he
Good
just
for
bought
him.
a stopwatch.
Yeah, he's definitely not dying. Nice attempt there from our life. Those are the type of plays that I actually really like to see when teams are behind. Is not necessarily super high risk, and those type of traps.
So fast. Life has a crown, so he's not going to take too much damage. Click goes in. As everything's sailing wide, everybody's so fast on this Cloud Rift that everybody's just missing skill shots.
Everyone's
pretty funny, yeah.
But KT, Radio just biding time. I personally think they can go for the Baron, but they might not want to take that risk when in 14 seconds there is a free soul that they should be able to pick up. And
Strong's like, do it.
Hanwha Life knows that they're not on Drake. And now they also have confirmation that they're currently on Baron.
Although they did see BDD pull off of that one.
Great,
so.
yeah. Much better. You don't need to take any risks. Just take yourself a soul here, as that should be the Infinity Edge now done. That's a big spike. Is it enough? I'm going to say probably not.
You know what we did see recently in Challengers? We weren't casting it, but we saw a replay of a 5-man Gnar into a 5-man Yone. True.
That's how you win.
That's how you should have gone for the Gnar this time. But no, I mean, yeah, he might need some kind of miracle like that to try to pull this one back. As we have certifiably entered a pretty deep lull state. We've just kind of been sitting around waiting for KT to do something.
Okay,
they did take the Cloud Soul, which was nice, but
they're gonna do Baron.
Just hanging out. You can see ever since like 18 minutes into the game, just kind of chilling. As okay, Clid, he's pretty tanky, but can he get away from this one? He's able to land that ult onto Varus, which I think is the main thing that keeps him alive.
Yeah, able to stay alive there. Radiant Virtue giving him some extra tankiness. Aiming also hasn't finished his Surreal yet, only sitting on Last Whisper. And in general, of course, Lethality Varus not going to be quite as good at shredding tanks as Infinity Edge. Another one? No. Lord Dominic's? Well, good enough. I'll take any item finish I'll take.
Oh, Zeka, nice damage, but not going to commit to that one. See, he's beginning to hit some. And KT, you know, they got to do something. Okay, they're going to go for this Baron. Looks pretty likely they should get it, actually.
Oh, yeah.
They're at least going to force Hanwha Life to do something about it, as this teleport... I don't know what that was for, exactly. As here we go. Going to get him closer to the engage, I suppose, as Hanwha Life Esports gets a bit caught. KT going in there, look at Keen, he is just running straight at them. The damage not quite there for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and they are just getting run down like they are being hunted on this rift. As Viper is somewhere up north as we zoom farther and farther away. And Clid will eventually go down as well. Viper, the third one. And KT, they get the Baron, and they get 3 bonus kills. How about that?
A lot of thoughts after that one. Most notably, KT probably, after doing that Baron, went, oh, we really kill it very quickly. Could have seen that one come and could have done this 10 minutes ago. Well, not 10, Baron wasn't spawned, but maybe 5 minutes ago. Didn't want to take any risks, and the ultimate that you're about to see here from Zeka really sums up this game for Hanwha Life. That's the game right there.
Yeah.
And knowing that there is no ultimate available, that there isn't even a Yone in this fight, KT as they should. Hard force, split them up. No one to be afraid of. No real ability to turn. Zeka's teleporting top just to try and get something done. And you can sense both, like, I'm very happy for KT. I think they look so much better than in the game against Nifsambo.
This is what we need all these teams to be doing. Like,
yeah.
KT's leading the charge. Like, this is awesome. As, okay, they're trying to get on top of Aiming, as Aiming just kind of laughs at the Yone. Where did he go? He just, like, disappeared into the ground or something, as Keen Now is going to get stunned up, but he doesn't care. He's Kazame. This looks like the end of the game. The Baron buff enough. The knockups underneath the turret, as this is what you were talking about, Chronicler. They finally find an opportunity to just press all their buttons underneath the turret, and they will do exactly that. KT with actually the clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
It's a real 2-0.
This
Nothing
is great.
to see here. Actually, great play from KT.
I just want to say, I'm getting a little excited.
No, no, Valdez. No.
GG 2-0. KT come out hard today as they took that loss against Live Sandbox, and they said that cannot happen again, and they just stomped the life out of Hama Life Esports and made them look silly. Huge win for them. That is a massive turnaround.
It is a combination of them looking revitalized in draft, looking revitalized in terms of gameplay. Cuz to me, even though he didn't get POG in game number 1, really the big difference maker here. I think individually, Keen looked way better, and overall, a very proactive draft from KT, after which they actually play it very proactively. Right? I mean, we were making some jokes around the Baron timings and whatnot later on, but...
A little bit to take that Baron, but you know.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I don't mind it at all.
They did it.
This is clearly a KT that is very, very far ahead of the... Well, now is the Hanwha Live DRX curve, because for Hanwha Live, this has got the sting. And losing tonight's series would have been bad regardless. Losing it in the way that you did is way worse. Because not only did you lose the sandbox, which in of itself is tough, but then so did KT. And look how they look now.
Yeah, they're really happy. You know, these guys, they've been wanting a win like this for a bit, and I'm glad they finally get it. Hama Life Esports, like I said before, you know, it would be awesome if all of our middle-level teams could kind of have this resurgence like KT have had tonight, but this is KT's night, and they absolutely deserve it. Hama Life Esports going to have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me, Chronicler. Just a little bit lost. A little bit of lack of confidence in a lot of different factors. I think they do not have a good hold on the meta, and the play does not really back it up either. So they're going to have to figure something out. As lots of happy faces here for KT. Aiming, saying, this is how you play the Varus. Welcome back to Korea.
Actually, just such an amazing job from KT. Bringing back the Leona as well, something that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah,
together with the Elise as...
Love the R2, R3. Oh my god.
Yeah. And
amazing.
We keep going back to this, but for Hanwha Life, it's very similar to DRX in that the team just looks all over the place. It doesn't look like they have a voice. It doesn't look like they have a leader. They're just kind of doing their own thing. The amount of times where we see late teleports, where we see someone try and go for a play and then someone shows up like 2 seconds too late, keeps happening over and over and over, and feels like there is a lot to fix for some of the teams that we expected to be at the very least in a decent spot here for the LCK. First DRX,
yeah,
but Hanwha Life might even be more shocking than DRX. Because DRX on paper does have a couple of players that are notable for being very consistent. But looking this lackluster, this lifeless for a Hanwha Live Esports.
You said that right, his lifetime.
Yeah, I've worked on 3 levels.
Oh, man.
Is very, very tough. And good luck to the team and the coaching staff. These type of losses really, really sting. Because again, this teleport that we see here from King, imagine if it's here. There's a couple of these moments that you're going to go back to, you're going to feel very, very bad about, but you need to get through it for KT.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Genuinely. Clean 2-0. Nothing to see or look like the better team all night.
Absolutely. Just, this is your moment, KT fans. You got it. It happens.
Just tonight, though. Don't get...
Yeah, well, don't pull a Valdez. Yeah, just really good stuff.
세주 고치. 캐틀 노플이야. 세주 노플.
Even everybody individually. Really good stuff, like Aim stepping up, Cuz stepping up, BDD stepping up.
형 살아? 큐. 살게.
bottom lane saying, hey, we did our jobs, but we weren't even like the protagonists of this series. You know? Which is pretty interesting. It's not necessarily the way the meta's going and a lot of our games are going. Obviously, there was a lot of focus on the bottom lane in game 2, but...
이게 게임이지. 재밌당. 이게니까 재밌당.
나이스요.
This game is fun.
누가 가자. 누가 가자.
I love happy Lahens.
누가 개꿀.
Lahens and Cuz really shaping the energy on this team. Good stuff. And just like I said in the last one where DRX kind of got pummeled in the final game, same thing here for Homolife. They had 1 kill, 2 towers, and a Herald. That's it. Very similar to what happened to DRX in Game 3 against Nongshim. You said it before, both series were incredibly important for both teams, and we saw very similar outcomes in both series.
Yeah, the Nongshim one still is more of a throw-off to me than this one, because KT, we saw against T1 a glimpse, but it's also KT, so you can't really trust their glimpses. But after this series, you'll feel at least, I don't know, 15, I'm not a KT fan, I'm not an expert, like 50% more secure in your team?
A little bit, maybe like 5 to 10, either way. We are done here on the Casters. Hope you guys did enjoy the games today. Let's go over to the space and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome to the space to break down that KT victory. Of course, Valdez said the very illegal word. We're not going to say that here on this space because, of course, we're going to need to see a little bit more tape from KT before we really jump on board. But this was a fantastic start.
The draft was very terrifying. You and I were looking at this going, all right, so Varus versus Caitlyn, it can work. What are we going to see to punish it? The Elise coming through too, so when the Caitlyn push comes through, you have some gank potential. But then Leona comes through, and this was the part that concerned me the most because I thought, okay, if you don't win an all-in early, by the time that level 3 gank is over for Elise, if you're not ahead, you will never play the game. And Lehen said, well, who says support has to play in a 2v2 versus Caitlyn here? Who says we're playing Leona versus Caitlyn Lux? I'm going everywhere on the map. And Lehen was roaming everywhere constantly with Cuz, and he and Cuz were putting the pressure on getting gold elsewhere on the map. And because of the threat of this Elise, the bottom 2v2 lane did not get ahead. In fact, pretty quickly fell behind. And this Caitlyn pick did nothing for Homolife Esports, who couldn't ever trade back blows around the map.
No, exactly right. And honestly, I was expecting the bottom lane of Life and Viper to be a lot more aggressive, to be able to push in and punish the melee pick, because we'd already kind of thrown it out, right? We're like, oh, Leona was picked up, this is over.
You were like, game 3, we're going to game 3.
No, that's what this draft kind of told me, but it just wasn't the case. Let's jump into our first highlight here and really have a look at the result of what was an early game from KT that I thought that they shouldn't have even been able to get.
Keen had an amazing game here topside 2 in a matchup that's been pretty Fiora favored so far here in the LCK. Buys enough time for Cuz to come over here, and then he baits them into BDD's rotation, which isn't communicated at all. From the mid lane here of Homolife Esports, Zeka just kind of misreads this, and he comes over and gets a big punish play. And this is while on the bottom side, we're seeing an aggressive flash forward here. The only time you're ever going to be able to get on top of a Caitlyn in this lane is making a flash play like what we saw from Lahens here. He pulls the trigger, they're not afraid. Life gets taken out here too. And it's just straight up good play. They win on both parts of the map. And from that moment on, bot side was doomed, mid was doomed. We never got to see Yone hit a mid-game power spike.
No, we didn't. And the reason why that ultimate was a little bit crazy from Lahens as well is he dinged 6 on that cannon creep that he was focusing on instead of trying to kill Life. Missed it entirely. It was completely irrelevant, but he did make it to level 6. And that bottom lane play, to me, doesn't even necessarily illustrate that that's what's possible in the lane. It illustrates that aiming in Lahens made it to level 6 in a lane that was playable. They still had a turret. Like, it was completely insane. Like, after seeing yesterday's games, right, with seeing the abuse of Caitlyn and how ridiculous that added range can be, I wasn't expecting it to happen, but KT made it happen. Let's go into our next highlight here, which was honestly a Homolife Esports that looked like they'd given up. This is right after the Baron was secured by KT, and they just steamrolled over them.
It's a completely disjointed fight. Look at Zeka have to ult away here, so they're completely cut apart into 2 groups here, and there's just no way to turn. There's no engage options here. You're so far behind. And this is the part where I looked at you and I joked, like, Viper's going back to China, man. He's on the other side.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know about Hana Life Esports. I think that's the time to segue into the discussion about this is not an upset. I do not think this is an upset. Hanwha has had a really terrible start to the season, and even though KT had a really rough loss to Willer's Smites and stuff like that, I don't think this is an upset. I think Hanwha has a lot of work to do here as we reach the midpoint of the season.
No, I 100% agree. I need to remind everyone that E-words are still absolutely illegal. Valdez, he's not a KT believer. Remember, he has them in 8th place. If you watch the POG state, you would know he was doing his very best to actually curse the team, and it's not going to work out because us KT fans, we know. Just no ease allowed. So just needed to make sure that that reminder was happening. As I think we're going to have a look at a POG, see who's going to be able to pick it up for this particular one. Lahens does get it. Wolf, this was your vote. Yeah.
I was like, if I vote for him, no one could be upset. I was like, if there are 0 or if there's 1 Lahens fan, I am one of them. Right? That meme, I don't know. I botched the delivery on this one, but I was like, if I vote for Lahens, no one could be upset, right? But he roamed and made this Leona pick, which looked like a draft int into the most successful part of the early game here for KT Roster.
And it was mainly because we'd seen his Nautilus play, right? We'd seen them experimenting with the melee supports, and it didn't work the last time out. This time around, though, really making it work.
I'm just amazed at what KT pulled together here, and what makes it more impressive is this is after a really tough loss earlier this week where I think a lot of confidence was shaken, especially in Cuz, who I think will definitely pick up a lot of votes here as well, because he had a great performance here too.
No, I agree. A bit of redemption for Cuz is, like you say, a couple of them being picked up there, Chronicler being one of them, but I think everybody else pretty unanimously voting for Lahens outside of, an observer thinking that Aiming did a good job, and I like that. Our observers like very clean play, and Aiming, he didn't mess up. He didn't make any of the big plays, but he didn't mess up the entire game, and so I can understand why that vote came through. But whoa, KT, I don't know how to feel. I'm not feeling anything that is like enthusiastic. Begins with that letter. However, I am feeling some feelings for this team. They're doing pretty well.
It's a big return to form.
No, it 100% is. And I think we're also almost ready to move towards an interview as well, which is pretty cool because Lahens is always a great interview.
Yeah,
so let's throw it over to the interview now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is season 4, the POG interview. Translation joined by Lahens and Keen from KT Roster. Congratulations! It was a very pivotal moment for you guys, and you guys are able to secure this win against Hana Life Esports. It feels like it's been so long since I did a POG interview, so it feels good. Lahens, what about you? I know how to get POGs, so I'm gonna teach Keen some lessons about how to get POG. What are those? Oh, this is a tricky question. Well, maybe next time. So you guys just took down Hana Life Esports, and today's match was really important for KT Roster after that Live Sandbox series. Yeah, we lost to Live Sandbox, and Hana also lost to Live Sandbox, so we were like, this is gonna be, the doomsday for us, like for either one of us, and I'm so relieved that we won. Game number 1, your Camille was the menace of the game. Could you break down your comp in game number 1? So we were on the red side, so we had to kind of react to the opponent's draft, and I think we got some decent comp over there, and actually Cuz and BDD did a great job early on, so we were able to have a very comfortable game later on. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are saying that current meta is all about the bottom lane, but today KT played around the top side. Was that something you guys prepared? This is not like a fully prepared strategy. We just followed our draft. We were just playing according to our comp because we were pretty all very experienced, so we just wanted to be more like reactive. Well, Hana Life Esports was really proactive, aggressive, like flashing forward, King N with Gnar. So did did you kind of study King's playstyle and wanted to be more, countering his action? Well, yeah, I kind of believe that, the performance and playstyle actually always change on the day they show up. So I want to be more like just like watching how they play and kind of figure out how they're feeling that day. And Lehan's, you played Leona today. When enchanters are the meta picks right now. Well, Caitlyn Lux, versus Leona is the champion matchup that I'm kind of confident in. And in the Korean side of the analyst desk, we just kept mentioning how KT controlled entire vision around the map. So what kind of communication did you and Cuz have? This is all from Hirai, the vision lesson from Hirai helped us out so much.
접근 방법이었군요.
And this time around, top laners this season are like not getting POGs at all. Like they're getting like less POGs than supports. What do you think about the current meta? While I was playing LCK, yeah, I kind of realized I was like not doing anything, but we lost already, So this is definitely a rough meta for top laners. But today, Lehan's and Keen were able to win the POG despite the meta. And Lehan's at the end of the game 3, you were really excited about your vacation. Yeah, like I think this is our first vacation in like 3 weeks. It was a very packed schedule so far, but I'm so glad that I won today. I beat Viper and I got the vacation. Well, Keen said he's gonna go out and have some fun, but I'm gonna stay in KT's team house and practice. He's lying. I said I'm gonna stay. He's going out for fun. He's liar. And after that vacation, you guys will play up against Kwangdong Freaks. Keen, how do you feel? Kwangdong Freaks, yeah, this is a team that I have been in for a very long time, so it's gonna feel so weird to play against them, but I wish I could have a great game. I have been feeling not well recently, so I know my teammates are struggling a lot. But I'm so grateful that my teammates performed so well today. But, Kwangdong Freaks is also my ex-team, so I'm also really excited. And this will be the end of the interview from Lehan's Keen from KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the amazing translation. Let's not waste any time, Wolf. Let's jump straight into the standings and check out how everything has settled after today's matches. KT move up to 6th place, very close to middle of the pack, which is kind of where KT fans are used to them being. Hammerlife Esports as well, often touted as the team that just locks themselves in 6th. It might be their fate if they continue this level of performance.
6 might be hopeful, if it continues like this. There's a chance that some of these hungry teams that are still figuring their synergy out below them also come up.
Nongshim, anyone?
Yeah, and it's really just... It's a rough start here. I think there's no denying it. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not going to pretend like Hanwha had a good start, because they have not. But tomorrow, we have 2 epic matchups. We have the T1 D plus Kia match, the Saturday showdown at 3 p.m. Early start time, 2 hours early. You will be so sad if you miss this.
Yeah.
But if you show up late, you will catch Bro versus Liv Sandbox, which is also going to be a good match.
And also a match that we didn't expect to be an East Side matchup, right? Like, Bro versus Liv Sandbox is a battle of 2-1 teams. And DRX, former world champions, are in last place here in the LCK. It's an insane season so far. These results are not the ones that we're expecting. We're expecting things to, reshuffle a little bit as well, one could say, but man, it's already been a crazy start, and I'm looking forward to more. I'm especially looking forward to that Saturday showdown. So we will see you tomorrow for some incredible League of Legends. See you there.
this big love. I'm not looking down.
Baker just flashes in the Everfrost is extraordinary, and neither of them can play the game. That was beautiful.
2022 World Champions.
That will not fall.